Mira and Harper Audio present Deep in the Alaskan Woods by Karen Harper. Performed by Courtney Patterson. Chapter 1. Alex met Lyle at the door with open arms, and Lyle hugged her so hard she could barely breathe. Her black Scottish terrier, Spencer, stayed clear of them but did his usual deep-throated guardian growl. Scotties were wary of new people, but Lyle had been in her life for months. The fact that Spencer had likely been abused before she'd rescued him made him a bit nervous around people. At least he didn't bark as if her fiancé were some sort of intruder.
"Taking care of that expensive engagement ring while I've been gone?"
he asked, and kissed her again as he stepped in, pushing her with him. He had a plastic sack in his free hand, but it didn't stop him from shoving her door closed and clicking the lock.
"Stay back, Spencer,"
he said to the dog. Before she could say a word, he went on.
"Can't believe it's this hot and muggy in good old scenic Naperville, Illinois. Wish I was back in Scotland's late July weather. Except you're here, of course."
He had just returned from attending the British Open at an exotic-sounding town called Carnoustie in Angus, Scotland, where he'd stayed several extra days with 3 mutual golf fanatics. At least Dr. Lyle Grayson, the veterinarian she worked for and was engaged to, had a passion for her, too, despite how calm and cool he seemed with those aristocratic good looks, chiseled nose and gray eyes.
"I'm jet-lagged bad, but wanted to see you. Bring you these,"
he said as they sat close on the couch in her townhouse living room. Half of the space, as well as part of the narrow galley kitchen, was taken up with the natural homemade beauty products she sold online and to acquaintances. She'd explained to Lyle that she liked small, cozy spots, then had to assure him she wasn't criticizing the spacious home they would soon share. He hugged her with one arm as he put the sack on her lap, intentionally brushing the bare thighs beneath denim shorts she wore. Spencer sat erect at her feet, head cocked, watching with his one dark eye. She opened the separately wrapped gifts from the sack. A white coffee mug with an image of a red unicorn, Scotland's national animal. She'd researched where he was going with his buddies. She loved to learn about new places and different cultures. She longed to go to Scotland. It was partly why she'd adopted a Scottie from the animal shelter. But Lyle was planning a honeymoon at a Caribbean island resort he'd seen advertised on TV, where they'd have their own little spa pool outside their bedroom with the ocean beyond. She unwrapped the next package. Oh, and a Carnoustie Lynx golf ball mounted on a little trophy. She didn't play golf, but wished she did so she could see more of her fiancé on their days off from the vet clinic he co-owned with 2 other veterinarians. She and the 3 other vet techs there were second rung on the ladder, with the vet assistants and receptionist 1 step lower. But what a catch Lyle was! At 35, he was only 6 years older than she and 1 inch taller. She was 5'9", and though she loved high heels, she never wore them anymore. The last gift was a wool scarf, a lovely tartan pattern, though it seemed so alien with the heat and humidity outside. Oh, the bars of color are striking against the white background. Thank you, Lyle.
"It's called Dress Stewart."
The royal clan. I can see why you picked it out. I've been reading up a bit on Scotland, you see, and even watched an old Mary Queen of Scots movie on TV. So tragic she was beheaded.
"Forget all that. What I see is my beautiful girl."
He tilted her toward him for another masterful kiss. She hoped her parents, who lived in England, where her father worked for an international company, could be here to meet Lyle before the wedding. They hadn't set a date yet, thinking the holidays would be a great time since the clinic would be less busy and her parents could come over. "Can I get you a drink?" she asked when he ended the kiss. He still had a good grip on her arms, as if she would spring up and dart out the door. She had always loved how protective he was, but lately she'd begun to think he might actually be a bit possessive.
"No, I'm beat. I'll even take a rain check on the kind of welcome I'd like. At my house," he added, frowning, "where I won't fall over boxes of face creams and lip balms."
She was surprised at the relief she felt that he wasn't staying tonight. He kissed her again, got up with a groan, and said,
"I'll call you tomorrow, and you can come over on Sunday. I take it you'll be here, cooking up your brews and pastes after work," he added, stifling a yawn.
"Yes, I need to catch up with online orders and answer questions on my blog. Despite the heat, I'll be walking Spencer in the morning, of course, and—"
"What in the hell is this?"
he demanded, and snatched the 8x10 photo from the end table. He frowned at it.
"This is a recent addition, and it seems to have a place of honor."
"I decided at the last minute to go to my high school reunion. Rah, rah, Naperville North. Those are members of the graduating class who attended. I'm there," she said, pointing, "in the back row, see?"
"Of course I see. Was that guy you used to go steady with there?"
"Mike?" "Yes, with his wife."
"That's him next to you, isn't it? But no wife here. He's brought his Airedale into the clinic, but I didn't let on I knew who he was. I hate that he was your first love."
"Lyle, his wife was there, but it's only the graduates in the photo."
"You got caught up with him, of course. I hope he has a happy marriage, though he probably knows by now he was an idiot to pass you up for the long haul. Any other guys there you knew well?"
"Lyle, so what? I was wearing my big emerald-cut, expensive, as you say, ring and told people I was getting married soon. I wanted to get out. I was tired of looking at just these walls and the caged animals at the clinic while you were on a fun trip to Scotland."
"Did he or the other guys call you since?"
"Did you listen to me? Oh, by the way," she plunged on, her voice sassy now, "I also went out to lunch with my best girlfriend from high school the next day, and guess what? There were men in the restaurant, and who knows if some of them looked at me." He seized her upper arms and pulled her against him.
"It's just that you're mine now and need to act like it."
"I do. And maybe, at least once we're married, if you go to some great place like Scotland for a week, you'll take me instead of going with the boys. But you don't hear me asking about any bonny lassies you might have stood next to or said hi to."
"That isn't the point,"
he shouted, and gave her a hard shake while Spencer started barking.
"Maybe I will just stay the night."
She fought to remain calm, keep her voice in control. "I don't think so, and I'd rather you not stay. You need your rest since you are obviously distraught and unreasonable. Please leave, Lyle, now. I hope once you're rested, get back to yourself, that is." Her voice trailed off as she managed to loosen his grip on her, one hand, then the other. Lyle looked stony-faced. His eyes narrowed. In the slanted light, he looked different, cruel, almost demonic. With a sudden move, almost a wrestling flip and hold, he pushed her back on the couch and lay almost on top of her. Spencer went wild with sharp barks, but Lyle ignored him. Lyle, the gentle, caring veterinarian she had seen help animals, the suitor who had wined and dined and wooed her. He thrust a knee between her legs, then another. He had her left arm pinned, but she instinctively hit at his throat and jaw with her free elbow. His head snapped back in surprise. She shoved him off the couch and scrambled up. Grabbing her cell phone, she ran for the front door and got it open, Spencer at her heels. To her relief, Lyle didn't chase her, but came out past her, slowly, glaring at her, shaking his head and fingering what must be a sore throat. They stood glaring at each other on the edge of the parking lot in the late blast of sun. She was sweating as she scooped up Spencer in her arms.
"I'll see you tomorrow,"
he told her, pointing a finger almost in her face to punctuate his words.
"We need some new rules. Or else."
"I prefer the or else, and I'll determine what that is," she said, amazed how steady her voice sounded, how sure she was of what she was doing. It all fit together too well now, and it scared her and made her sick. How could she have been so stupid and ignored so many subtle signs? She'd fallen for a controller, a potential abuser, and she knew what she had to do. It would be the same tomorrow, even if he had some rest, even if she had time to think it over. How could a man who was so good with animals and people turn so mean? Surely not just jet lag. What had she missed? "Lyle, I think we should break it off."
Look, pretty baby, I'm your boss. You need me.
"Take your ring back," she insisted, squeezing Spencer closer to take it off, so heavy and hard in her hand. She started to cry. Darn, she didn't want to cry. Didn't want to lose him. Didn't want to admit she'd been stupid to have loved him. But he'd seemed so caring, so eager, so protective and well off and stable, an achiever who adored her. She pressed the ring into his hand. At least it was still broad daylight in a public condo parking lot, or she wasn't sure what he would have done. Suddenly, even here, she was afraid of him.
"You'll regret this," he said with narrowed eyes and deadly calm. "You and that damn little dog, too."
He walked away, got in his car, and backed out of his parking place. He squealed the brakes, then roared away. Alex rushed back inside, locked the door, fastened the safety bolt since Lyle had a key. She leaned back against the door, then slid to sit on the tiled floor, holding Spencer, sobbing. That threat, the last thing he'd said about "you and that damn little dog, too," haunted her. She'd watched a rerun of The Wizard of Oz on TV last week, and that's more or less what the Wicked Witch had said to Dorothy. "Alexandra Collister, you have been an idiot," she whispered to herself, as Spencer whined in sympathy, thinking she was talking to him. How had it happened that Lyle had turned so bad? How had she gotten this far with him, been swept away by his initial charm, his spoiling her and wanting her? And he was her boss, so there went her job, too. She'd have to find work elsewhere, though he'd probably never give her a recommendation. Her career might be over, but she knew she was right to get him out of her life. She sat there, not sure for how long, cuddling Spencer and agonizing until it got dark outside. Oh, why hadn't she listened to Spencer? The one-eyed little guy had more smarts about Lyle than she did. When the dog had fallen asleep, she finally put him down on the couch to close the vertical blinds to her little back patio, lined with containers in which she grew many of the plants for her natural beauty products. But when she reached the window, she gasped. Despite the darkness, with the streetlight coming over the privacy fence and gate only she and Lyle had a key to, she could see that her lavender plants, even her 4 tea rose bushes, had been violently yanked from their pots and containers, spewing their soil all over the patio, and her tall sunflowers had been beheaded. Leaning against her double delight rose bush, which lay uprooted on its side, was a crudely written sign that read in big letters, "You are mine, or the end." Chapter 2. As she hurried to her car, just as daylight was breaking on Friday, Alex was grateful she had the early shift at the Gentle Care vet clinic. She had hopes that Lyle was so exhausted he wouldn't come in. Hopefully he was sleeping the sleep of the dead, because she'd definitely decided that he was dead to her. Surely that's what the threat on the sign meant. He was insisting she commit and submit totally to him, or their relationship was over. But in case he was still nasty and pushy when she resigned from her job, and he meant that as a physical threat, she kept the sign so she could give it to the police. But she dreaded confrontations and hoped it didn't come to that. She just wanted out of here, out of his life. She gripped a small spray can of mace in her hand, hoping it wasn't clogged after years of disuse. She should have tested it, but what could she spray? She heard her car doors lock as she started the engine. Her little sports car, a birthday gift from Lyle, started and purred away with no one lurking, no one following. Should she return this darling car as she had her ring? She could just imagine these tires slashed and the deep blue finish spray-painted with "You are mine" or "The end." At least going into the clinic by 7 a.m. would give her a chance to ask for her last paycheck and leave the letter of resignation she'd written last night. She wasn't sure whether Lyle could be reasonable enough to give her a good recommendation to find another job, or if that was another dead end and she'd actually need to move to a different suburb and just tell her interviewer the truth. at least part of it. She'd say her previous place of employment was uncomfortable because she'd broken off an engagement. This proved that dating one's boss could cause all kinds of complications. But she'd promised herself one thing. If Lyle harassed her or hurt her again, she had big, purple bruises on her left upper thigh and both arms. She would file for a restraining order, however upset he became at his precious reputation being sullied. She was grateful she'd already planned to leave Spencer with her neighbor Charlene, who kept the dog during the long days Alex worked and made sure he got his walks and food. She'd hugged him when she'd dropped him off 2 doors down. Poor little guy, abused by his original owner so badly he'd lost an eye. Strange, but thinking of that was even more painful to her now than ever. At each stoplight, Alex glanced at the cars behind and beside her. During her early lunch break, she planned to run home to meet the guy from the hardware store who was going to change the locks on her front door and back gate. Late last night, she'd left a message at his number, stressing that the job and the timing were very important. Her mind had wandered, tormenting her, and she'd hardly slept at all, locking her doors, locking her heart away, locking her life to stay safe. "Good morning," she said cheerily to the office manager, the perky Joan, even though Alex felt and looked anything but the way she sounded. "Hey, your fave doc's back in town, I guess," Joan said with a big smile and a lift of her eyebrows. "Seen the illustrious Dr. Grayson yet?" "Briefly. He was really jet-lagged. He said he wasn't coming in today. You haven't heard anything different, have you?" "Anything new with you?" Alex shook her head and forced a smile. She considered Joan a workplace friend, though that was probably over now since Joan's loyalty had to be to Lyle and the other vets. "Do you think I could get my check before my break instead of at the end of the day?" Alex asked. Her stomach was churning. She should have had more than coffee for breakfast. "I've got some bills coming due," she added. "Hey, what you want is what you get around here." She flipped her long blonde hair back and hummed "Here Comes the Bride." "I can get it for you in a little bit. So, are you still going to work here after the big day?" "Got to keep busy, right?" Alex countered. She'd decided not to tell anyone what had happened, and she wasn't sure Lyle would when he came in. If she did leave the area, would Lyle follow her? Make life miserable? Where would she go? Maybe her father could get her a job in England. But could she take Spencer? She could try to become someone's virtual assistant and work from home, balance that with her natural beauty business. But she knew it cost her parents dearly to live abroad, however good Dad's salary was, and she couldn't afford that or sponge off them. She soon got caught up in the rush of caring for her feline and canine patients. Vet techs were charged with prepping the animals for surgery, carefully calibrating their meds and anesthetics, and restraining them before and after treatments or surgery. You never knew what someone's pet would do when it was in pain or came to after anesthesia wore off, so the work was intense and could be dangerous. Post-op, she'd been bitten on the back of her head by a German shepherd once, and the pain had been bad. About as bad as her head felt right now. Thankfully, Lyle did not come in as the morning wore on. More coffee and 2 donuts kept her going. At least she never seemed to gain weight from what she ate. Maybe another good thing from a hectic schedule and dog walking. Lyle had teased it was from strenuous sex. Oh, why did she have to think of that now? Even the way he touched her should have tipped her off to his tendency to dominate and control. At her late morning break, which she'd combined with her lunchtime, she tore out to her car to rush home to oversee the changing of her locks. But her car would not start when it had always purred to life so easily. It just made a grinding sound and would not turn over. She got out and looked around the parking lot. Nothing unusual. No one but pet owners going or coming with animals in their arms or on leashes. Her stomach cramped. She got back in the car and called her auto service and requested they haul her car to the nearest garage. She left her car keys with Joan, then called an Uber to get home. She made it just as the locksmith was pulling in. As far as she could tell, Lyle or his car were nowhere around, but she couldn't help the feeling she was being watched. Watched. Wanted, but hated.
"You got a problem with break-ins or something like that?" Jack, the locksmith, asked as he finished up the lock to her front door after changing the one on the tall back gate. She'd hastily swept and piled up the remnants of her plants this morning. "Remember, you got a slide bolt that will help if you're inside."
"Yes, thanks. Just thought this was a good idea, too."
He was tall, strapping and blonde, very friendly and chatty.
Nervous, she stood watching him work. She kept her purse tight under her arm. It had what would be her last 2-week paycheck in it, the mace, and photos of her and Lyle she planned to destroy. She stepped away as Jack worked, and she called the auto service again to check on the status of her car, hoping it was something random, not that it had been tampered with by someone who knew exactly where it would be parked.
"Don't know how it happened, ma'am," the garage mechanic told her on the phone. "A couple of leads from the spark plugs had been pulled out. They're right under the hood, but I guess you didn't know how to look for them. An easy fix this time."
This time, she thought. But the mess she was in was hardly an easy fix. As she paid Jack and he handed her the new keys, Lyle wheeled up in his black Lexus. Her insides twisted. She stayed close to Jack. Lyle got out, slammed his car door, and strode toward them.
"You're supposed to be at work," he shouted.
"It was a challenge to keep this appointment during my early lunch break since someone disabled my car. I called Joan to tell her I wouldn't be back. Today, I mean."
"And this is?"
he asked, glaring at Jack. She was so angry and distraught that she almost gave him a flip answer. Meanwhile, Jack took a step toward Lyle and asked, "You okay with this guy, Miss Collister?" "Lyle, please leave," she said with a nod. "What I said last night stands, and I'm tendering my resignation at the clinic. It's on your desk, though I went in today so they weren't one tech short for surgery. I hope you are rested up and more reasonable now."
"Reasonable? You owe me a hell of a lot more than a car and a $30,000 engagement ring."
Jack put in,
"You need to call for help, ma'am?" "Just butt out of this,"
Lyle insisted, though he stood his ground away from them when she was sure he would have assaulted her if she were alone. Actually, he had done that last night, throwing her down on her couch and ramming her legs apart, which, thank heavens, hadn't gone further. "Thank you, Jack," she said, her voice shaking. "And in case you need to know later, perhaps to have the name of this man, he is Dr. Lyle Grayson, a veterinarian here in town." Praying Lyle. This man she thought she knew did not have a gun or knife. She punched in 911 herself, but did not send it. "Lyle, please leave and stay away from me, or I will get an officer here and a court restraining order." "Jack, I'm sorry you were caught up in this."
"Caught up in this?"
Lyle shouted as Charlene came out with Spencer in her arms and set him down so he darted straight for Alex, yipping.
"You're the one who caught me. Tricked me. You obviously don't give a damn, and I intend to see you pay me back for everything I've done and given you."
"Like this public embarrassment?" she shot back as she scooped up her barking dog before Lyle could get to him. "Like tampering with my car and ruining my property last night? I'm phoning the police now and a lawyer next if you don't leave immediately and leave me alone for good. I apologize to the possible 2 future witnesses who had to hear all this," she added, nodding toward Jack and Charlene.
"Yeah, witnesses, both of us,"
Jack put in. Alex could have cried. She was embarrassed, but so grateful for the kindness of this stranger. She didn't believe for 1 minute that any of this was going to make Lyle back off, though. She had seen him now for what he was. Fairy tale princes and a happily ever after didn't exist anymore. And maybe never had. She called her parents that night and explained, assuring them that Lyle had stamped off and she hadn't heard from him again. They sounded devastated and concerned.
"You leave Spencer with that friend of yours, hop on a plane and come to us," her father ordered. "I'll reimburse you for the ticket, and we'll have a good time, so you can forget that bastard."
"Thank you so much, but what I need is time and A new job, but not far away. At least not that far. Besides, it would be just like him to know where I'd run to, come there and ruin things for all of us. "You get that restraining order," her mother said. "I was reading People magazine over here, and one of those ingenue actress types got one. It's called a TRO, a temporary restraining order, and if the offending party breaks it, they can pay a fine or even get jail time." I told him I'd do that, and he hardly blinked. I've got my car back now, and this townhouse is locked up as tight as Fort Knox. "With our precious girl inside," her mother put in, and Alex heard her sniffle, then blow her nose. Alex was glad she was using the phone right now rather than FaceTime, because she couldn't bear to look at their worried faces, nor did she want them to see her tears. Her choked-up voice was a dead giveaway anyhow. "I'll call you back when I decide what I'm going to do. I do want to get away for a while, but not somewhere Lyle would know about. I'll let you know as soon as I figure it all out." And when would that be? She wondered, as they said goodbye, not before they once more tried to persuade her to come over the pond. "Over the pond," she whispered to herself as she flipped open a scrapbook with pictures from when she'd first visited them there, the three of them smiling in front of Windsor Castle with the Coldstream Guards marching behind them. That's what she needed, a thick-walled castle and guards. A photo fell from the album, a much older picture. It was her with her twin cousins, Megan and Suzanne, when they were all about 10. It was taken in Alaska, where the twins' grandmother they did not share had lived in a rustic lodge. Falls Lake Lodge, the sign read. To be lost right now, on the distant side of a wilderness lake, protected by those towering pines, and lodged in that sprawling inn, safely far away. But she was almost estranged from her cousins now. After she'd learned about her family's tragedy, which her mother and father had kept from her for years, she couldn't bear to be with her cousins any more. She had never explained to them why she had pretty much cut off communication. Leaving Spencer sleeping on the sofa, she went into the bathroom. She leaned her hands on the sink and stared into the mirror, as she had so often after she'd first learned of the tragedy. Just to think, she was an identical twin, just like her two cousins. She met her own eyes in the mirror and saw the ghost again. Herself. Or was it Allison? How she wished she could confer with her sister. Maybe then she wouldn't suddenly be so afraid. How the loss of her twin she never knew still haunted her. Years ago, she'd read up about the vanishing twin syndrome. Her mother had named both of them when they were in the womb. Then, at her next ultrasound, they discovered Allie had just vanished without a miscarriage. Some of the speculative medical literature Alex had pored over sent her into counseling for survivor's guilt, since it was thought the stronger survivor had just absorbed the lost fetus. Had she killed Allie? Was she with her? In her? Was she really two people? She sometimes imagined what Allie would be like, even talked to her. When she looked in a mirror like this, was her identical twin staring back, blonde and blue-eyed? All that was the reason she had cut off her cousins, because Sue's and Meg's close relationship hurt too much. But the two sisters had tried to keep in touch, and now, Alex had an idea where she could go. Chapter 3. Although Alex still felt panicked, she was panicked now with a purpose. What if her cousins wanted nothing to do with her, since she'd more or less cut ties? They'd asked her out to visit long ago, and she'd turned them down. The only contact she'd kept up was to send a Christmas card. Should she just blurt out the mess she was in? Or only ask if she could visit, then make her plea once she arrived? She'd look for the lodge's website. If worst came to worst, she could just make a reservation there for a few days and try to mend, or build, bridges before finding somewhere to stay longer term. With her parents in the UK, Suze and Meg were the closest, though distant, family she had. The good news was that Alaska was far away, and she had never shared anything about the twins with Lyle. He didn't know about her lost twin, either. The bad news was she'd need to drive there to take Spencer, some possessions, and her products to sell, so she'd have to get a sturdy vehicle a lot larger than her little sports car. But first things first. Alex sobbed when she found the website for the Falls Lake Lodge online, with its stunning pictures of rustic accommodations. The exterior and interior wooden walls of the lodge were just as she remembered, though the furnishings were updated and improved. Still over the big fireplace in the common room was that moose head with a massive rack of antlers, staring down on the seating and tables. The three of them used to joke that the moose was watching them wherever they walked in that large common room. Oh, and a picture of a typical bedroom looked so cozy with a patchwork quilt for a bedspread and one on the wall like a piece of art. Next to it hung a lovely painting of distant, snow-capped mountains with a waterfall feeding a lake beneath, just like Falls Lake itself. She wondered if Suze had painted that. Even as a child, she was talented. The art on the Christmas cards she received from them each year was always a photo of an original signed by her. Alex also studied the big bedroom window with its view of rainforest trees. How she wished she could spirit herself and Spencer away to the lodge right now. But what if they didn't allow guests to bring pets? Through her tears, she studied again the photo of the smiling Meg and Suze near the "Click Here for Reservations" button. Other than different hairstyles, they greatly resembled each other. They were both in their early 30s, so would they even go by those childhood names anymore? They'd signed their Christmas card with their full first names. Megan's last name wasn't even Collister anymore, but Metzler. She had married young and lost her husband when the bush plane he was piloting went down not far from Falls Lake. Alex had sent a condolence card and letter when she learned about it months late. Meg had a son, Charles, called Chip, who must be around 5 or 6 now. Several years ago, after inheriting their maternal grandmother's lodge, the twins had decided to run it together, like a B&B, though they didn't want to change the name. Maybe she could help them at the lodge, even if it was to clean rooms or serve food. Thank heavens it was late July, so the big winter snows they'd sent pictures of in some of their holiday greetings would not set in for a while. She noticed, at the very bottom of the website, a message. Our thanks to Quinn Mantell for his help in bringing the outside world to Falls Lake. Be sure to watch Tracker Q-Man on the Wilds TV cable network, filmed in our amazing area of Alaska. And next to that was a picture of a smiling, handsome, dark-haired man with a trimmed beard in black jeans and plaid flannel shirt. Dress Stewart pattern, no less. Framed by a fir tree with a waterfall and the mountains behind him. Funny, but looking at Quinn Mantell, she could almost smell sharp pine and fresh, crisp air. Hands trembling, she called the phone number for reservations. "Falls Lake Lodge," came a clear female voice. "We are 40 miles north of Anchorage, so we can offer city life and the wonderful wilderness. The town of Falls Lake recently put in cell phone towers, so we have the amenities of the modern world in the middle of the scenic, eternal wilds. How can I help you?" Alex panicked again. Was that a recording? If not, she couldn't even place the voice. Megan's? Suzanne's? Someone who worked for them? Alex knew she didn't sound like herself. She was nasal, shaky, as she said, "Hello, this is Alexandra Collister in Illinois, and—" A gasp, a shout. "Suze! It's Cousin Alex! Suze, come here! How the heck are you, girl? Are you all right? Any big news?" Alex couldn't help it, but she burst into tears and barely managed to get out, "It is so good to hear your voice." "Yes, some big news. Kind of bad news, but—" "You can tell us, hon. Blood is thicker than water, remember. Here, Suze, say hi to our long-lost Alex," Meg said, and evidently thrust the phone at her sister. "This is Suze. Are you okay? Long time no hear and see. We can't get away, but you want to come for a visit? What's happening?" The sisters' voices were so similar she couldn't tell them apart. Would Allie's voice have sounded like her own? Alex managed to summon her self-control and found her courage to tell them the truth and ask for their advice. They listened with very few questions for at least 10 minutes while she stumbled through an explanation. Finally, when she paused, Meg, she thought it was Meg, said, "You just come here to us where that idiot won't find you. You want to hide out? That's fine, but in God's country here, you can build a new life. We have. Hey, listen, here's a good sign. The woman who oversaw our combo gift and antique shop just left. And if you want to run that for us, that will cover your room and board. You could sell those beauty products there, too. Thanks to a well-connected neighbor who got this area 2 cell towers, you could still sell online. Can't promise this climate will let you grow every herb you'd need, but..." As if they were a phone tag team, Suze cut in. "But they do greenhouse growing here year-round, so that may work for more tender plants." The two of them even finished each other's thoughts. It made Alex realize how much she'd missed having close girlfriends. She'd spent too much time at her job, on creating and selling her products. And on Lyle. "You should see the cabbages, big as bushel baskets," Suze went on. "You just get here soon as you can. We'll save a room and can't wait to see you. Call or text us to keep us posted. You driving a truck? Best to have one if you stay for a while, and we hope you will." "No truck yet, but I need more than my little car to bring some things. So you won't mind if I bring my Scotty dog?" "We have 2 dogs, so the more the merrier. You'll save us on vet bills." "I'm not a vet, but I know a lot about the basics." "You and your Scotty will have to learn the woods can be dangerous," Meg warned. "But I think you'll find it a lot safer here than there with that wolf you're smart to get rid of. For good." As her tears flowed, Alex thanked them again. Surely she was making good choices, even if hasty ones. As soon as she could manage, tomorrow, she was secretly, suddenly, Alaska bound. Alex forced herself to make even more hard, quick decisions. Grateful Lyle had a big surgery scheduled today, she withdrew her meager savings and closed her checking account the moment her bank opened on Saturday morning. She drove to another suburb and traded in her sports car for a used truck with a covered back truck bed. She had never driven even a small truck before, but it seemed easy enough. At her local DMV, she had her license plate legally switched to her new vehicle. At the last minute, she remembered to change her address and stopped in at the post office just before it closed at noon. She parked the truck nearly a block away from her townhouse, hoping Lyle did not take a break from his surgery schedule to check on her in person. Evidently, since he hadn't called, Lyle was blessedly giving her the isolated silent treatment, either hoping she'd crawl back to him or because he was planning something. Maybe her earlier threats to call the police and of a restraining order had made him back off, but she sensed that would not last long. She gave Charlene all the food and supplies that would not store and $400. $200 of that was to clear out her apartment and put her furniture and the rest of her boxed possessions in a nearby self-storage facility. No worry storage. Ha! She paid the facility for 6 months and did not give them a forwarding address. The other $200 were for Charlene's help, though the kindly woman argued about that. Alex explained that she could not tell her where she was going, but would let her know when she was safely out of town and when she finally arrived at her destination, which would take about a week. Alex hated not saying goodbye to other friends, but it would just lead to questions that might actually endanger them and her later. She had no idea if she could come back to live here again, or if she would want to. How had she ever let a man ruin her life? Here she was, ready to go to a place so foreign, so vast, so unknown. But what she did know was that she had to get away from Lyle. It had been like some horror movie to see him morph into a monster, one she should have seen beneath the charm and gifts and protective veneer. Last, she called her parents and told them what she had done and where she was going. "I'm glad you'll be with family, even if it's not us," her mother admitted. "But it's so far, honey. You keep in touch and drive carefully, and we still want you to come over here, maybe in the autumn. I'm going to have to put down roots there, Mom, at least temporary ones. I'm going to make the best of it." Her father's voice came in. "Of course you will, because you're the best." "And," her mother put in, so they must have been sharing the phone. "I don't want this sad, scary situation with Lyle to turn you off men. You know what I mean. Do not let that earlier loss and then this one keep you from being you, lovely inside and out." "I appreciate that, and I know you two aren't a bit biased." She tried to kid them. She had to keep this a little light, or she was going to self-destruct with fear and sorrow. And her mother hadn't mentioned the loss of Allie, even indirectly, for years. Until now. She promised again she'd be careful and told them she'd call briefly each night she was on the road and leave them a message. And yes, she would drive only in the daylight and use her AAA membership for car repair service if she broke down. She did break down when she said goodbye to them. Suddenly, despite the hovering, nervous Spencer, she felt so very, very alone. Wasn't one nickname for Alaska the Great Alone? Or was it the Last Frontier? Because that would fit the mess she'd made of her life here, too. And the promise of going there to start over. She checked her Natural Beauty website to see if any new orders had come in, because she would have to mail them from the stock she was taking to Alaska, so mailing rates would go up, except for the West Coast. But she gasped at what she saw. Her contact page and order form had been repeatedly spammed by an email address she recognized, at least 30, maybe 40 times. Shaking, she opened one. "I want to order my fiancé back, now. Be here Sunday morning." She opened one more, the same awful, threatening message. She printed this one out so she'd have evidence of harassment if something happened to her laptop. At least, if he was threatening her that she had to come to him, maybe he wasn't coming here anymore. But what if he got a hacker to harm her website further, or spammed her products with bad reviews, ruining her business that she cared so much for? Then she saw he'd been on the products page, too. "Just like this stuff," one review read, "you're bought and paid for." And he had given a 1-star rating to her lilac and sunflower body cream, which she loved, and he knew it. At least she saw he hadn't done that with any other products yet. He'd never really appreciated how serious she was about her creations. He might even have ordered her to stop making them once they were married. Why hadn't she seen that danger, too? She deleted what she could, wishing she could delete the past 2 years of her life, delete him and how she'd fallen for him, how she'd thought she loved him. She hoped Lyle had finished taking his fury out on her website. She would have to find a way to keep him off it, but she wasn't sure how. At least he could not track her actual location, only her virtual one. But her stomach was so upset to be attacked that way, too, that she went to the bathroom again, sitting on the toilet, holding her sides, rocking a bit. Then, still staying there after she flushed. Spencer pushed open the door and sat with his head cocked as if waiting for an explanation. She got up and washed her hands and petted him. "My dear little dog. We are off on a great adventure tomorrow," she said. As she had twice before today, she braced her hands on the sink to steady herself and looked into the mirror. Her shoulder-length hair needed washing. How long would it be before she had the money or the place to get these blonde highlights streaked again? Before she found the perfect shade of blue mascara to highlight her eyes, or went to an exercise class, or out to a fancy restaurant? Falls Lake was not even in Anchorage, which was a big city, but out in the wilderness. She supposed, just like Naperville was distant from Chicago, but what a difference in terrain! Was she crazy? A coward to flee? No, this had to be done, and it took courage, power, and bravery, which she supposed Lyle would not have expected or respected from her. She had hardly seen it in herself. Alex nodded decisively at the mirror, and her dearest, lifelong ally, her twin sister, Allie, nodded back. Chapter 4. As Alex drove northwest, the miles, the highways, cities, and towns, even entire states, blurred by. The southeastern curve of Wisconsin, the edge of Iowa, and huge stretches of the Dakotas. Boy, She appreciated that this truck had cruise control. Now, if she could just keep control of this trip, of the remaking of her life. As alone as she felt, she sensed she was safer than if she'd stayed home. Lyle was probably on the warpath now, realizing not only that she had disobeyed his orders to come to his house on Sunday, but that she was gone. With stunning clarity, she realized that she now feared him. At least she'd warned her parents that he might call them or even show up there. Or maybe he'd assumed she'd just changed neighborhoods. And that was exactly what she was doing. Big time. Spencer slept during the day between her stops to walk, feed, and relieve him and herself. He had curled up in his open-topped carton, which was hemmed in by boxes of lip balms, skin cleansers, and fragrant body creams on the passenger side floor. The truck smelled like a summer garden, and Spencer was safer that way, she hoped, than if he'd been in his doggy bed, which was stashed in the back. The little guy managed to snooze despite the fact she kept the radio on and sang along with it to stay awake. Sometimes she talked to him and sometimes talked to her long-lost sister. Allie was there, watchful each time Alex glanced in the rearview mirror. At night, she slept well despite strange beds. It was at least better than sharing a bed with Lyle. During the day, she got by on fast food, granola bars, fruit, and bad coffee from gas stations. She made sure Spencer had his favorite dog food before they set out each day. One night, because of exhaustion and a rainstorm that affected visibility, she pulled off, slumped down on the seat, and settled sleeping in her truck in a Walmart parking lot. Her parents would have had a fit. And when she was taking a shower at an indie called the Low Rate Motel, even over the pounding of the water and the barrier of the curtain, she heard a man's voice in the bedroom. Her mind jumped to that old movie Psycho, which she'd been stupid enough to watch over the summer on Netflix. Janet Leigh being slashed in the shower at the Bates Motel. Her heartbeat pounding in her ears, she poked her head out and emerged dripping wet. Oh, music, too. Had someone turned on the TV? Would she have to scream or fight stark naked? She had nothing to use for a weapon here in the bathroom. If she could get to her phone, she'd call 911. Had someone silenced Spencer? Why hadn't he barked? No way Lyle could have traced her, found her. Holding her breath, with a towel wrapped around her wet body, she poked her head out into the bedroom. Spencer was lying on the bed where she'd left him, calm, sleepy. He looked up at her like, "What's your problem?" The outside door was closed, the chain lock still on. Then she saw the TV remote was lying on the floor. He must have stepped on it or punched it somehow, and a news program had come on. A commercial ran now, one for a getaway to the very Caribbean resort Lyle had decided would be their honeymoon spot. She began to sob so hard she could barely walk back into the bathroom to turn off the shower. She dried herself, clicked the TV off, and got into bed, sobbing silently and praying she'd get enough sleep and find the strength to go on the next day. Alex called her parents and her cousins briefly each night, and Charlene once to thank her for all the help and wish her well. Lyle had been to see her, but she had met him at the door with a friend who was a cop and pleaded ignorance of where his former fiancé had gone. Alex could hear Charlene's 4-year-old daughter's voice in the background, crying that Spencer doggy wasn't coming to visit anymore. And then came the drag of a drive through wide Montana, which went on eternally, and, wouldn't you know, that northwestern state was having an early August heat wave. Then ahead loomed one of Montana's 6 border crossings into British Columbia. Thank heavens she had a current passport from visiting her parents in London. She was still going to have to drive a good slice of western Canada, then back into the U.S., past Juneau, to Anchorage, and then even farther north. She'd be crossing another border, all right, one between her past and present, and the future. Her cousins had told her she could stay in Canada for up to 6 months with just proof of U.S. citizenship and a valid ID. She knew from working at the clinic, however, that Spencer would need proof of a current rabies vaccination. She also had that, since she'd figured if she ever took him to England, it could be necessary. It had to be signed by a U.S. veterinarian, so that was the last remnant she had of Lyle, for he had written his name big and bold on the paper. She crossed into Canada late on the 5th day of her journey. She started to sing an old Johnny Horton folk song, North to Alaska. Spencer howled along with her. It was just the two of them for several more 100 miles. Then what lay beyond? The mountains of Alaska seemed to hem her in, but she felt protected by them, too. So different from Illinois scenery and skylines. "Hey, Spencer, this isn't Kansas or the U.S. Midwest anymore," she said, before she remembered that Lyle, too, had borrowed from the Wizard of Oz when he'd threatened her and her little dog. But surely that part of her life was over. She was safe and free, and she had the strangest feeling that if she'd stayed home, Lyle could have been crazy enough to make sure her life was over one way or the other. She tried to shake that off as she turned onto Route 1, the Glen Highway, which would skirt big, busy Anchorage to the south. Just think, she could have flown into Anchorage in one day instead of driving for almost a week, but it had to be done this way. As she turned north again, the spruce and birch forests thickened along the road. Lakes glittered through the trees, some big, some small, and she passed numerous whitewater streams, a few with people salmon fishing. Everywhere she looked seemed like a stunning postcard come to life. She saw a sign pointing toward Wasilla and remembered that was the hometown of past vice presidential candidate Sarah Palin. As she turned off the highway onto a 2-lane road to drive the last 40 or so miles to Falls Lake, she had to laugh. 2 houses she passed had cutouts of Palin in their doorways, and she saw one of those posters stuck on a truck window that made it look as if Palin were in the back seat of the vehicle, smiling and waving. Strange, but after driving mostly on highways, this narrower 2-lane road seemed endless. Surely everything would work out. She saw a moose on the side of the road just about the time she saw a bumper sticker that read, "Eat more moose." She supposed she'd arrive about supper time at the lodge. Suze had said on the phone last night that they were having a salmon bake for guests, and they hoped she got there in time for that. A real Alaskan welcome. She'd also said it stayed light this time of year until almost 10:30, so there would be no trouble with her following the signs to the lodge beyond the little town of Falls Lake. If she went past the survival and tracking camp sign, Suze had said, she'd gone too far. Well, it did feel like she'd gone too far in more ways than one. "Survival and tracking?" Alex had asked on the phone. "That sounds ominous. Not like stalking." "Well, kind of. More like tracking someone who's lost," Suze had said. "Wait till you meet the guy that runs it. I don't suppose you watch the Wilds cable TV channel." "No, but you mean that Q-Man guy that you thanked on your website?" "Let's just say Alaskans are unique, and him most of all. He's kind of a local hero, so we watch his show here. You can learn a lot. Anyway, you've got 2 good teachers here, too. We'll be looking for you with open arms. Drive careful now this last leg. Can't wait to see you. If you arrive during the salmon bake, walk out and back and we'll be there." What Alex saw when she pulled into the parking lot of the Falls Lake Lodge both comforted and worried her. At least a dozen pickup trucks were there, so she'd soon be meeting lots of people. Her stomach knotted, but Meg and Suze had said to just come on out behind the lodge to find them. She took time to comb her hair and dab on some lipstick. Yep, there was Allie in the rearview mirror, giving her a nod and whispering, "Go for it. Our new life." Alex put Spencer on his leash. Brushing off her jeans, she got out and lifted him down, then locked the truck, giving it a good pat for getting them safely here these many miles. As soon as she found the twins, she'd duck back inside the lodge, use the restroom, and call her parents to leave a message, since they'd be asleep now. Spencer raised one leg for the first of many salutes to the trees outside the lodge, and they went in the front door. No one was at the check-in desk. A few people were inside, but they were looking outside through the back windows, maybe to see when the salmon was done. Spencer looked all around, but didn't make a sound and stayed tight to her. As someone went out through the back door, Alex could hear the buzz of conversation and a strumming guitar outside. The scent of delicious smoke wafted in as she picked up Spencer, opened the back door, and went out. About 10 yards back behind the small crowd was a log cabin that must be the gift shop she would oversee. It was charming, with a large front window that displayed items that were too far away to make out right now. The wooden sign said gifts and more. Most people, maybe 20-some, a mix of men and women, were standing around the grilling site, talking and laughing. Some held beer bottles, some glasses, and some cups. A few of them looked at her, nodded or smiled, so she mouthed, "Hi," and smiled back. She noted a man with what looked like an expensive movie camera slung under one arm, a bottle of beer in his other hand. He was short but rugged-looking, and at least he wasn't shooting the scene. Maybe her cousins had hired someone for publicity. At that man's shoulder was a petite, striking blonde who seemed out of place, and yet her appearance screamed, "Look at me!" She should have been on stage, maybe in front of that camera, with her heavy makeup and long blonde corkscrew hair that must have taken hours to style. Unlike the other casually dressed people, she wore a leather jacket belted around her shapely body with knee-high boots to match. She seemed to be almost hanging on the guy. It made Alex realize she'd have to keep an eye on that camera. No way she wanted to be in anyone's online pics or even on local TV. Of course, it was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance Lyle could ever locate her that way, but weirder things had happened. She saw, too, that the young couple was now hovering with an older man who didn't quite fit the scene either. Though he wore jeans and a casual plaid shirt, something about him seemed formal. He was a silver-haired guy, around 60, she guessed, and wore glasses that seemed to become a bit darker when he moved from the shade to sun. Those designer glasses and some large gold jewelry, rings and a big watch, also made him seem out of place here. Actually, that man might be studying her, too, but she wasn't sure because of his dark glasses. The barbecue pit wasn't what she had expected either. About 12 large salmon, splayed, skin side out, were spitted on sharp, sturdy sticks that encircled a silvery ember and wood fire. A man with his black hair pulled back in a ponytail was basting the fish. Beyond were 2 long tables covered with green and white checkered oilcloth, loaded with covered dishes, stacks of plates and glasses of what looked like iced tea. No, maybe iced coffee. She spotted one of her cousins among the guests. Tears blinded her at first, and she blinked them back. Was that Sue's or Meg? She was going to have to learn to tell them apart by their hair. Oh, there was Chip, pulling on his mother's light blue shirt and asking her something, so that must be Meg. Meg saw her, too, and said something to Suze, who was placing casserole dishes on the table. They both rushed her, with Chip not far behind. The boy had a round face, sandy hair, and freckles. When he smiled, she saw his adult front teeth were coming in. "Oh, thank God you're here safe!" Meg cried, and hugged her first with Spencer pressed between them, still on his best behavior not to growl or bark. Maybe he sensed they were among friends and family, that, for now, they had come home. Suze got in the group hug, then they peppered her with questions. Others stopped and turned to look. Rather than stare, they applauded, and several came closer for introductions, not shaking hands but giving her high fives, so she figured that was the custom here. A few of them, who had obviously already had a few beers, gave her what they called the moose salute. Thumbs in ears, palms forward, fingers stiff to look like antlers. Chip kept doing it, too, laughing so hard he doubled over. The woman with the cameraman just rolled her eyes as if this was all so dumb, but Alex didn't feel that way. So much to learn, so many new people, new ways. As the rush of welcoming strangers blurred by, only a few stood out right away. "This is Sam Spruce, jack of all trades, a partner in the tracking camp down the road," Meg said of the man who had been overseeing the salmon bake. "And this is his brother, Josh, who helps at the lodge in the tracking camp."
"Wherever, whatever,"
Josh said with a little shrug. The brothers resembled each other, except that Josh had a tattoo of a whale on the left side of his neck, so no trouble telling those two apart. Sam gestured to a tall man standing nearby and told her,
"This is my boss and partner. Sue said you work with herbs, Alex. This guy can fix gourmet food out of herbs in the wilds, knows more wild plants and which ones to survive on than I do."
Suze put in, "Alex, this is our distant neighbor, not distant in person, just down the road a ways, Quinn Mantell, alias Q-Man." Their eyes met and held. Oh, he was the dark-haired, tall man from their website, but he'd shaved his beard. He was the first guest who didn't high-five her but took her hand. His was big, warm, and calloused. She had just the hand cream for him, but men hardly ever used it because the scent could be considered feminine. This man smelled of pine and fresh air and, well, masculinity. And they had said he knew herbs, at least in the wild. She felt her cheeks flush as she gently pulled her hand back. She had to say something and not just stare. "I saw your picture and the thanks to you on the lodge website," she told him. "If you managed to bring the internet here, you are the local patron saint."
"Oh, I'm no saint," he said, and smiled so that his green eyes nearly crinkled shut as he reached over to scratch Spencer between his ears. "What's your buddy's name here? I had a Scotty when I was growing up."
Quinn frowned, as though that were a bad memory, but he was the first person who had mentioned or touched Spencer. No yelps, no growls.
"Salmon's almost done," Sam announced to everyone. "Come on, Josh, need some help."
Though Josh didn't look too happy about it, they went back to basting each large piece of fish and touching the skin of it, as if that were the thermometer. Spencer's nose twitched at the smell of the fish. She didn't dare put him down right now. Introductions went on. It turned out the cameraman was just that, a guy named Chris Riker from New York who was the videographer for Quinn's cable TV show. He went by his last name, they said. Luckily, she'd heard Quinn tell him to stow the camera for now. The actress-looking blonde with him was Val Chambers from Los Angeles. Maybe she worked behind the scenes for Quinn's show. And the older man they'd been with was a New York lawyer, somehow connected with the show, by the name of Brent Bayer. He seemed content to just watch rather than come over to be introduced. Other names blurred by. Meg said, "Listen, let's get you inside, give you a chance to wash up first. Chip decided to call you Aunt Alex, and he'll take you and Spencer to your room. After we eat, we'll help unpack the truck." "You did drive a truck, didn't you?" she asked in a softer voice. "With all I needed for this new life, you bet. Thanks, Chip." Quinn was still standing there, watching, listening. "I must admit," she said, "I feel like the proverbial new kid on the block."
"You're better than a new kid," he said, his deep voice softer than before. "But there's a lot to learn. You'll find folks friendly and willing to help."
Their eyes met and held before she nodded, smiled, and turned away. As she followed Chip back into the lodge and down the hall, asking him where he went to school, she didn't feel afraid anymore, just totally intrigued. Surely she could make this wilderness lodge and this small frontier-type town she'd driven quickly past, as well as these new people and this vast land, at least for now, her home. Chapter 5. Quinn got up with the sun at about 6:30 a.m., thinking he'd overslept. No, he was okay. They were between groups of students here at the tracking camp. A new group arrived in a few days, ages ranging from 21 to 65, from 2 countries besides the U.S. this time. 2 weeks later, a smaller advanced bunch, then more survivor training after the first big snow fell. Today, he had to pick up Jeff, his cable TV producer, at the airport. They were going to map out the next series of shows. If he could pry his video guy away from Val, he'd have Riker sit in on the planning session, too. Riker loved this job, loved being out in nature, and his big city girlfriend was a real distraction. Wait until Jeff, who had hired Riker, saw Val hanging all over him. She'd already talked Riker into renting a B&B room for both of them in town instead of his bunking here, but they could work around that. Quinn took a cold shower fast. One of the drawbacks of this place was no hot water unless you boiled it. He got dressed in clean jeans and a new shirt and ambled over to the mess hall where Sam would probably be making pancakes. Sam's wife, Mary, was sleeping in since she'd felt queasy enough to miss the salmon bake. Besides, she had a few days off from providing the early chow line for students. The main 4 buildings, one on each corner of the 3-acre grounds, included his 2-bedroom log cabin, Sam and Mary's, which was the same size, the storage structure, and the larger dining and lecture hall, which could seat up to 40. Behind the lecture hall, in the even thicker spruce and alder trees, were 2 bunkhouses, a fairly large one for men and a smaller one for women, because relatively fewer came to the camp. The 2 homes on site were cozy, but basic, and the bunkhouses even more so with the bucket showers and porta-johns outside, whereas the 2 cabins had flush toilets and septic tanks. It was roughing it, for sure, but luxurious compared to being out on the trail or tracking in the forests around here. "Morning," Quinn said to Sam, who was bent over the big stove, stirring something. Quinn hit the kitchen refrigerator for orange juice, then got a cup of coffee from the urn. "You're a nice guy, you know, to fill in for Mary so she can sleep late. How's she feeling?" "So far, so good. So you ever gonna find a woman out here in the boondocks? Which we both know is paradise on Earth." Quinn had to laugh. "Don't start on lovelorn advice for me. You sound like my mother. Who would want a guy who lives mostly in the Alaskan bush, alternating with a New York hotel or my mother's New Jersey condo now and then? How about one of them sisters at the lodge? Would you give it a rest, Sam? No sparks fly, just friendship," he muttered, and downed the juice, and then had some coffee. "Hey, where are the pancakes, my man?" "Steel-cut oatmeal's good for you," Sam said, putting 2 steaming bowls of it on the table. "I threw in some raisins like Mary does. Beets granola bars, pemmican, and all those plants and stuff you eat out on the trail." Sam and Mary Spruce were Quinn's closest friends here. Sam's father had been a trapper in the area for years. Trapper Jake had taught both men when they were young everything they knew about tracking and survival in the wilds, whatever the season. Like Quinn's father, Jake was gone now, but Sam and Q-Man not only carried on the special knowledge of tracking and wilderness survival, but were now sharing it through Quinn's books and cable show. More than once, Sam had tried to teach his younger brother, Josh, some of the skills he had been taught by their father, but Josh wanted no part of it, even to escape doing odd jobs here and at the lodge. Trapper Jake had been puzzled and hurt that Josh was not interested. With the internet now available here, Josh had become an online gamer, even made money that way to supplement his salaries from the camp and the lodge. Josh lived above the barber shop in town, though he camped out in warm weather and didn't want to stay with Sam and Mary. Maybe Josh was just a loner, not unusual in the wilds of Alaska. "Eat up, man," Sam said. "Gotta keep your strength up for the new bunch coming in. You working on a new book, too?" "That I am." Quinn's books on tracking skills and his occasional assistance finding missing persons brought many to the camp to learn basic skills. Some students from as far away as Japan and Austria flew into Anchorage and paid hefty fees for lectures and on-the-field training. Some came back for the advanced classes. Quinn and Sam believed such knowledge, especially in an increasingly digital world, was as essential to the human spirit as any other heritage or history. "So," Sam said, stirring maple syrup into his oatmeal, "you didn't take the bait about the new lady at the lodge. What did you think of her?" "My friend, I do not need you for a dating service. She's Meg and Suze's cousin from near Chicago. Come to visit and run the lodge gift shop. That's it." "Oh, yeah, the same gift shop you told me last night you'd be glad to drop off some of our DVDs instead of my doing it this time. Not that many folks just happen to pass through Falls Lake in general, unless they want to scuba dive the lake to look at the lost pioneer village. I swear, after all these years, I wish Mary would get over losing her grandparents there. But hey, I saw you watching the city girl, Alex. You think she's running from something?"
Isn't everyone? Never mind trying to get me off track. You're busted, man. You liked the looks of her. She seemed friendly, but wary. Intriguing for that reason, that's all.
Quinn was glad Sam finally cut the conversation as they downed their breakfast and more coffee, then went back to what Quinn's dad used to call shooting the breeze. They discussed what topics might be good to suggest to their cable TV producer, Jeff Baldwin, who was bringing his wife, Ginger, with him this time since the weather was still warm. They were glad he was bringing his wife rather than sending Brent Bayer back again. His lawyer and top investor, Brent, was a control freak. Mary came in, looking tousled, her long reddish hair loose instead of pulled back into a ponytail. She patted Quinn on the shoulder and kissed Sam's cheek, then dished out oatmeal for herself. They were a happy pair, though he knew they wanted children, who did not seem to appear. Quinn admired their marriage. They reminded him of his parents before the tragedy. Solid, but a bit spicy.
So?
Mary asked, her green eyes riveted on Quinn.
Sam says there was a pretty single new guest visiting her cousins at the lodge. What did you think of her? I hear you chatted her up some. Don't know why all 3 of those girls are still single. No playing matchmaker, Quinn warned, pointing a finger at her. Your worse half is already tried.
She just gave him a smug little smile. Maybe they'd been talking about that last night. Pillow talk. Had he been so obvious? Not to Alex Collister, he hoped.
What, am I being tracked by both of you? He challenged, raising his voice. Gonna put me under surveillance to be sure I behave? Or don't? I know all about striking a match and causing instant flame and fire, Mary countered, ignoring his phony bluster. It was that way between me and Sam from the first. I'll check her out myself, but Sam and I rest our case. She rolled her eyes, then went back to drinking coffee. Both of you have been working too hard and you're losing it, so I'm glad we have a few days off, Quinn said, rising. When Jeff and Ginger get here, we have better, serious things to talk about. He washed his dishes with a scrub brush in cold water and headed for the door. He was going to stop to pick up those DVDs of the most recent Tracker Q-Man TV seasons and drop them off at the lodge gift shop.
Everyone was so nice to pitch in last night to unload my truck, Alex told Suze as they stood in the Gifts and More log cabin after breakfast. Suze had just spent an hour going over the business end of things here, using the cash register, keeping inventory, storing and ordering supplies. On his leash, Spencer followed tight to Alex's heels on the rough flagstone path as he had ever since their arrival, except when he was cavorting with Chip or trying to dig in flower beds. Scottish terriers were bred to root out rabbits and even rats. It took no time at all, she added, and these boxes of my herbal products they put in here are heavy. You'll find it's all for one and one for all in this community when there's a problem or task. Here's one of the 2 keys to this building for you to keep, Suze said, extending what looked like an old skeleton key. Despite the unpopulated area, I'd lock it if you come in for a restroom break, to eat or whatever. We advertise in town, but most of our guests are our lodgers or guys who are here for the tracking and survival school. I figured they'd be kept really busy there, classroom and field trips, so to speak. Oh, guess I didn't tell you. It starts in a couple of days, but students often come early and sometimes stay late, either here or at a couple of B&Bs in town. They have only cold water at the camp unless they boil it. Even Quinn, Sam, and his wife, Mary, come in for hot showers sometimes, so we keep one room at the end of your hall for that. Their camp staff lives mostly in town, so they have gas heat and septic tanks like we do here. Listen, I have to make some phone calls, then zip into town for supplies. I'll take you with me next time, introduce you around, but I know you want to put things to rights here. I do. Thanks for everything. I hope to open up this afternoon, or definitely tomorrow, so you can mention that in town or in the lodge. I'll just make a handwritten sign for my beauty products and display them in that corner there. I'll use that old door on top of the barrel you showed me out back to make a rustic display. I'll add some flowers or plants to soften the effect. I was really thrilled to see you have a great growing season here with the cool weather pansies and asters. We're not far from early hard frosts next month. Just dig up a few of the plants crowded in by the front door of the lodge. Or your little Spencer will. Out there, near the tree line, is our shed, and it's loaded with planters and pots we don't use. Suze headed out the door. Alex blinked back tears again at how kind everyone was, how helpful and generous. At home, at least since working at the vet clinic and catering to Lyle's schedule and demands, she seemed to have no close friends, but only acquaintances. She should have realized she was in trouble since her best friend was her dog. Lyle had been a lover, but never really a friend, because he was always her superior and let her know it. Now that she thought about it from this distance, it was as if she were his pet to be coddled but controlled, kept on a leash. She shuddered, grateful she was safe and free. Then, after assessing her own life, took a moment to assess the stock here in the store. Mosquito spray in bright metal cans. She'd overheard more than once last night that it was only the alderwood smoke keeping the little buggers at bay, and that real Alaskans used more subtle, natural ways to ward off insects. Also, someone had joked that mosquitoes were the official state insect. She saw some rustic antiques here. Over to the far side were displayed an antique-looking antique sign, a copper kettle, and a lovely array of hand-carved duck decoys. There were examples of scrimshaw and beautiful baskets of several sizes, several made with what was labeled as porcupine quills. She'd have to keep an eye on Spencer so he didn't try to chase porcupines if they lived nearby. Despite his small size and one eye, like his breed, he was strong-willed and could be fierce. She fingered quilted or woven placemats on a counter that also held a display of small, charming, wood-framed paintings Suze had done of scenes in both warm weather and the dead of winter. And now, she thought, her own prettily packaged products would be put on display. She bent to unpack her first box. Then, hopefully, with help from a tech-savvy computer person, she could lock down her website against any hacking and figure out how to erase her digital footprint, or at least smudge it. That way, Lyle couldn't ever find and harm it, or her. Chapter 6. Alex was on her knees, still unpacking products, when a long shadow fell across her feet. She looked up, expecting Suze was back, thinking her little watchdog should have barked, though he had his head up and his ears on alert. A tall form filled the door she'd left open for fresh air. She blinked into the light while Spencer got up and gave a single bark of greeting, not of warning.
"Sorry to startle you," Quinn Mantell said. "I needed to drop off these DVDs of our TV show because they sold out and, some of these are new episodes." He glanced at Spencer. "Okay for a pickup? Spencer, I mean. Is it okay if I pick him up?"
"Sure. He seems to like you, and he's often wary of new people. Or someone he doesn't like. I appreciate your remembering his name," she said, getting to her feet, but thinking how different this was from the way the little guy would have greeted Lyle.
"So, not to be nosy, but how did he lose an eye?" he asked as he scooped up the dog, wagging tail and all. Only then did she realize she hadn't unhooked his leash, so she stepped forward to do that. Again, Quinn smelled of fresh air and pine. Freedom. "He's a rescue," she explained, stepping back and putting the leash on the counter. "I'm not sure exactly what happened, but his first owner hurt him, then more or less abandoned him. I was afraid no one would want him from the shelter. It's a tough world for little animals, even domestic ones. I would have taken in more rescues or strays, but where I lived had a one-dog rule. And my living in one bedroom here means it's just Spencer and me for now." Had she over-explained? Rattled on too much? Their eyes met.
His were like green lasers, totally focused on her before he looked down at the dog again. She watched as his big hand, the one still holding the sack, stroked Spencer's head. A big, tanned hand. She remembered the feel of his rough skin when they shook hands yesterday. She liked that he wasn't someone who had to fill the air with talk, so that what he said seemed to really matter. "Here, let me take your DVDs." He passed the paper sack to her. "I know right where they go." "So, what was your Scotty's name when you were growing up?" He hesitated a moment, almost as if he couldn't remember or had made that up, but no, he just looked sad and almost as if he couldn't speak. He probably still missed the dog. She could surely understand that.
It wasn't very original or imaginative, but I do have a good imagination now," he added with a slight crimp of his lips. "It was Scotty. He died too early, and I never replaced him."
Quinn's voice snagged. Some childhood nightmare buried deep, she thought.
"So," he went on, clearing his throat when she could have kicked herself for not saying something to change the subject, "I hear you sell herbal beauty products. I like things natural and raw."
He picked up one of the jars of dandelion body butter she'd stacked on the counter because they were on top of the first carton. She watched as he squinted at the small print and lifted one dark eyebrow. He read aloud, "Body butters are rich, so remember that a little bit goes a long way." Like some silly teenager, she started to blush again. She could feel it coming on, darn it. When she thought he might tease her or even say something suggestive when he looked over at her again, he said instead,
"About natural products. Take all these cans of mosquito spray," he said, gesturing and bouncing Spencer a bit as if he were a baby. "The savvy locals simply use cedar wood or smoke to keep bugs away. Mint, yarrow, and sage work the same way, but not as well."
She was impressed with his knowledge of that. She had a lot to learn here, about herbs and flowers she could use, about everything, and she was touched by how he handled Spencer. But she kept seeing a big, flashing "beware" sign in her head. Lyle had started out chatty, clever, though Spencer had seemed to see right through him from the first. In the awkward silence, she blurted, "What is the one key thing you tell your students about tracking?"
"Just one thing? Pick up your feet when you walk, don't shuffle. Americans, especially, shuffle. In the wilds, it leaves a trail and makes noise and slows you down. It's one of the things I can use to track someone, though. Drag marks and footprints can be read like labeling on a jar of body butter. How fast the person is moving, if they are getting tired, if they limp. Lots more."
"Impressive. Okay. And in return for that, and for being so kind to Spencer, I hope you will accept a jar of sunflower skin cream. For someone who is outside as much as you, it's great. It doesn't have a flowery scent because I didn't add lilac or rose essence to this one, so it's not feminine, just the opposite." She kneeled again and scrabbled around in the carton at her feet, producing a jar. He extended his hand for it. No, actually, he helped her up before he took the jar.
"In exchange, I'll take you for a beginner's walk in the woods sometime these next 2 days before my new class starts. Deal?"
"Just around here? With Spencer?"
"Over to Falls Lake, but not with our friend Spencer until I point out some things about having a beloved pet in these woods. For safety's sake."
"He likes Chip. I bet he'll take him for a while. Do you know my favorite saying by Thoreau? He wrote, 'I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived.'" She was astounded he seemed so easily, so suddenly, moved by that quote, more so than he had been earlier when she asked his childhood dog's name. His eyes filled with tears that speckled his lashes when he blinked, but he did not try to brush the tears away.
"Sorry," he said, putting Spencer in her arms, but keeping the cream. "The woods. And dying. My father and my dog were mauled and killed by a bear in the woods about 50 miles from here when I was 7, and had disobeyed and run on ahead, hiding from them. They were looking for me when it happened. Sorry, he repeated, and wiped a big index finger under one eye. She felt she'd been punched in the stomach. Just a kid. You didn't know. She tried to comfort him, but her voice broke, too. She hadn't meant to trigger such a terrible memory. I'm new here, and maybe others knew about your tragedy. I realize I have a lot to learn. Hey, over 50% of the population wasn't born here, he said, seeming back in control already, or wanting to change the subject. They say it's a state full of renegades and thrill-seekers, but it's also a place for runaways. She just stared up at him, strangely feeling as if she were looking at another astounding natural Alaskan scene. What to say? But he held up a hand like a traffic cop. No, that's all right. Don't apologize. You know, he added with a single sniff, even a brief walk in the woods can restore us. I like that Thoreau quote. I'll look it up because it rings true for me. So I've got guests coming in from New York today and got to go pick them up at the airport in Anchorage. He's my producer and one of 2 key investors. Flies into town on his private jet, no less. I'll send his wife, who doesn't usually come, over here to check out your products, because she's pretty well connected there, and you never know. After all, who knew that a guy like me would end up on TV? See you then, Alex, and Spencer. He lifted a hand in farewell and walked away down the stone path toward the lodge. She had the feeling he was going to say more, to ask her something else, but he'd mentioned a walk in the woods. At least he hadn't probed about why she was here, maybe what she was running from. But what rattled her the most when she had decided to absolutely swear off men, at least for several years, was that the big stranger really got to her, and suddenly didn't seem like a stranger at all, and he'd shared a tragedy from his past, and maybe, since he'd run on ahead to hide that day his dad died, he somehow blamed himself for what had happened. She totally understood that and felt for him. She missed a twin sister she had never known, whom she may have unintentionally hurt, but would love eternally. So, anything new around here to cover or uncover? Jeff Baldwin asked Quinn, while Ginger was still in the guest bedroom. The 2 men sat out on the small, screened-in porch Quinn had built on the back of his cabin. It faced the rainforest that hugged his land, so thick with trees that you could not so much as glimpse the lake from here. They each had a tumbler partially filled with Scottish whiskey they kept sipping. Quinn liked to sit out here at night, and the screens kept the mosquitoes away. He even liked sitting here in the pitch-black night to listen to the forest sounds. He could hear the loons on the lake, and from the distant tundra, the martens squeaking shouts during mating season. His mind skipped to Alex Collister. New topics to cover or uncover? Jeff had asked. Quinn wanted to know her better, get closer in more ways than one, but she seemed to put up an invisible barrier, and he didn't want her to bolt if he moved too fast. He had a good sense of tracking, but women were especially hard to read, and she...
Quinn?
Jeff's voice broke in.
You okay? Been working too hard again?
No, I'm good.
Your ratings are, I'll tell you that. Makes it easier to attract new sponsors. Maybe get a better spot than 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time one night a week. Brent tells me Riker's doing a great job with the camera and audio, though we still need you to dub some voiceovers in the studio when you get to New York next time. Man, I wish the L.A. woman wasn't hanging around. Riker told me she was coming for a weekend, and she talks him into shopping in Anchorage today before I could tell him to join us here. You let me know if he starts slipping up in other ways, though. Since he really knows the ropes, I'd hate to replace him. We've got to listen to Brent's advice, too, and he thinks this Val is a ditz and a distraction. Riker's work has not slipped. But yeah, she does want him to leave Podunk, as I heard her call Falls Lake. You usually don't send Brent Bayer, your lawyer, fixer, and main investor, in without you. He's still a happy camper, isn't he? For sure. Wants to expand the show, bigger and better, always. He likes visiting here and treats the Q-Man franchise as if it were his baby, so I'm grateful for that. You know, he likes to keep an eye on things, just like he does his other cable TV investments, though those are mostly in Hollywood. I worry that Val wants Riker to try his skills in California, which would not suit him at all. He really loves the wilderness shoots, and I appreciate that. Well, as long as he keeps sending the studio-quality digital material. I take it she won't go out to film with you guys? No, I think she'd hate it out in the wilds anyway. Definitely a city girl. Ginger joined them with her glass of wine. She was as lightly red-haired as Jeff was blonde. Though both Baldwins were mid-50s, she looked more like a thin model, a natural beauty, like the woman who made natural beauty products. He'd actually tried some of the sunflower skin cream. Smooth. He wondered if she used it on her skin. Just her hands? All over? Ginger was saying, "This sure is a far cry from the view of skyscrapers and the Hudson River. Quinn, did I ever tell you I had a 20th floor ringside seat to that so-called miracle on the Hudson? You know, where that pilot landed on the water and saved his crew and passengers? Oh, but you were telling me one of the women who run the lodge lost her husband in a plane crash, so I won't repeat that around here again." Jeff sighed heavily. So Quinn guessed she told almost everyone about that famous event she had witnessed firsthand, something exciting in her daily life. Hell, she should move here where there was never a dull moment. At least Ginger appreciated the scenery and could tell her Manhattan friends she'd been to raw Alaska, seen wild animals, met the primitive species of the area, including Quinn Mantell. Quinn reminded himself to be sure Ginger stopped by Alex's Gifts and More to check out her products. He'd take both of them over. Alex had quoted Thoreau on why he went to the woods. Quinn had to admit, he had a new reason to go to the woods. To take a walk and have more time together. Alex, with Chip and Spencer in tow, enjoyed her personal tour of the lodge by the twins that evening. There was a large mounted TV in the common room, though not any in the bedrooms. Maybe Alaskans and visitors weren't as hung up on the news or newest shows here. Books and magazines were stashed in one corner with comfy leather chairs. Other seating arrangements were grouped to look out the back windows, facing thick forest and the distant Talkeetna Mountains. She knew Falls Lake was out there, too, but you had to hike a ways to see it. They showed her around the back service rooms, especially the kitchen where they had a cook come in to fix lunches and dinners, though the twins did some of that, too. Suze handled a hearty breakfast buffet, and Meg oversaw their 2 maids and their handyman, Sam's brother, Josh, whom she had met. There was a small break room for the staff near a partly empty storage room where she could wedge in a work table and electric burners to make her products. It had a window with a view of the gift shop. Alex formally met the lodge dogs, King, a cocker spaniel, and a boxer mix named Buffy, a stray from town. She could see the boxer had an ear infection, which she'd soon clear up with a spray bottle of apple cider vinegar and water and a hot compress. Then, too, she should probably make some sort of collar cone for a few days so the dog would stop scratching it. She was so glad she could contribute in any way. She quickly learned that Chip had small plastic toys he secreted under furniture and behind planters when he saw his mother coming, so Meg was evidently strict on keeping the place picked up and neat. Alone in the common room that night, Alex peeked under a sofa where she'd seen him stash something. Just a Luke Skywalker flyer and some other Star Wars space vehicles, quite beat up. Oh, and a World War II-era plastic bomber that had seen better days, too. She wondered if these had been gifts from his father, but she knew better than to ask, at least right now. Out in the common room, 4 guests were sitting at tables playing poker and talking about what it would be like to check in at Quinn's camp tomorrow. 3 other men had turned on the huge TV screen, and there was Quinn,
almost life-size, pointing out different types of animal tracks and how to read where the animals were headed and how much they weighed. She was surprised to see Josh go by this late with a mop and bucket. He just shook his head at the men glued to the TV. He looked a lot like Sam, but smaller, and then there was that tattoo. He didn't greet anyone, but was probably intent on his work. She wondered if he got paid by the hour or had a set salary. Well, she had a lot to learn around here, let alone in Alaska in general. She looked back at Quinn on the large screen. She had to admit the man was, well, telegenic. He often looked straight into the camera, and his voice was deep and clear, and the scenery was stunning. If she could make herself look away from him... "Stop it," she told herself. "The last thing in the universe you need right now is to get attracted to some man. One horrific mistake in judgment does not have to lead to another." "So you ready to turn in?" Suze asked. "Betty Bye awaits." He kind of makes you think of that, doesn't he? She sighed and nodded at the TV. "You should watch his episode on making an emergency camp in a warm bed and getting a good night's sleep." They both smiled, and Alex playfully punched Suze's arm as they said goodnight and went their own ways. Suze had the first bedroom down the hall in the opposite direction from Alex, whereas Meg had the first one on this side of the common room, a room adjoining Chip's. Suze had said Meg and Ryan Metzler had owned a house in town, which Meg could not afford to keep after he died. So in a couple of weeks, Chip would be riding a school bus rather than just walking to his new first-grade class in town. Alex liked the spacious blue and buff bedroom they had given her with its view of the surrounding forest. Every window in the lodge must have that. The room even had a cushioned window seat for reading or just looking out. She could see the tips of the Talkeetnas beyond. If she lifted her window, she was sure she could hear the waterfall that fed the lake beyond the trees. Nearly a century ago, the waterfall had been blocked by several tumbled boulders that made the water level lower and finally disappear for 40-some years. Then a rock slide had opened the path for mountain snowmelt to feed the lake again. She recalled hearing that the years it was a small, dry lake bed, a pioneer town had sprung up there and had later been buried by tons of water. Lives and property were lost, ended, obliterated, buried. Later, the new town of Falls Lake sprang up a few miles away and had been there for nearly 50 years. But what a shock that loss of life must have been. Again, it hit her that there was so much new to learn around here. The wild land, the strong, unique people, different animals, the little town she'd barely glimpsed as she drove in. Though she had to be very cautious, she wanted especially to learn about one person, if he could be trusted. Chapter 7. It seemed strange to be going on a walk without Spencer in tow. Stranger yet to be alone with Quinn. She had decided to take a long lunch break, told her cousins why, and they had been all for it. Alex wasn't sure she herself was all for it, but she couldn't resist. She wanted badly to ask Quinn why he loved the wilds so much when his father and dog had been attacked and killed there. But she didn't ask that question. She could not bear for him to tear up again. "Okay," he said as they reached the edge of the lodge's property. "I'd love for us to just have a side-by-side stroll together on this lovely day in this lovely place when I'm with a lovely companion. But you need to learn some things about staying safe around here." They stopped walking, looked at each other. He'd just complimented her, hadn't he? But despite this little awkward pause, more was coming. "You need to learn some degree of wilderness savvy," he told her, sounding in lecture mode now. "Frankly, I'd advise not walking Spencer off these tended grounds into the forest or out in the open tundra, not even over by the lake. I don't want to sound alarmist, but he'd be a tasty morsel for bears, though this area is not heavy with them right now. And we both know Scottish Terriers can be recklessly brave. Some people set traps for fur-bearing animals where they should not, and I've seen dogs get caught in them. If you ever came upon a bear, Spencer would start barking, and that would be like a come-get-me advertisement." "Thanks for the warning. He's much smaller than my cousin's dogs.
Bears can't see well, but they have an excellent sense of smell. You pray you're downwind, not upwind of them. If one ever charges, as much as its instinct to run, don't, because that signals that you're game for sure. Same with big cats.
But what do you do if you don't have a gun?
Guns don't even stop them fast enough sometimes. You stand your ground and lift your arms to make yourself look bigger than you are, he said, demonstrating. He was over 6 feet, and that made him tower over her. It's hard to stand your ground, but you have to learn to do that, Alexis.
Not to change the subject, but actually, my name is Alexandra.
Alexandra, he said, his voice softening. My mother's a nut for British history. Like Queen Alexandra. But just remember what I said. You seem like a woman who can stand her ground. But I'm sure since I blurted out to you my family tragedy, you understand why I wanted you to know all this right away.
Yes. I'm not sure I stood my ground, though, coming here. I think I ran. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for her to say more, but she couldn't right now.
Sometimes, he said in the awkward silence, you have to run from human predators. But right now, try to follow in my footsteps, okay? If you're willing, we'll take other walks side by side, but I need to give you the newbie lesson right now.
I'm game.
Don't say it like that, Queen Alexandra. That's the term for prey around here. Come on, then. Even if you can't match the length of my strides, stick close behind.
And, she said, I promise not to shuffle. I will pick up my feet. He nodded and grinned at that reminder of his earlier advice. They set off on a path, but he cut off it almost immediately. She was glad he'd said to wear long pants, thick socks, and good hiking shoes, though she'd had to borrow those from Meg until she could get her own. Despite the warmth of the day, he'd insisted on a long-sleeved shirt over her t-shirt, too. So here she was, following and obeying a very attractive man who told her what to wear and what to do, and she'd only been here 2 full days. Would she ever learn? And yet this was different. He was so different from Lyle. Wasn't he? Quinn pointed things out to Alex as they headed through the thick trees, then across a stretch of tundra toward Falls Lake. He could tell she was bright and perceptive. Sam had told him once that he and Mary had an instant attraction and that, if it don't hit you right away you want her in more ways than one, it may not stick. Not exactly Freudian, or even logical, but Quinn was feeling that way about this woman he barely knew. He was glad he'd talked Ginger and Jeff into stopping by Gifts and More tomorrow en route to the airport. After the two of them had talked TV topics all morning, he was grateful Jeff had agreed to accompany Ginger into town to look for gifts to take home, so that freed him up now. In 2 days, his new class would assemble at the camp. So, Alex said, is there any way to hide who you really are? Not you, I mean, but the human scent on us? Otherwise, we're leaving an odor trail for bears or other predators, aren't we? He stopped and turned to her so fast she bumped into him. He'd been going much slower than he ordinarily would have, but she was still slightly out of breath, her lips parted, an intent little frown furrowing her forehead above her sky-blue eyes. Good time for lesson number 2, he said. There are ways to mask human scent. So, from the wilderness plant guy to the sweet-smelling flower gal, here's the deal on that. He took her hand to draw her over to a spot with a big fallen log. He sat, gently pulling her down beside him. We're sitting on a cedar trunk, and that's another cedar tree over us. Now, see those cedar berries on the ground? The brownish, bluish ones? Those, crushed, as well as needles from spruce trees, can be rubbed on your skin, or traps, or whatever, to conceal human scent. Chewing cedar berries stops bad breath, too, but that is not a hint. She nodded and smiled, then bit her lower lip, as if keeping herself from saying something. He had a huge urge to kiss her, but was it too soon? Not for him, but why had a beautiful woman like this come? Maybe fled to backwoods Alaska. And how long would she really stay? "What do you think of the global warming debate here in Alaska?" she asked him in a slight lull in their conversation. She was good at jumping to new subjects when silent, awkward moments stretched between them.
"It's mostly a problem north of here with melting icebergs," he told her, "but the tundra around here is being affected too. The permafrost is melting, and farther north, some native tribes may have to be relocated. It's kind of nice our short summer season of May through September is getting a bit longer, though." "Hey," he added, reaching out to grab her arm and pull her back from a tall, flowering plant she was reaching for. "Hands off. That's Devil's Club."
"What? Really? It looks pretty with its big leaves and so tall it stands out. Devil's Club?"
"It's deceptive. Good and bad. Some pioneers and tribes used it for medicinal tea and salve, but spines are hiding under the leaves. See? They break off and dig into the skin of animals or hikers, then fester and infect. Not what they seem."
"Another good lesson from Q-Man," she said. "Thank you." She looked up into his eyes. He had to steady himself to not reach for her. He felt her magnetic pull, but she'd built up some sort of invisible barrier he was either going to have to tear down or jump over.
"By the way," he added, "I've seen animals of all sorts hurt by Devil's Club, so another good reason to keep Spencer out of the woods."
She nodded, stood and stepped back from him as if she were suddenly afraid. Not of him, he hoped.
"Let's go look at this end of Falls Lake," he said, "because it goes on for nearly a mile toward that closest mountain. And even if you've heard the lake's basic story, I'll bet I can tell you more. It's a hard story to hear, but people need to know the past to prepare for the future."
She looked at him again, then away. He'd thought she might say something, even confess something, but she just nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Alex felt deeply moved, not only by the stunning view, but by the company. Quinn Mantell was knowledgeable and helpful, yet it scared her he was also charismatic and tempting. Except for that, in this wild, awesome, vast place, she felt safe with Quinn, if not from Quinn. "You know," Alex told him as they stood on the shingle shore and looked out over teal-blue Falls Lake together, "it's so beautiful here, but ominous, too. I mean, with the trees seeming to lean in with their long shadows, then the dark silhouette of the mountain creeping closer, and the muted sound of the falls feeding the lake. And it's strange to see a shore that isn't sand, but boulders and these little stones. They don't look like what I think of as shingles, but the water is crystal clear."
"Cold, too, even in our summer. And actually it's a bit silty under the surface."
"Still, I should make some products with mountain water from the falls, some special Alaskan cream or salve."
"Aha! You can take the girl out of her brewing room, but can't take the brewing room out of the girl. Or something like that."
"I'll bet you always live your love of the wilds," she countered.
"Yeah, that's true. Even when I'm in New York City for publicity or to meet with my producer, who is here now. Which reminds me, when I drive them to the airport tomorrow evening, I'll bring them to see your Gifts and More shop. Ginger's as good as a professional shopper. Comes with one suitcase or more empty, goes home with them full."
"Her husband's your producer?"
"Right. He handles finances and program control, hires the on-site videographer, liaises with our lawyer and sponsors, oversees the assembling of the half-hour shows. Jeff and Ginger Baldwin are New Yorkers through and through, so this is like being on Mars for them. By the way, have you asked Meg and Suzanne what's with the title of their shop? What's the more?" he asked, turning to her, though his squinting into the sun did nothing to dim his steady green gaze. "Just the experience of being in and shopping for lovely, unique, local things in a lovely place," she told him, wondering if he was teasing again,
asking if the more was her, like that old book about airline stewardesses, coffee, tea, or me. "And maybe the more is the items we sell about your program," she said, and he grinned and nodded. They sat on a tree trunk that had whitened like other driftwood nearby. They were silent for a moment, just taking it all in. She was so strangely content, and yet so stirred up inside for being in this precious place with him. "So what was the extra information you mentioned about the lake?" she asked. "It's past tragedy, you mean? I looked at one of the brochures in the shop about Falls Lake and the little pioneer town being buried under tons of water once, then the town it covered being submerged." He took a breath and expelled it hard before looking intently at her again.
Buried beneath the water here is a small pioneer prospectors' settlement. You met Sam. His wife Mary had an upset stomach, so she didn't come to the salmon bake. Anyhow, her grandparents were in the little village here when the falls let loose. Mary had been reared by her grandmother and loved her a lot, supposedly resembles her. With others, including Mary's grandfather, the old woman died in the sort of tidal wave. Anyway, some say the lake is haunted at night by at least one soul who died under it. She turned more toward him, drawing one leg up on the tree trunk. "Really? So have you ever heard or seen proof, suggestions that it's true?" "Promise me you won't try to get me locked up. Sam or Mary, either. Sam's brother, Josh, has heard it too. Yeah, crying, even wailing at night in the darkness. Can't tell whether it's a man or a woman."
"Do they hear it at the lodge?"
"Apparently not. Maybe too tightly locked up at night. Anyhow, the lawyer in New York who's our main investor is pushing for the ghost stuff in future shows. Anything to up the audience demographics is okay with him."
Terrible about that tidal wave. I didn't know that, but then there's so much I don't know about my new home.
"But it is true," he went on, shaking his head as his voice became quieter, "that the falls do seem louder at night, as if they'll let loose again. Anyhow, my producer and I were recently discussing whether or not to include the tragedy of Falls Lake in a segment, and I said no. I don't want an influx of people tramping through the area, looking for ghosts, and bothering people like my team."
It would be like tracking the past, and an unusual, dramatic, and tragic one at that.
"True. Did my advisors hire you to bring that up?" "Anyhow, that tragedy already brings in occasional scuba divers or historians now and then to examine the water-covered ruins, so you may see them at the lodge as well as my students. I have a good friend, a search and rescue diver, who's a professor at Michigan State where I went to college. He wants to come and check it out sometime soon."
He promised to take her on a hike clear around to see the falls themselves sometime, and they headed back. Again, she felt so safe with him. That is, from anything but her growing attraction to him. But she'd learned her lesson, and she would not let those feelings show or give them a chance to grow. Not now. She just couldn't. Why, less than 2 weeks ago she'd been, stupidly, engaged to another man, one she didn't really know until it was almost too late. But Quinn had given her a real gift today, and she'd thank him for that. He'd shared advice that would keep her and Spencer safe. She loved the forest, the tundra, and this lake, partly because there was no way Lyle could ever find her here. Besides, his mere presence would pollute this pristine, precious place. Chapter 8.
Not only darling packaging, but the products have lovely descriptions, too, Ginger Baldwin pronounced as she looked over the offerings in Alex's new display the next day. These are useful as well as sweet, but not overwhelmingly scented. Encased in tight black leather pants with a short matching jacket and boots, Ginger proceeded to sniff at the samplers. Alex wished she had not brought Chip's dog out here with Spencer because Buffy kept trying to dig at her infected area.
Alex had sprayed it with water and vinegar again, and the dog couldn't get to the ear because she'd made her a protective cone from a trimmed-up kitchen funnel.
Not Alaskan products per se, Ginger went on, but they'll still make great gifts. I like to give unique things to my female friends. Metro, as they are, would you believe they all love to watch Quinn?
Yes, I can believe that, Alex told her with a little smile. He is rather unique.
And unassumingly macho. Despite the fact the show targets men, I hear a lot of women watch it, probably thinking of tracking Q-Man himself.
As they shared a quiet laugh, Alex felt a little guilty. She suspected Quinn was interested in her as a woman, and not just a friend of his friends. But the last thing she needed, until she could heal and get some perspective and trust another man, was falling for Quinn Mantell. She kept telling herself every chance she got, but it didn't seem to be often enough. "I've only seen a little bit of one tracking episode," she admitted to Ginger, "but I'll watch more, especially since they are filmed around here, and I need to get to know the area."
"I have a feeling you'll be seeing more of the real, off-TV Quinn," Ginger added, with a roll of her eyes at the men who were looking at the wooden duck carvings across the shop.
"I hear he gets rather busy the week a class is in town. A few of the ones staying here until they report in tomorrow have been in the shop, mostly buying gifts for wives or girlfriends back home, a few shopping for things for their kids, or even themselves."
Still whispering, Ginger said, "I'd just as soon Jeff left me home. But the weather was fine this time, and so is the shopping, partly thanks to you. Listen, I'd like to take quite a few of these lilac and rose lip balms, and, the daisy vanilla one, too. And some of this sunflower salve, and the lavender oatmeal soap. So where are you planning to concoct these here?"
"Probably in the storage room at the rear of the lodge, unless I can get a room added out the back here."
"So you're here for a while. Well, don't freeze to death. Now, I know a lot of movers and shakers in the fashion world of Manhattan, and they will love these. There may be an opportunity for you to sell them there, and I'd love to oversee that. No commission necessary, just something new and interesting to do. You see, ever since I had the horror and honor of watching Captain Sully Sullenberger save that plane load of people that went into the Hudson River 10 years ago, I was inspired to help, too, though I'd never come up to that kind of a feat."
"I'm grateful. Actually, I've been harassed on my website and had to shut it down for a while. But I'll see it's resurrected soon when I find some computer-savvy person here."
"Here? Around Falls Lake?" Ginger asked so loudly Alex jumped. "Now there's a challenge. Until Quinn helped to bring in those cell towers, this place was back in the last century, buried like that little village under the lake. As much as I can't stand the airhead hanger-on who has attached herself to our videographer, Riker, I have to agree with her that this place is pretty backwoods."
"I noticed her when I first arrived. She does tend to stand out."
"And she'd love to drag Riker out of here, turn him into some sort of great Hollywood filmmaker. I told her, dream on and move on. But she's stubborn. Now, back to your website situation. Not to play fairy godmother, but give me your email address and I'll have a tech contact you. He's in Manhattan, but that doesn't matter. You do not need someone screwing up your life online or in real life, and I trust this man."
"Better take her advice, whatever it is,"
Jeff told Alex as he came over to the checkout counter with a carved and painted merganser duck decoy in his hands.
"I do. Then Q-Man here takes my advice, right?"
he asked Quinn.
"Absolutely. At least concerning business deals and scripts."
Alex felt he watched her as she punched in the multiple purchases his friends had made. They all said goodbye, and she watched the three of them trek back toward Quinn's car so he could drive them to the airport. Suddenly, she felt lonely and wished she could go with them. Ginger had been a bit overpowering, but very kind, and she wasn't sure when she'd see Quinn again since his new class of students reported in tomorrow. 2 more of the very men who would be moving from the lodge to the camp tomorrow meandered into the shop.
"So that was Q-Man himself, right?"
the austere-looking man with the crew cut asked. He had a pronounced German accent.
"We got a bet on that, and we'd like to buy what he bought."
She thought about making up a big list of items, but she told them, "Actually, I suggest buying some of his DVDs to take home with you. He brought those over himself yesterday."
"Do you spray something in here with vinegar to make colors shine?"
he asked, looking around. Alex heard Spencer sneeze. She turned to see him wrinkle his nose as Buffy made another attempt to rake her ear with a back paw. It was then that she, so used to the scents in this small shop, realized how kind Ginger, Jeff, and Quinn had been, not to mention that the place must reek of vinegar and dogs, and for Ginger to say she'd take on representing the products with her friends. Whether they were from Manhattan, Germany, or Falls Lake, this place made people kind, and Alex so appreciated that. Lyle had never seemed so far away. On his way back from the airport, Quinn parked his truck at the lodge and trekked back to the gift shop again. Damn, but he was interested in the more the sign promised. He didn't want Alex to bolt, but next week was going to be really busy, and surely it wouldn't be too forward to ask her to go into town for dinner when he'd only known her a couple of days. And there were a few hours of daylight left. If that didn't fly, he'd try to stay at the lodge for dinner, but then he'd probably have cousins and dogs galore hanging on as well as Chip. He liked Chip, wanted a son of his own someday, but he'd need a wife first, and what woman, except the amazing Mary Spruce, would want to live in a log cabin in a tracking and survival camp out in the wilds? He and Sam had kept themselves busy boiling bathwater for Ginger during her short stay. He was surprised Ginger had agreed to stay at the camp instead of insisting on the lodge or a place in town, but she'd given in to Jeff's desire to rough it. No doubt that would be another story she could tell her friends, besides seeing the Miracle on the Hudson. Well, if he ever did take the plunge to get married, he'd get a house in town, real high living in a place with a population of about 420. But it did have 2 good places to eat, and he wanted to take Alexandra Collister to his favorite. He saw she was just closing up. She had her little watchdog, Spencer, in one arm, but the lodge dog, Buffy, the conehead, was nowhere in sight. She may be nervous and shy, but she seemed so right for this place. It was nuts, but for the first time in years, even when he buried himself in work, he wanted a wife and family. He'd seen how devastated his mother had been by their family tragedy, how it had taken her years and a new love to climb out of the pit. He wondered if something tragic like that had happened to Alex. "Quinn," she called when she saw him. "Did they make their flight? Is everything all right?"
"They have their own plane, so it waits for them. But I was just wondering if it's too late to ask you to go into town to dinner. There's a good roadhouse-type place there." He reached out, wanting to touch her, but petting Spencer instead. At least the dog loved him.
"Oh, you mean tonight? I told Meg and Suze I'd eat with them and give them a demo of my products. You know, girls' night." He almost wondered if that was an excuse, like, I have to wash my hair.
"It's my last night of real freedom for a week," he said. "Days are busy, too."
I know. I met several of your current students, 2 men from Berlin. They talked about the schedule you set for them, with lectures, demos, many field trips, and all. He put one hand on the door she had just locked, partly blocking her in against it.
"Queen Alexandra, I'm a very direct person, so I'll just say this. I think we could be good friends. Maybe more than that. But you seem skittish or elusive, or maybe you just don't want to spend time with me. How should I read this?"
She heaved a huge sigh and looked away, then back. "Quinn, I came here to escape someone I made a huge, stupid mistake with."
"I'm not him."
"I know. You certainly are not. It's just, I messed up, really endangered myself. I need time to get myself together. I'm not good at handling emotions right now."
"I understand. And if you don't want to talk about it, we won't. I can imagine it's a lot to come to a very different, faraway place with baggage. You know what I mean. I've been running from blaming myself for something terrible for years, but life goes on. My mother eventually remarried, and she's very happy."
She looked up at him, right in his eyes, instead of shifting her gaze away. That hadn't come out just right, so he hoped she got what he meant. Suzanne had mentioned that Alex hadn't been married, so she couldn't be running from that. If she wasn't going to tell him, he'd ask Suzanne or Meg. "Quinn, thank you so much for asking me, and for being a friend to me, and to Suze and Meg. Chip, too. He looks up to you. If I could just take a rain check."
"When you're ready, if you're ready, let me know. See you sometime."
He headed for his car, not going through the lodge, but around the side to the parking lot. He didn't look back. He was hoping she'd come after him, or at least call his name to make him turn around. But she didn't. So, damn it, he didn't. Chapter 9. "You did what?" Suze asked, pretending to fall back as if she were stunned. "Meg, this crazy woman turned Quinn down for a date. Oh, sorry, hon," she added, giving Alex a quick hug, "because I understand with all you've just been through, but dinner with Quinn instead of us sounds like a no-brainer." Meg was hovering now, too. The sun was down and the common room mostly deserted since their guests had turned in early to prepare for their 7 a.m. start time at the tracking and survival camp. Chip had gone to bed, taking his 2 dogs, who slept in his room. He was happy to have Buffy out of her torture collar, as he called it. That meant Spencer was their only canine companion up this late, but he was snoozing by the empty hearth where he could still keep an eye on Alex. "Sure, we understand," Meg said, flopping into her seat at the dinner table where Suze had laid out a meal for the 3 of them, large salads with salmon soup. "It's just that Suze had a crush on him for years before she started dating that lawyer in town, and Q-Man seems hesitant to form emotional ties other than with Sam and Mary Spruce. He's been close to Sam for a long time. Sam's dad was like a second father to Quinn, taught him tracking. What was his name, Suze? Tracker Jake. Died way before we came here. He only passed his skills on to Sam and Quinn, evidently because Josh was too stubborn and refused to master tracking. Josh doesn't say much, as you may have noticed, Alex. He ekes out a living working here and for Sam and Quinn at the camp. But we heard he's been making some money in online gaming contests of some sort. Who was it?" she asked Suze, "who told us he'd like to open up a gaming lounge in Anchorage? Sam or Mary?" "Not my thing," Suze said with a shrug. "Don't remember." Alex wanted to hear more about Quinn, so she brought the conversation back around to him. Quinn said something tragic happened in his past, during his childhood. She was fishing for more information on Quinn's early tragedy, but she didn't want to blurt it out if he hadn't told anyone around here. "Did he tell you that too?" Suze asked. "Already? We only found out about his childhood trauma when his mother visited here a couple of years ago. She read about a bear attack in the Yukon while she was here, and then told us about her and Quinn's loss. His father was mauled and killed by a bear, and Quinn found him. You think he would have become a hater and hunter of bears, instead of just a wildlife expert and tracker." Alex put her soup spoon back in the bowl. "When he warned me about bears and keeping Spencer out of the woods, he mentioned he'd lost his father and his own dog, a Scotty, to a bear attack, but said it was not in this area. And I certainly got the message it wasn't a great topic to pursue." "His father was a real outdoorsman, I hear," Meg added. "They were from Lansing, Michigan, but the dad loved Alaska, and they came for several summers before his dad died. I didn't know about Quinn's pet dog. No wonder he took to Spencer." "But," Sue said to Meg as if the twins were finishing each other's thoughts. "The miracle is Quinn took to Alex so fast. Well, I didn't mean that quite like it came out." Alex said, "Did Quinn's mother say that he at least partly blamed himself for the tragedy? Because he was hiding from his dad and that drew him in the direction where the bear attacked?" "Oh, no," Meg said as tears matted her eyelashes. "We didn't know that. It's like, well, Chip has never gotten over his father's loss, even though he had nothing to do with the plane crash. He'll say things like, 'Mom, if it wasn't my birthday, Dad wouldn't have tried to fly home a day early in that bad weather. Mom, maybe he was thinking about my new bike and wasn't paying attention to his flying, just for that 1 second he hit the mountain.'" The three of them grasped hands in the middle of the table and said nothing for a moment. "So sorry, sis," Sue said to Meg, "that so many things bring his loss back." Meg nodded, then whispered, "Let's change the subject. This was supposed to be girls' night, not a sob fest." Alex said, "I'm thankful I'm here, that you took me in and gave me your support and trust." They all wiped their eyes, blew noses, and went back to eating cold soup. How Alex wished there were 4 of them here, that she had Allie with her in body and not just in spirit. And would she ever have the moment, the courage, to share with them the huge loss in her life? Not losing Lyle and her life back in Illinois, but losing her own twin sister. Late the next afternoon, Alex not only minded the store, but cleaned it, washing windows, sweeping the floor, dusting products. Poor Spencer sneezed more than once, and she did too. The light wind was so fresh outside that she kept the door ajar while her little watchdog yawned and slept in the sun. Very few customers came in today, now that the lodge guests had moved to a bunkhouse down the road for their first day of tracker school. She wondered how the initial greetings and orientation were managed. Did Quinn do all the lecturing and demos, or did Sam Spruce help too? She'd had so little time to meet Sam. Spencer gave a quick double bark, so she knew someone was coming. "Hey, hi," a female voice called to her. Alex stood and turned around from where she'd been wiping off one of the lower storage shelves. It was the videographer's girlfriend, she of the frizzy hair and false eyelashes. Alex could see this close up. Spencer looked up, tilted his head, barked twice more in greeting, then, when she came in, went back to sleep, as if this visitor was not half as interesting as Alex thought she was. "Hello. Sorry, I didn't hear you coming," she told the woman. "I'm just setting up the shop, making it my own since I arrived. I have some beauty products you might like. Not that you need them, but I make them myself, so they're unique." "Worth a looky look," she said with a world-weary sigh as she sauntered in. "I am absolutely bored with the gift shops in this little burg of a town." She was not wearing her belted leather jacket this time, but a hot pink hoodie, with the hood thrown back and the tightest jeans Alex had ever seen, especially around here where it seemed people went for comfort first. On Ginger, a similar outfit had seemed natural, but this one, and the woman in it, looked even more out of place. With all that white blonde curly hair, maybe she couldn't have pulled the hood up anyway. "Welcome. I'm Alex," she told her. "Val Chambers, a California girl through and through." "Oh, that's a cute watchdog. I thought he was fake at first, like a shishi doorstop. And some of those bark when you enter." She sighed again, ignored Spencer, who was sleeping, then frowned as she picked up various products and squinted to read the names and labels. Despite her large breasts, she was petite. "I'm here because of a man. Aren't we all?" she said with a sigh. "Actually, my goal in life is to get the heck out of this Mayberry RFD place. With my man. Why are you here?" Alex blinked at that. Yes, she was here because of a man, but not the way this woman meant, and no way was she going to confide in her. Spencer had been right to try to ignore her. He seemed to have a sixth sense about whom to trust. "The women who own and run this lodge are relatives," Alex said, "and I was glad to escape my hometown for a while. Apparently the winters around this place are deadly boring, so I hope you're planning on being here short term. Might as well be encased in ice, I hear. Mary Spruce says it's lovely, affording time to rest and to spend with people. But I don't pay much attention to her. It's pretty obvious she wishes I'd disappear. Quinn, too. Probably the whole lot of them. They're being really selfish, keeping an extremely talented man back. Not to mention the salaries are pitiful around here, as I'm sure you know." With a shake of her curly head, she went back to surveying Alex's products. At least Ms. Val Chambers bought several lip balms and a skin cream, though she shook her head and sighed at most of the merchandise, as if it were way beneath her. Not a great way to make friends, Alex thought. So if this camera guy, Riker, liked her, he must have a one-track mind for what she offered. No, that wasn't fair, she scolded herself as the woman finally left. Alex leaned in the doorway to see her walk around the lodge without going in. In a few minutes, she drove away in what looked to be a luxury car, so out of place around here. Sitting on the tall wooden stool behind the counter in the sudden quiet, Alex started to nod off. At least that woman was right that it was another world here. So far from home. But where was home now? Strangely, she was starting to feel at home here. She was running away to come here, running far across the country. Lyle was after her, reaching for her, shouting, "You are mine or the end. A plane will crash into the mountain, or a bear will eat you. I will find you. You cannot hide. The end." She heard someone give a little scream. Her head bobbed and jerked her awake. Oh, just a bad dream. So far, she'd been successfully avoiding those. She glanced over at Spencer, but the spot where he'd been sleeping held only sun on the cedar board floor. She got up and came around the counter to see if he was eating from his bowl she'd hidden in the corner. His leash was there, nicely curled up as she had left it. If he needed to go outside to use a tree or wanted to take a walk, the clever little guy had always brought it to her, as if to say, "Let's get going." As her heart began to pound, she shook herself fully awake. "Spencer? Where are you?" Surely he wouldn't have gone outside on his own. She went to the door, which stood barely ajar, and opened it wide to glance outside. "Spencer? Here, boy. Here, Spencer." She stepped outside. Maybe he'd gone outside, back to the lodge to find Chip. He loved Chip, even the other two dogs, and that made her think how he'd enjoy belonging to a family. She grabbed her purse, locked the door, and darted toward the lodge. But what if he was out here somewhere? Came back to the shop and found it deserted. She cupped her hands around her mouth. "Spencer? Here, Spencer?" Nothing. No one. Bird sounds. The wind in the trees. She tore into the lodge. Suze was wiping some oil on the fireplace mantel with a white cotton rag. "Suze, have you seen Spencer? Or Chip?" "Chip's in his room. Meg's making him read out loud because he starts first grade soon and he's nervous." "Wait, you mean Spencer isn't with you?" "I fell asleep just for a minute or two, and when I looked up, he was gone. I had a customer, Val, that girlfriend of Riker's, but she left, and Spencer would have barked if she came back. I'm pretty sure the lodge door's been closed, but go ahead and call for him inside here, and I'll go check with Chip." Alex ran through the back rooms, the kitchens, the halls. She checked his little bed in her room, however futile that was because her door had been closed and locked. She glanced at herself in the mirror over the dresser as she rushed by. It was as if Allie were distressed, too, rushing to help look. "Oh, dear Lord, please don't let me have brought my Spencer all the way here just for something awful to have happened to him." She ran back out and saw Suze rushing toward her. "Chip hasn't seen him, and he and Meg want to help look. They're leaving the other two dogs in his room. Let's go along the edge of the forest and call for him." Alex felt sick to her stomach as the four of them walked the perimeter of the property, calling into the forest that now seemed so dense and dark, despite the fact that night was still 3 or 4 hours away. Wish we would have taught Buffy or King to be trackers, Chip said, taking Alex's hand. 'Cause he might have gone after snowshoes or something.
Snowshoes?
You know, the kind of rabbit. They've been around here lately.
Alex felt as if someone had hit her hard in the stomach. Scottish terriers were originally bred to root out and chase rabbits, even rats. But wouldn't he have barked to wake her if he'd gone after one? And Quinn had said to keep him out of the forest. Bears, wildcats, even just stumbling into that horrible needle-like bush called Devil's Club could be deadly. But Chip had given her an idea when he'd said that Buffy and King were not trackers, because she knew someone who was. Yes, he was no doubt busy lecturing or demonstrating tracking to his new host of students, but she was desperate. Would Quinn be willing to help after she'd turned him down for a date? But none of that mattered now, at least not to her. She had to find Spencer, get him back. "I know Quinn's probably busy with his new group," she told the three of them. "Darkness will set in soon, too, but I need to ask him for help. If he's tied up, maybe he knows someone who could help me. I have to try, or I'd never forgive myself. If Spencer comes back, call me on my cell. I could call Quinn, but I need to ask in person." Meg and Suze exchanged silent but very loud glances. "Sure, but don't you go into the forest alone looking for Spencer," Meg insisted. "And if you get too far out toward the lake, cell towers or not, your phone won't work. Let us know what you're going to do, because if he can't help you, we'll do something. But it might have to be tomorrow to get a search party together. And that's usually just done for people." Sucking in a sob, Alex hugged them both and ruffled Chip's hair. She was out of breath by the time she got to her room to grab a jacket, her purse, and Meg's hiking boots before she ran out the front door to her truck. Chapter 10. Alex didn't care if Lake Road was one lane and twisty. She drove fast. She wished her quest to get Quinn's help could have happened after she'd been here for a while. She didn't know the area, and neither did Spencer. Talk about babes in the woods. The modest wooden sign to the Q-Man Tracker and Survival School told her where to turn in. Several trucks were parked in an unpaved open space. A sign shaped like an arrow read, "Enter and pick up your feet." Ordinarily, she might have smiled. "Hello there," a female voice called to her as she went past a screen of birch trees, then through a gate toward the first building she saw. "I'm Mary Spruce. Are you a friend of one of the new students? They're pretty busy right now." "I'm a friend of Quinn's. I need his help. Sorry to burst in like this, but I'm Alexandra Collister from next door, the lodge." "Oh, sure. I heard you had joined our neighbors. I'm Mary Spruce. I'm glad to meet you, but Quinn, my dog is missing. Maybe wandered off in the forest, and I need Quinn's help. Advice, something." She fought from bursting into tears. Mary took her elbow and sat her down on a bench outside a log cabin. The woman was pretty, with dark red hair. Her denim floor-length skirt and jacket were complemented by her necklace with some sort of large, dangling claws. "Please," Alex said. "Time is important. I know he's busy, but if you could tell him—" "I'll tell him. After a first day of work, they're having a welcome gathering in the dining hall. I was just getting more paper plates," she said, popping up. "You just come with me, right?" "Right. Thank you so much." They hurried across a grassy space that looked to Alex like a series of alleys, each ending in a square soil-filled box where it seemed like one would toss horseshoes at a target or grow seeds in a slightly raised bed. "Be careful not to step in any of these," Mary told her, pointing at the squares of sand or soil. "Examples of tracks." Mary took her into a large, one-story log cabin with a rack of moose antlers over the door. Inside, she smelled food and coffee amid the sounds of mostly masculine conversations and laughter. "You stand here, and I'll get him," Mary said, and gave Alex's arm a little squeeze as she moved gracefully away through the crowd of noisy men. Oh, there were also 3 women standing together, laughing, holding their plates and eating. Yes, she'd heard women took this beginner course. So did they take the survival skills one, too? She could use those skills now. Alex spotted Quinn across the room, talking, nodding.
She had the urge to run to him through the crowd. He was looking down at someone and then squinted her way, so Mary must have reached him already. His expression did not show surprise, but his eyes still burned her from that distance as they stared at each other as if no one else were here. She knew Quinn hid his emotions, claiming to be a direct person. Well, she had to be direct now. Do anything to find Spencer. He came toward her like a steady, tall ship through the shifting sea of people, nodding at some, giving a quick answer to questions here and there. He kept coming.
"Alex, what is it?" he said, putting a strong hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong? Something at the lodge?"
So Mary hadn't even gotten to him or had time to explain. "I'm so sorry to cut in here, but I'm desperate. Spencer's missing. Walked away from the shop, I guess, and it's going to be dark soon, and you said it was dangerous for him out there. But he's never just done this, and his leash was right there, and we all called and searched." He took her arm and steered her into the kitchen where Josh was putting plates of food out on a pass-through ledge. He darted a look at them, then went back to serving. Mary came in with Sam right behind her. "He saw you before I got there, but I told Sam," Mary said as the two of them hovered together across the room.
"Quinn," Alex whispered, "I'm sorry about barging in after everything."
"Forget that and try to keep calm."
"I need your advice and help."
"Sam," Quinn said, turning away from her and gesturing his friend closer. "Please grab me a number 4 backpack and another one full of water and granola bars. And some hamburger to pass for dog food. In a plastic sack, so we don't draw unwanted guests with the excellent sense of scent."
Did he mean bears? Quinn looked down at what Alex was wearing and nodded at the jeans and boots, then turned away again.
"Mary, can I borrow a warm jacket for Alex? And make sure there are at least 2 garbage bags and 2 flashlights in the rations backpack."
Sam turned away and went out with Mary right behind him. Josh just shook his head and kept putting bowls of food on the counter. No one but Alex seemed to notice him, yet she felt he was watchful, even judgmental.
"Don't take this wrong, or let me scare you," Quinn said, "but we're going for another walk in the woods. You'll have to do what I say, and hopefully we can find him before darkness sets in."
You'll go with me? Take me? Oh, thank you, Quinn."
"But you're going to have to promise me that you will focus on what I say no matter what. That requires keeping emotions in check. I know it's hard, but we can't have any tears or panic no matter what. We concentrate. Take it from someone who learned the hard way that it does not one bit of good to fall apart."
Oh yes, she'd play by his rules. Strange, but even after being so betrayed and mentally, even physically, beaten down by Lyle, she trusted this man. But then she had to, with Spencer's survival at stake, as well as her own safety deep in the woods. Alex hoped it wasn't her imagination, but daylight already seemed to bleed away, despite the clear sky. Quinn drove her and their gear in his big black truck to the lodge, where they piled out and went in. She had to go to the bathroom, but she didn't say a word and just concentrated on what he was saying and doing. He'd strapped a backpack on her, one with Mary's borrowed jacket and supplies inside. He had a larger pack on himself. "Quinn, you're here," Meg cried. "If you can find his trail, can we all help?"
"What's that old saying?" he countered. "Too many cooks spoil the broth." "Same in the woods. It's going to be just me and my new student here. And don't worry if we're out after dark," he said to Meg as Suze and Chip ran up.
"Can I go too?" Chip asked. "I can help. Use some of the stuff you taught me on our walk."
"Not this time," Quinn told him and squeezed the boy's shoulder. "Okay, please, everybody stay back. We're going to try to pick up Spencer's trail from the gift store."
"Take good care of her and Spencer," Suze called after them.
"The very best I can,"
was all Alex heard from him as he started at the closed door of the shop, held her back with one hand, then crouched to study the ground.
"You and the others have been back and forth out here," he said.
"Yes, I was desperate. Sorry."
"To be expected. I've seen lots worse than this, and with people missing, not a dog. I consult with search and rescue teams in the state and beyond sometimes. Stay back until I find just his trail. I know Scotty footprints."
She did as he said, trying to steady her rapid breathing. He went farther down several paths, then to openings in the forest, not even so much on the obvious path they'd taken before. He took out his flashlight, though it wasn't dark yet, however much the shadows had begun to lean long and gray. She saw him slant the beam at what must be prints, maybe to make them stand out in sharper relief.
"Okay," he called to her. "Over here. My guess is he saw a snowshoe rabbit and went after it. See these tracks? It's called a snowshoe because its back feet are huge compared to the front. Great for traversing snow or any kind of mud or tundra. See, we're tracking these 4 separate tracks, as well as Spencer's. Snowshoe hares are forest dwellers who love bushy undergrowth. They're a lot larger than cottontails, and this time of year in their summer coats they are grayish-brown with white underparts.
If Spencer catches it, I hope it doesn't have the tularemia bacteria."
He turned to look at her. His eyebrows lifted. "Is that what that sluggish, wasting rabbit disease is called? So you have to cook rabbit meat real well done and don't handle it without gloves?" "Are you a scientist or vet?" "See, we both know things to share. Never mind, tell me later."
She had been going to explain about her training and vet tech job, but she could only nod as she leaned down by him when he shone his flashlight beam almost sideways at the tracks again.
"Scotty dog," he said, focusing the light on the paw print she recognized instantly, "and hopping faster and faster away here, the snowshoe, with Spencer chasing it." He turned and started away at a good clip. "Come on," he called back. "Stay tight to me."
Both fearful and grateful. That's exactly what she did. As they plunged into the woods, he was all business. Why, she fumed, had Spencer left her and safety behind when this was all strange to him? But she knew the answer to that. Centuries of breeding that made a terrier a terror to any sort of prey or enemy. Little Terror, she had nicknamed him at first when she brought him home from the shelter, and he didn't trust her. Yet love had changed him. And now, as scared as she was that something would happen to him, the little dog's courage gave her courage, too. After they had walked in brisk silence deeper into the forest, Quinn stopped so fast she almost bumped into him.
"The snowshoe is tiring here. Thinking of going to ground."
He could tell all that from what looked like a smear of tracks.
"See, it darts off toward that thicket," he added.
He veered to the right, so she did too. In a patch of what looked like grass and weeds, Quinn grabbed a 4-foot branch off the ground and lifted some of the thicket.
"Yeah, Spencer dug here," he told her.
She stepped up beside Quinn and looked down at a rough hole. "I've seen him dig like that, in my flower beds before I had them raised. Did he catch the rabbit?"
"No sign of that. No fur, blood, or anything. Stand still here, and I'm going to look around the sides and back of this area to see if he rooted the hair out."
"Quinn, I have to go. I mean, like, bathroom call. Can I just go over there and—"
"Don't go far. I won't look. But you be careful. No poison ivy or oak in Alaska, but don't let anything touch your bare skin. No wiping with leaves because there's cow parsnip around here, and uncovered skin is most sensitive. Believe me," he said.
"Yes, all right," she said, nodding, then turning quickly away. She had not a clue what cow parsnip looked like and amazed herself by blushing about what he had said, however brusque and matter-of-fact he had been. She went behind a large tree trunk, partly pulled down her jeans and underwear, and squatted.
"I won't look," he'd said.
But when he did look at her, it was so intense, even if he was talking about cow parsnip. She had so much to learn. Maybe both of them did. About each other. Yet nothing mattered but finding her second best friend right now. Second best after Allie. Chapter 11. Quinn was grateful it wasn't dark yet, but the light level and temperature were falling fast. Darn little dog with that much spunk and energy, but his paw prints seemed to be flagging. He might have a thorn in or have hurt his right back paw, too, because he'd developed a little limp, though he didn't share that with Alex. What irony. He'd eaten alone in town last night, though several people had come up to his table to talk. He'd wished she'd come to him at the camp to change her mind about the date. Would she have come at all if she hadn't been desperate for his help? He prayed they'd find her dog, but he didn't want her to need him just for that. This whole thing hurt so much because it just reopened the wound of his causing his Scotty's death. And his dad's. "Let's go," he said when she rejoined him quickly after relieving herself. "I found both sets of tracks again, going out the other side of this rabbit warren toward the lake. Keep close." She did. They were making their own path now, through low brush beneath trees. He kept his head down, squinting at the ground, using his flashlight if he needed to bring the tracks into sharper relief. They startled a pair of moose who seemed to frown at them, then shuffled off. "The setting sun and leaf litter on the ground aren't helping," he muttered. "I'm going to have to make a guess that the snowshoe would not go out into the open toward the lake, but try to find a hole again, some tundra ground. But I can tell Spencer is finally flagging." He stopped and heaved a huge sigh.
"Quinn, what is it? You haven't lost their trail?" She peered around him. "What are those big 5-toed tracks?"
"Bear," he said, his voice breaking for a moment. "But not tracks laid down at the same time, I think."
"You think?"
she said, reaching forward to grip his arm. "They veer off a different way, see? We'll go on this way." He could see the slash of distant lake through the foliage. It was getting dark since the sun had dropped below the distant mountain. And despite the mid-August date and the fact he'd been sweating with exertion and nerves, the air was noticeably chilly, as if the quickening breeze was breathing on them. He sensed Alex looking to the side now that they'd seen bear tracks.
"Quinn, what if the snowshoe eluded him, or Spencer gave up and was thirsty and headed for the lake? With his little legs, I'm not sure he could have run a lot farther. But I'm afraid he's come far enough that he might not know his way back. Cats are much better at directional memory, but they can get lost too, in strange surroundings, especially when everything looks alike."
Quinn rose to his full height, for once not staring at the ground. He reached for the binoculars he had attached to his backpack, but had not touched so far. "You sound like a veterinarian again."
"Vet tech. Kind of like an assistant, only more."
She paused for a moment, then said quietly,
"He was a vet. I worked for him."
"But didn't marry him." This was the man she left behind, he thought.
"But I didn't marry him. I was going to before I wised up. Before he wised me up."
He still didn't look at her, but put the binoculars up to his eyes and pointed them toward Falls Lake. "Did he rough you up?" he asked.
"I thought he was just ardent before. A little controlling. He roughed me up mentally, emotionally, I guess, and I didn't realize it. Yes, he got physical, over the line, I mean, and I ran. I can't believe I'm telling you this now."
"I just want to say again, I'm not like that." He waited a moment, then went back to the binoculars. "I have some good and some bad news. Bad, it's going to be dark soon, but for the stars, so we'll make camp and spend the night out by the lake. The sun will be up early, and we'll get back at a decent time."
She gasped. "Without Spencer?"
"The good news? I think there will be 3 of us, so we'll have a watchdog tonight. I see a little blur of black across the end of the lake that may be—"
"Oh, Quinn!"
she cried, drawing in a big breath and pressing her hands over her mouth before reaching for his binoculars.
"Not some other animal or a piece of drift log? Chip said there are beaver dams farther down the lake."
"Not inky black ones," he said as she changed the focus to fit her eyes. "Though if your Spencer takes to chasing them before we get there, he'll get himself in even more trouble."
"It's him! I think it's him!"
"Don't call to him when we get closer. Pretty sure he's got a cut or a thorn in his back right paw, and we don't need him running across that shingle shore. Come on," he said, taking the binoculars back. "Let's save your little Scotty." He was really happy for her, even for himself. There had once been a little black Scotty he couldn't save, but maybe this partly made up for it.
And her obvious relief and joy helped, too. Even Quinn blinked back tears at Alex's reunion with the tattered-looking dog, yet for a moment he saw again what he had tried to forget for years. The remnants of his Scotty's bloody body where he had evidently died trying to protect his father, who lay sprawled on the ground amid blood-stained leaves and grass. If only he hadn't disobeyed to run off ahead to hide. Thank you, she said, cuddling the dirty dog in her arms, kissing his muddy, mussed head, while Spencer went crazy looking at her chin and neck. Oh, Quinn, I can't thank you enough. He bit back the too obvious and crude remark that, "We'll find a way," and said instead, "I'm glad you came to me, trusted me. Listen, before it gets too dark for me to make a quick camp, bring him over to the water. We don't want to get him chilled, so we'll let him stay dirty for now, but like I said, I'll bet he's got an injury to that paw he's been favoring." He moved closer and they both looked. A thorn and some blood. I'm in awe you could spot that from his tracks. That isn't Devil's Club in him, is it?
No, those are more like big, thick hairs.
If you'll help hold him, I'll pull it out and wash it, wrap it with something.
We can carry him or put him in your backpack, he told her, as together, kneeling by the clear, cold water, they washed the bloody paw. Amazingly, the little guy let her pull the embedded thorn out with no fuss, but a few whines and whimpers. She was good at it, assured and adept, but then she was obviously skilled with animals, at least domesticated ones. With Alex carrying the dog like a baby, they moved back from the lake toward the forest, but did not enter it. Stay put, he told her. I'll get some firewood and a big piece of bark from a downed tree I saw for a cover. Our sleeping bags will be those plastic garbage bags, if you want to dig those out with the water and food. See? We are dining together.
Water and granola bars never sounded better, she said, so obviously happy now. He moved away, found what he needed, and came right back. She had taken out the plastic bag of hamburger for Spencer and was feeding him with her fingers. He put down the large hunk of curved cedar bark and arranged twigs and a few small logs for a crude fire. Amazing, was all she said when he made sparks to catch the kindling by twirling a friction stick amid the twigs. He blew on that to feed it and soon had a fire going. They drank bottled water and she let Spencer lap from her cupped hands. The dog almost instantly fell asleep in her arms. Alex looked so beautiful in the flicker of the fire with the stars popping out overhead, like diamonds. He drank in her closeness, relishing the fact she needed and trusted him. I'm grateful for Mary's jacket, she said. Even in a rush, you thought of everything. It was kind of her to lend it.
She's a really good person. She gets depressed at times, partly, I think, over how much trouble they've had with having children. And, I really understand this, she mourns the loss of her grandparents in that flash flood when the waterfall let loose. She was really attached to her grandmother.
I can surely understand that. She put the exhausted dog in her backpack with only his head protruding. She and Quinn bumped the tops of their plastic bottles in a celebratory toast as they drank again, and their eyes met and held. Again, thank you, she whispered as they tore into their second round of granola bars. I will certainly pay you for your time.
You can pay me with some of your time. Not necessarily under the stars in the Alaskan wilderness.
She nodded, her lips curved in a little smile. Damn, but he couldn't believe this had happened so fast, so hard. He was thinking this was his idea of the perfect first date, but he wasn't crazy enough to say so. Yet, how to keep her from bolting again, just as the snowshoe must have done from the dog. He loved just looking at her. Alex was amazed at how quickly Quinn had made not only a camp, but a protective shelter for her and Spencer. With tree limbs, he'd propped up a large, curved piece of cedar bark so it came down behind her back and gave her a little roof overhead, while he hunkered down in his garbage bag on her open side, like another protective wall against the world.
But when they were getting settled, exhausted, just like Spencer, she heard it begin to sprinkle.
"Darn," he said, cloud coming in to hide the stars.
I'm amazed at how clear they are. So many of them.
Suburban Chicago lights don't allow for this fabulous view. Only other city lights. And garish neon, the worst.
"I've seen New York City a lot, so I can imagine," he said, pulling his jacket hood up over his head.
Quinn, don't get wet. I can scoot over, and there's room for 2. Or 3. You got a pretty big piece of bark.
"So I did,"
he said, and she wondered if he had done that on purpose. Well, they were encased separately in plastic garbage bags from their armpits to bent legs, she told herself as he scooted over, adeptly missing the propped branches that held the whole thing up. Behind him, the fire had sputtered out, so all was darkness in their little shelter. Carefully, she scooted toward the curve of bark behind her while Spencer snored lightly and slept on. And to think that he used to growl like crazy if Lyle came in the front door. The rain pattered down, but not hard. Garbage bag or not, Alex could feel Quinn's body heat, his breath. Every exhausted nerve in her body leaped alive. It was as if this was all planned somehow, orchestrated by someone. But of course she knew better. Do you sleep outside a lot?" she asked.
"Not as much as I used to. When I have an advanced class in, we do a 3-day survival trek, so then I do."
It's good you love the outdoors. The wilds. After everything.
That's what my father would have wanted. It's partly why I feel close to Chip, having lost his dad and sometimes blaming himself. Chip wants to fly someday, and Meg has a fit over that.
I could tell. You know, he even hides his airplane toys. She explained Chip's guilt about his dad rushing home for his birthday. I understand.
Is your father alive?
He and my mother live in England right now. He's an international broker for a U.S. company. I miss them both. Oh, sorry, that was insensitive.
I appreciate your telling me the truth, not avoiding it. Don't coddle me. I know what it's like to feel guilty for something.
The silence hung between them. Should she tell him about the loss of Allie? How she could not help but blame herself, even after early counseling? No, that type of in-the-womb loss sounded too far out right now. Besides, he had his own problems. I understand, but I can't talk about it right now. Not yet, she finally added.
That yet makes me think we have something to look forward to. So, you think we can build a friendship? That much, at least?
Yes. And at the very least, I'm buying you dinner in town at your favorite place when you can get away from your latest campers.
The restaurant's a little wild and crazy, but then so am I.
She laughed. I don't see you that way. Just rock steady. I need to get my bearings here, learn to read the signs, and follow the right trail.
If I can help, other than today, let me know. And we're going to have to set out at the crack of dawn tomorrow, so my newbie students don't think I've deserted them and run away like Spencer.
The dog stirred from hearing his name, but did not wake. Was this a dream she could wake from? And run away. Is that what she had done instead of staying to fight at home? Run away from her old life? From a man so bad for her? Quinn, she whispered. Hadn't she just heard a scream? What's that sound? She reached out to grasp his wrist, bumping Spencer so he came awake. It was a strange wail, a rhythmic, repetitive singing, neither male nor female, but somehow both. He'd told her about the ghosts here, but she'd only half believed him, and...
I've heard it before, he told her, not budging. It will stop.
You don't believe in ghosts haunting this place, do you?
Something or someone's out there, but no one has ever been harmed.
But you mean we just stay here?
I could get us back, but it's a long way, especially in the dark. I've tried to find tracks in daylight from where the sounds seem to come from. Nothing.
I'm scared.
He didn't even ask her, but picked up the backpack with Spencer in it, lifted it over to her other side, then turned her so she had her back to him and pulled her close. Now she held Spencer next to the curved bark of their wall roof. Quinn moved closer, spooning her. It was as if she sat in his lap, but they were both on their sides. She felt his warm breath move her hair as his free arm came up and over her, not threatening, just making her feel safe and secure in the Alaskan wilds, while possible ghosts sang them a lullaby. Crazy, so crazy, yet she felt content, even calm. As the chanting faded away, Spencer yawned, still asleep. Hadn't he heard the singing? Lying in the embrace of a man she had not known a few days ago. She thought the night had never seemed more safe. Chapter 12.
Hey, you two. We've got to head back,
a deep voice whispered. Alex jerked alert, panicked for a moment. Had Lyle found her? Where was she? It all came rushing back. Spencer was in a backpack in front of her, and a heavy arm was over her. Quinn. She felt him shift his weight, roll a bit away. He must have held her all night.
It's about 5:30, he said through a big yawn as he pulled away. Sun's almost up, and we need to head back. Take Spencer behind a tree, but be aware of Devil's Club or animal intruders, and keep that leash on your wandering friend.
Aye, aye, Captain, she said, trying to sound more awake than she felt. The two of them went different ways, then met to finish up the bottled water and one granola bar apiece. Spencer had eaten all his meat, so he just lapped water from her hands again. The sun was not up, but the sky was light as Quinn deconstructed their little camp, scuffing the ashes and even taking their bark shelter down. He set a good pace toward the road, claiming it would be quicker to walk it back to his property rather than retracing their steps from last night. But not far on, they came to a scattering of bushes laden with huge, wild strawberries. I can't believe it, she cried. I'm starving.
Pick and eat fast, and we'll put some in my backpack. Fast because bears know and love spots like this. We'll take some to Mary. She craves them lately.
Yesterday we passed other bushes with ripe red berries, but they were small and round, she said as they quickly picked the bounty.
Those are bearberries. They're mealy, nothing like this, he said with his own mouth full. Their lips were red and sticky.
I can see how someone could survive in the wilds if they knew what they were doing, she said, still eating the luscious berries, and that wasn't just because she was starved. She hated to admit that she would have liked to stay here longer to grab more. And be with him.
You won't need to take my survival class, though, Quinn called back over his shoulder as they headed on. I'll give you private lessons. There are lots of things to eat in these woods. Maybe things you could use in your beauty products, too.
My products are not just for beauty. Many of them are medicinal, for dry skin, things like that.
Don't I know? That's perfect. You can adapt to this area instead of the warmer climates with your lavenders and long-blooming roses. Get some ingredients from the wild, some from a greenhouse if you can find a spot to have one built. I wouldn't mind having one, too. I think we have a lot to teach each other.
The things he was saying seemed seductive, but maybe weren't meant that way. He appeared to be so open, so upfront, compared to guys she'd known, especially Lyle. She still didn't know this man very well, but she wanted to. She owed him a lot, and he hadn't taken advantage of her, hadn't pushed her. The only time he'd ordered her around was to help her to find Spencer and to keep her safe in these woods. How different that was from what she was used to.
I see the road up ahead, he told her as the sun slanted its golden rays through the treetops and brightened the sky even more. He finally stopped leading her and came back to take her sticky red hand and walk with her. And beyond that, maybe a new road for both of us, he added.
A long road, perhaps. One that takes time and effort to get to.
Compared to where we've been, we're back to so-called civilization, he said, sounding almost brusque, all business now. Let's trade backpacks since Spencer's heavier than a week's supply of berries. I see where we are, and it's at least 4 miles to the camp. When we get closer, my phone will work, and I'll call someone to come get us. Ready for a trek?
You bet.
Josh came to get them in his truck, an old one rusting out in spots. The open truck bed was filled with extra tires and burlap sacks of something.
An adventure, huh?
He greeted them as they climbed in.
You should have taken a camera and filmed it for your show,
he said with a quick, narrow-eyed glance at Alex in the rearview mirror. Back at the camp, Quinn jogged to his cabin to get ready for a morning lecture to his students, and she lingered outside the dining hall while Spencer hit a tree trunk for his needs again. She could hear the low buzz of voices inside where breakfast was being served. Something smelled delicious, and her stomach growled. To think she'd never really cared for breakfast, back in so-called civilization, as Quinn had called it. A window was propped open, and she could hear Mary's voice inside. He'd said not to mention to Mary that they had heard the strange voice at night, not because it scared her. Rather, he'd said it reminded her of loved ones lost. Alex could surely sympathize with that. Then she remembered Quinn had left the backpack full of strawberries, so she'd better take them inside. He'd said Mary loved them, and she'd been so helpful. Once again checking that Spencer was securely on his leash, she led him through the door, the backpack in her hands. She was in the area where Josh had been handing food out into the main eating area last night. He was doing that again, preoccupied so he didn't see her enter. No one saw her. Mary was saying to the men, "So she needs to be watched. He doesn't need a big city fly-by-night in his life." Alex froze, holding the backpack, wishing she hadn't come in so quietly. Mary must mean Val distracting Riker. Or were they talking about her? She backed up, opened the door again, and called out, "Can I come in? We picked some strawberries for you on our way back." Sam turned to her. Mary smiled and Sam nodded, but they were blocking her view of Josh. It was awkward, and she hated that. Strange vibes. Curiosity, but maybe hostility, too. She held out the backpack with the berries, feeling it was a peace offering. But there was no war, was there? "Oh, Quinn knows I love berries, and these spruce men don't so much," Mary said, and moved to take the pack and open it. "Guess you like them too, juice on your chin. So where's Quinn?" "He went to get ready for a lecture. As you can see, he found my dog, and I'm so grateful." "Sure he'd find him," Mary said as Sam turned back to the big porcelain stove, and Josh kept lifting plates of pancakes onto the pass-through. "Anyone taught by Trapper Jake," he was a good tracker too, "can find anything in the dark." She tipped the backpack into a large bowl, and the red avalanche of berries tumbled out. Alex thanked them and was almost out the door when Quinn bounded in. He'd evidently washed hastily because his face looked wet. He wore fresh jeans and a red and black plaid shirt. "So you like the berries?" he asked Mary. "You said lately you were craving them." "Probably going to be craving all kinds of things now," she said with a shy smile and a glance at Sam. Sam broke into a big grin. "Gonna need an extra room on our cabin, Quinn." "Hey, that's great!" Gwen exploded. He hugged Mary and high-fived Sam. Maybe Josh didn't really want to be an uncle, because he just headed out the kitchen door back into the main room. Or maybe he had a job to do and had celebrated with them earlier. But here Alex stood, tears in her eyes because people she hardly knew were going to have a baby. This was a moment for these friends to celebrate, so she backed out of the room and quietly opened the door and went out. As she hurried to her truck, she saw Josh striding through the area with the sample tracks protected in raised beds. She watched, frowning, as he scuffed through 2 of them. Jealous that his brother would have a child? Tired of doing the menial work around here and at the lodge? She had the strangest sense that Josh wanted to really contribute in a big way, but did not know how. She put Spencer in her truck and got in beside him before she saw Quinn had come out. He strode toward her. "They've been trying for a long time," he said, leaning down with his arms on the top of her truck cab. "She wishes she had more family members to tell.
She still misses her grandparents who died in the Falls Lake flood. She's always been so protective of this area, of Sam, even of me. Well, gotta get back inside. Busy week.
Which I will try not to mess up again. Thank you so much, she said, and extended her hand up to him, which he took and held for a long minute, then stepped back.
And hold that thought, he said.
She nodded, and he gave her a quick wave as she drove away. She'd certainly hold other thoughts of their time together. He'd held her all night, and she'd never felt safer. Wild animals, weird voices, or her own fears be damned. She had decided, if possible, to hold on to this man. As a friend. For now, that's what they had to be. Alex's cousins and Chip were ecstatic to see her with Spencer. Even Buffy seemed glad to see her. They sat her down to a breakfast while she told them what had happened, including that Mary Spruce was pregnant.
"Glad to hear that," Suze said as she perched across the table from her. "I think it may help her. She has moments when she seems so depressed."
"Have you ever heard the scary Falls Lake night voice here at the lodge?" Alex asked. We heard it last night."
"Guests have asked that before. Truth is, we've always wanted to, but I think we keep the place pretty closed up at night. And its sounds are supposedly out more toward the lake. What did you think about it?"
"That must be something real. Or someone.
Can't say I believe in hauntings, even with the tragedy of lost lives so close there. But it was really eerie. To be here such a short time and hear it. Wow. Wait till I tell Meg. But we won't mention it to Chip. That's all he needs to hear is a spirit ghost when he thinks his father's a ghost flying planes." Alex devoured the scrambled eggs and toast Suze fixed, while Chip and Meg washed Spencer in the tub in the back room. Ready for a shower herself, she took Spencer to their room, then decided she'd better email her parents first. A message from Ginger Baldwin came up right on top of her inbox. She skimmed the message. More good news. Ginger had included the email address of a man she knew in New York who could switch Alex's website to a different address with perhaps a different name and links. She would have to change her private email and Facebook pages, then contact her customers separately to tell them of the new site, or they might not find it. And he would charge her nothing because Ginger was a friend and had said she was going to help sell her products. "Phew, what luck," she told Spencer. She was thrilled she could do all that even though she'd never considered herself really knowledgeable on social media. Even now, she scolded herself for not immediately changing her web address. But when Lyle hadn't used it during her cross-country trek, she'd let it go for now. She was worried about her Facebook page, too, because it had pictures of them together on it. And wouldn't those just hang around like a ghost? Maybe this contact of Ginger's could help her erase all that, too. Wipe her personal footprint off the web. She hoped that Lyle would just avoid her in his no doubt wounded pride. She skimmed the long list of emails that had come in. Still nothing directly from him, thank heavens. She was starting to feel even safer here in the arms of the Falls Lake forest and mountains, though not as safe as she'd felt in Quinn's embrace. She sighed and took a fast shower. As exhausted as she was, a rush of adrenaline kept her going. She didn't want to let Meg and Suze down by not opening the shop today. She'd go out, take Spencer, but be sure he was always securely leashed and that the handle end of the leash was tied to something if she opened the door for fresh air. Someone knocked hard on her bedroom door. Tucking her shirt in her jeans, she opened it to find Suze standing there. "Before you go out to the store, I want to show you something," she said. She looked and sounded shaken. Her face was pale. "Chip, he just found something outside we thought you should see. Just so you know." She grabbed a jacket she threw around her shoulders. Not willing to leave Spencer alone now, even in their room, she scooped up him and his leash before following Suze out the back door. "Tell me, what is it? What's wrong? Better just look. I mean, since you had trouble with your ex-fiancé and all." "Did he send something?" she gasped. He's not here." "No.
weirder than that. Maybe not related at all. Just weird.
Suze led Alex around the back of the lodge to the north wall outside her big bedroom window. She could tell it was her window, front corner. She could also see the curtains she'd partially opened just now over the window seat. Chip and Meg stood there, staring at the window, not looking in, but at something on the outside.
Maybe it was a bear. A big one, Chip said, sounding awed, before Alex realized what they were looking at. It was hard to see from the side, but unmistakable closer up. The boy went on. I think it's a sign Dad's spirit came back, only he got the wrong window, 'cause this room used to be mine when we visited and he was alive.
Alex gasped, but so did Meg at what he'd said. Meg put in,
Don't say things like that, honey. I told you that is not true that he comes back.
Alex saw huge cuts. No, something like claw marks, incised vertically, deep into the log wall on both sides of her window. Spencer growled just the way he used to when Lyle was near. Her head started to pound, and her heartbeat picked up. When Meg said nothing else, Suze told the boy,
We don't agree with that, Chip. I mean, we don't know what did this, but not your father's spirit, or ghost.
Do you see any footprints? Alex asked, realizing that's what Quinn would have said.
When Chip brought us out to see this, Suze said, well, he'd already kind of stepped all over here. I cleaned these windows outside to help Josh's workload the other day, so my prints are here, too. A mess.
Tearing her gaze from the massive claw marks, Alex looked down. Yes, unfortunately, Chip's distinctive sneaker prints were here. Also, she saw a woman's prints, smaller, narrower. So was this even from last night when she wasn't here? Or before when she was inside? Why hadn't she or Spencer heard something? Or had she when she thought the wind made branches scrape along the walls and roof? Although she was a rank amateur at this, she also saw 2 blurred animal prints she thought she could recognize. A large triangular-shaped central pad and 5 toes with claws. Big claws. Surely a bear's, like that print Quinn had showed her in the forest. She thought of the little sandbox-type squares of wild animal prints over at his camp, and how Josh had angrily scuffed through them. She studied again the huge scratch marks raked along both sides of the window, as if the animal had been trying to get in. It seemed as if the animal had looked in her window and wanted to tear something or someone apart, even as a bear had done to Quinn's dad and dog. Should she dare to ask Quinn to take a look at this? Chapter 13. Alex, Suze, and Meg stood staring wordless at the bear claw marks. Chip brooded and fidgeted. Alex couldn't believe that the picture that leaped into her head was the scratching post she'd made for cats at the vet clinic.
Do bears sharpen their claws on trees? On wood? She asked. And this one just happened to choose here? I don't know, maybe smelled or saw Spencer through the window, which means it wasn't done last night.
I guess anything's possible, Suze said in a shaky whisper.
Even though the ground here has been disturbed, Alex told them, I'm going in to get my cell phone to take some pictures. Quinn's busy and has been bothered enough, but maybe I can show him later.
They heard a whine that became a roar. The women looked up, but Chip took off toward the backyard clearing.
It's a bush plane, he shouted. It's coming over, flying low. Remember how they found a bear near where Dad's plane crashed? That bear that came here might have been the same one. I'm going to wave to the plane. Come on, Mom. Chip, come back here, Meg yelled and ran after him. I told you that you're letting your imagination go crazy. Chip!
They both disappeared around the back corner of the lodge while Spencer barked to be put down so he could follow. But Alex held him tight. Suze shook her head, then wiped a tear from under one eye.
Chip just won't let go of his father,
she said with a sniff as she dug a smashed tissue out of her shirt pocket.
It's normal to miss him, of course, but he keeps coming up with these far-out ideas that Ryan is trying to reach him. I try to bolster Meg, but... But with my support or not, she's mourning Ryan too, and is really shook about how Chip's handling this loss. Or not handling it. She's had him talk to our pastor, who's a young guy, and he thinks it's Chip's guilt behind it all. I understand. I really do, Alex said, putting her arm around Suze's shoulders. I felt guilty for a long time about something I didn't really cause, but feel I did. Suze turned to face her. You mean falling for an abuser? Not reading the signs until it was too late? Something back farther than that. I'll tell you both together another time. It's just... They looked up as the same plane looped back and made another pass over the house. They could hear Chip yelling, so they both ran into the backyard, where Meg was shading her eyes, and the boy was jumping up and down, waving, screaming. See? It's him! Honey, Meg cried, the pilot just saw you waving and is giving you a little fly around. No way! Pastor Todd told me about the Holy Ghost inside people, even if they die. If that's not him, it's his Holy Ghost, just like those bear scratches showed. He was trying to get in to see me, 'cause he thinks I might still be in that room. Alex saw Meg lift her hands in frustration and bite her lower lip. Suze was sniffling. Alex felt caught between them, with her own regrets and fears, wanting to help, but helpless. And here, she'd pictured this deep woods lodge as a haven of rest, of freedom from her problems, of learning to be guilt-free. The plane flew off toward town. Meg took Chip inside. Sue said, I hate to think what Chip's talk will be about in class if they are assigned what I liked best on my summer vacation. Alex heaved a huge sigh. It did not help to know others had problems too, especially not the people she loved. They'd just have to find a way to help Chip. But if she thought trying to change the mood would help, that was dashed when Josh came outside from the back door of the lodge. Hey, Suze called to him. I thought you weren't working this morning, that they needed you at camp.
Already served breakfast. Gotta go back, but came to pick up my pay a day early. That okay?
Sure, but I've got to go cut the check. Be right back. Maybe you can look at something around the corner there. Alex can show you. I know you don't track like Sam and Quinn, but...
Never wanted to learn, he said, frowning. Too, well, old-fashioned. Just not me. I'm still part of the tracking team. But take a look at what? He asked, turning toward Alex. She was still a little miffed and puzzled about him. He might claim to be a part of Quinn's team, but just this morning he'd scuffed through several of the animal track boxes at the camp. She didn't want him to damage the tracks here before she could get some photos. She was tempted to say, never mind, I'll just show Quinn later. But she still felt sorry for Josh. He was a hard worker, and she admired that. There are some animal tracks around the side of the house that look like a bear's, and some big scratch marks outside my window, she told him, bouncing Spencer. Chip found them and got all excited, then went crazy when a bush plane flew over. Yeah, seen him do that before with planes. But if he's into tracks, maybe he's the next tracker, huh? I'll take a good look later at all that.
He turned away and headed back into the lodge. She called after him, Don't clean it up in case Quinn wants to check it out. He kept going, but nodded and raised one quick hand, which she thought either meant, I hear you, or don't tell me what to do. Alex was surprised he wasn't going to look now. Why didn't he seem more curious? Or could he have seen it already? But then, why didn't he say so? She put Spencer down, checked his leash, and walked back to the window. With her cell phone, she took pictures of the claw marks on the logs. Wishing she'd asked for a flashlight to put the tracks in sharper relief, like Quinn had mentioned, she took flash photos of them from several angles, as well as the footprints, however scrambled now. She wouldn't bother Quinn, knowing how busy he was, but she thought he might want to see bear claw marks and tracks. Maybe she'd risk it soon. Come on, my wandering friend, she said to Spencer as they walked around the lodge again toward the store she'd meant to open a good half-hour ago. Everyone has problems. Not just us, right? The little guy's single bark was a definite yes.
On Friday afternoon, Alex figured she'd had a pretty good day. She had Skyped with Ginger's techie guy in New York, and he'd set up a plan to close her old website, which had 33 standing orders on it she planned to fill, and shut down her personal Facebook page and set up a new business page. She'd chosen to rename her new business Nature's Naturals instead of Natural Beauty. Then the next huge step would be, as Quinn had suggested, to create new products with new labels, using the updated business name and more local plants instead of the warmer temp ones. She'd have some time because she'd brought products to fill orders until she could switch things over by next spring. She was going to take advantage of a double mailing her contact also suggested. That is, mail her products to someplace like Seattle so they would not be mailed with an Anchorage postmark or Falls Lake return address. Meanwhile, despite trying to cover her tracks online, she hoped to scout around in town to find a greenhouse or garden space, unless Quinn really did want to go into that endeavor with her. She needed her print shop back east to make new labels, maybe find new suppliers for jars and tubes, though she might keep her original supplier for that if she had to. But all that excitement paled next to a phone call from Quinn.
"Sorry to track you down, but I'm good at that," he said with a little laugh. "I called the lodge and talked Meg into giving me your cell number."
"Oh, that's fine. I should have given it to you. How are things going with your trainees?"
"They all think they know more than they do and are ready to take on the world. The forest, at least, which they'll venture into tomorrow. Actually, the female students are a lot savvier than the men in some ways. The 3 of them run a hiking business near Denver and wanted to know more about getting off the beaten path. Listen, tonight, Sam and Mary hold sway, talking about the history of this area. Mary's still feeling a little queasy, but I think she'll do okay. So anyway, that's a big night off for me, as I've heard their spiel before."
She almost mentioned the bear tracks and scratches, but decided to hold off. As she checked to make sure Spencer was secure, since she had the door open and several mosquito smoke pots going, she said, "I'm glad she's doing okay. I'm going into town to look around tomorrow, so let me know if there's anything I can get for her."
"How about going into town tonight? You promised me a meal, though I'm paying."
As if she were a 16-year-old facing a first date, her insides flip-flopped. "Oh, yes. I'm glad you can get away."
"I don't want to give you any more time to change your mind," he teased. "Pick you up at 6? Very casual. The place has good local food and line dancing. See you then."
He was gone. And she was a goner for him already, she admitted only to herself. How had this happened so fast? But she had to be careful, take it slow, keep her own counsel, not be swayed by how impressed her cousins might be that she had somehow breached the walls of Quinn Mantell. And really, she'd found by knowing Dr. Lyle Grayson and how he changed over time that once she was inside those walls, it could be hard and dangerous to get out. Chapter 14. The little town of Falls Lake reminded Alex of the patchwork quilt on her bed. It was a random mix of low-frame houses, 2 of which were B&Bs. She saw trailers, a few Quonset hut homes as they passed.
"Later I'll drive you by a little bungalow I've had my eye on for a while, but I want to show you something you'll like, I think."
"Oh, look at that," she said as they drove down the only main street, though other short ones cut off here and there. "The grocery store is just called grocery store, and the bank, bank. I see some wooden sidewalks, too. This place reminds me of an old Western movie."
"Hopefully no gunslingers or shootouts at high noon."
He turned down one of the side streets.
"That's the school where Chip will go," he told her, pointing. "Before we hit Caribou Bill's there," he added with a nod at a wooden building that sat unattached to others on the edge of town, "I want to show you a couple of greenhouses. Maybe you could rent some space there until you can build your own out of town. I checked. They're about $400 to build one that size, not counting the lighting."
3 humpbacked fiberglass and wood buildings came into view, lighted from within. She could glimpse the blur of green hues inside. Even some hanging plants shot through with color.
You do know how to show a girl a good time, she said.
He laughed. Yeah, you go with me deep into the woods twice, and I suddenly start to think about growing plants domestically.
She had no comeback for that. But then this entire place, this adventure, this man were unbelievable. She almost forgot about Spencer, but she'd left him with her cousins and Chip for a few hours. Most of the homes and stores had their own wood piles, and a few had small fenced gardens with massive cabbage heads, as well as rows of root vegetables. Several homes had spitted salmon drying, some within fences to keep dogs and wild animals away from the fish. A few of them were covered with wire or a crude roof, evidently to keep eagles, owls, and other raptors away. She thought of the bear tracks and claw marks near her window again. Should she tell Quinn? Ask him about them? She didn't want to ruin their evening together. The outside lights were just coming on at Caribou Bill's when they circled back and got out. Quinn parked the truck beside others in front of a hitching post. She let him come around and open the door for her. So this really was a date. And back in civilized Chicago, Lyle hadn't done that for quite a while. She startled as the outside lights came on. Caribou Bill's in white neon, no less. I do not miss garish signs, she told him.
I can do without any lights at night, but moon and stars.
Inside, he led her to a booth, high-fiving several guys on their way in. A mounted caribou head stared down at them, surrounded by a row of trophies on display. For bowling and frisbee contests, Quinn said. To her surprise, he sat on the same side as she did instead of across from her. Was he blocking her in to protect her, or did he plan to invite someone else to join them?
The usual cue, man?
One guy asked him.
Sure.
He turned to her.
What would you like to drink?
White wine, please.
And white wine for the lady, he called out.
Oh, so they do have a bit of civilization here, she said.
By the way, the other place in town I like is called Sourdough Sandy's, but we can hit that another time. They have a microbrewery there, but it's overly dark inside.
Low lighting?
Mostly because they're at the forest edge of town, so they have bear-proof windows that darken the place.
Oh, there could be bears around town, too?
Some. The deputy tries to shoo them away. Only had to shoot one. I steer clear.
What's a bear-proof window? She asked, thinking they could maybe have them installed at the lodge. When should she show him her photos? 3 couples were getting up to line dance. She didn't want to throw a pall over this evening, their first date, if you didn't count 2 treks into the wilds.
Bear windows have crisscrossed metal over them, he said, handing her a laminated menu from the same rack that held condiments. The pine blueberries are huge here, and the sourdough biscuits and gravy are great.
Lots of salmon dishes, of course, she said, deciding definitely not to bring up the bear claw and footprints right now. Wow, owl soup? Wouldn't that be against conservation laws?
It's made with ham and sausage, and should be called night owl soup. It's potent.
His voice lightened a bit. He looked over at her and grinned.
Stick with a salmon or sourdough, for now.
She did, with Chardonnay. And she stuck with Quinn on the dance floor where Caribou Bill himself called out the Cowboy Hustle Line dance steps to a country music recording. Step, step, turn, clap. Once she got it down, she smiled and saw Quinn was watching her like a hawk. Or a night owl. Wasn't he tired after all he'd done today? She had to admit she was starting to wear down. They had blueberries and ice cream for dessert and talked. It was dark when they went out. He unlocked the truck and she climbed up. He came around and got in, closed the door, and just sat there for a moment. Was he going to kiss her? Right here? Now?
I hope we can do this again. Maybe not at Caribou Bill's, he told her. You should see Anchorage. Always something or other going on. You only skirted it driving in, but it's a big city.
I'd like that. Quinn, I have something to tell you. Show you, she said, angling toward him on her seat. I've been hesitant because it has to do with a bear. One around the lodge, I think. He turned toward her, too.
You saw a bear on lodge property? Could happen, but no one needs that. I did see single brown bear tracks when we were looking for Spencer, but it appeared the bear was old and just passing through.
I didn't see a bear, just the evidence of one, which is strange. I took pictures of its tracks on my phone, some claw marks, too. Chip found them, but his feet and maybe Meg's and Suze's messed up the tracks a bit. So if you could take a look at them. Sorry to spring this on you. I didn't want to ruin our nice evening.
Not only Spencer needs to be careful of bears, but Chip and all of you if one's been marking its territory with scratches. Okay, when I drop you off, I'll look at what's left.
She showed him the pictures on her phone. He squinted at them. The light from the phone threw his high cheekbones and straight nose in sharp contrast and made his eyes look lit from within.
Those footprints are a smeared mess, he said, frowning. Josh did the same thing today at the camp over a couple of my track samples when he was ticked off about my video guy, Riker, wanting to take Val with us on one of our easy tracking treks. I'd like to keep Riker happy, but she is a pain. I thought you might like to go along, too, on that short hike tomorrow at 2, and I do not consider you a pain.
I'd like that, to learn more about what you do. But you saw Josh mess up your track samples?
No, I could tell from a couple of footprints he left behind it was him. But I haven't settled with him yet. He's a touchy personality. Always has been, for some reasons I know. Let's go to the lodge. I've got a big flashlight in the truck, and we'll look around at the marks and tracks in person. Exciting way to end a first date, huh?
I think our first date was when you saved Spencer.
Then we slept together on our first date, he countered with a tight grin as he started the engine.
Quinn, don't you be telling anyone that lame joke. She felt herself go into full blush, so she was glad it was getting dark. What to say? Keep it light? When they were going to look at claw marks and footprints outside her bedroom in the growing dark? Despite wild animals, or a ghostly voice, or a man I hardly knew, you, I felt safe with you in the woods, she said, her voice as calm as she could manage.
Good. Hold that thought while we check this out. And in the days to come, we'll keep checking each other out.
He reached over the console to squeeze her knee. That touch shot all the way to her stomach, thighs, and heart. The two of them bent over the blur of tracks. He shone the light over them from different directions, then skimmed the beam over the entire area.
A mess, he said again, head down, sometimes squatting to look closer. Several sets of prints, like you said. A woman's tracks, too. Other than yours, probably Suze's or Meg's. And yes, what may or may not be a couple of bear prints. But despite the sets of human prints, I don't see where the bear approaches and or walks away, and those big beasts do not fly.
Speaking of that, poor Chip went into raptures about a bush plane pilot flying over, thinking it was his dad, and saying that this room used to be his when he visited, so the scratches might be a sign from his father because a bear was seen near where his plane crashed.
Just like a tracker. The kid's always looking for signs. I get that. Chip sometimes blames himself because Ryan was rushing home to be with him on his birthday.
So I hear, she said, putting a hand up on Quinn's shoulder. It's so sad that he feels that way, because he is not to blame and shouldn't feel guilt.
I hear you, Madam Psychiatrist.
I'm not just talking about you. I not only sympathize, but empathize with Chip. You too. Quinn, she rushed on, my twin sister, Allie, died in our mother's womb, and I took all the nutrients, the remnants of her body, from her. Obviously not my fault, but I think of her and miss her and sometimes blame myself when I shouldn't. I've had counseling, but still. She sucked in a big sob as he stood and pulled her to him. She pressed her face against his flannel shirt and hard chest.
Still holding her cell phone with the photos, she put her arms around his waist and held on.
I knew there was something,
he said, resting his throat against her forehead.
Something I recognized, however different it was from me.
They stood there for a moment in the darkness, lit only by stars, a slice of new moon and his big flashlight's beam jagging off into the darkness.
I understand,
he whispered.
You even understand it, but can't help hurting, right?
She nodded.
I feel like she's with me. I resented how Meg and Suze had each other, but that's so wrong. And I haven't yet told them why I stopped contact with them for so long.
He held her harder against him.
I'd better look close at the scratches,
he said when neither of them moved.
Then get you safe and sound inside, so your cousins won't give me the evil eye as if we're teenagers coming in late.
They stepped apart more awkwardly than they had come together. He played the light over the claw marks again, back and forth.
Consistent with bear claws. A big bear, he said. But there's something off with the depth of foot pads and the scratches, which should be deeper in the middle here as the bear's paws raked downward.
Do you mean these could be human-made? I haven't seen any bear claws, except on Mary's necklace.
That was a gift from her grandmother, who was lost in the flood that drowned the little pioneer town.
Oh, I see. So sad. But why would a person scratch up these outside logs? Publicity for the lodge? To scare or warn someone? Me? I mean, maybe if someone knew I had that room. But hardly anyone knows me here yet.
You're sure your former fiancé could not have followed you here somehow?
No sign of that. And believe me, I was careful to the point of paranoia.
Let's go inside. If you can, tomorrow, print me out a couple pictures of the footprints and the scratch marks from your photos, okay?
He took her arm and steered her to the back lodge entry. They used her key to go in. The common room was deserted, but for Suze curled up on the couch, reading with a tiny reading lamp clipped onto the book itself. A dim light from the kitchen cast a shaft across the room.
Oh, hi, you two. No, I'm not like a mom or chaperone waiting up to see what time you got in. Just couldn't sleep. Alex, Chip has Spencer with him, but I can get him for you. The other 2 dogs are in his bedroom, too. It's like a pet shop. Or, she said, looking up at Quinn, Spencer can just sleep there all night. That's okay, Alex told her. I'll just get Spencer in a little bit. Oh, sure. Good, she said, grabbing her book and moving quickly toward her bedroom.
Alone at last,
Quinn teased her with a little grin.
Want to sit here a few minutes before I head out? Or walk you to your door?
She surprised herself by taking his hand and pulling him gently down on the leather couch beside her. Thank you for not only a fun evening, but for helping me find Spencer and trying to teach a city girl about the wilds. Yes, I'd like to go along tomorrow afternoon with your class. If Val and those 3 other women are there, I won't feel out of place. I won't expect any special treatment, even if I'm there at the boss's invitation.
Sounds good. We'll set out promptly at 2, and I think you get the idea about how to dress for the wilds. Those wilds, I mean. The other kind in our future relationship. Very different dress code.
He smiled before she could unravel his words and tipped her closer for a kiss. As insane as she kept telling herself this all was, too fast, too much, she kissed him back, and their mouths melded. His free hand pulled her gently closer, and then, somehow, it was over. Though their gazes held in the dim light.
You know,
he said, his voice raspy as his gaze stayed riveted to hers.
The room I rent here to take a hot shower on rare occasions is 2 doors from your room.
She almost asked him how he knew which room was hers, but then she remembered. The room with the claw marks outside. And she realized almost anyone could figure out which room was hers by looking in the window when she left the curtain open and seeing dog toys and some of her products inside. Josh surely knew. She just nodded. He kissed her again, slanting his mouth over hers,
pushing her a little, taking but giving a little more. With her eyes partly closed, she was spiraling up, not down, swirling, blinking in disbelief at how safe yet stunning this felt, watching their reflections in the black glass of the window where she could almost see her little store beyond. She jolted alert with a gasp and pulled away. "What?" he said, gripping her arms to steady her. "Something out there. Someone. Ran across, I think, past the food pit. At least I think so."
"A deer? Maybe a moose?" Moose migrate through in the fall and look tall with their racks of horns. If it was a bear, it would have been a lumbering gait, even if it went fast.
I don't know. Maybe a funny shadow with the moon out."
"The wind's picking up. Maybe something blew across the yard."
He loosed her, turned and squinted out, but didn't stand or go close to the glass.
"I don't see anything, Queen Alexandra," he said, his voice both teasing and comforting. "Let's get your watchdog and get you to your room for the night."
With another glance out the window, he stood and tugged her to her feet.
"I'll wait here until you come back from Chip's room with Spencer. I'll bet Meg's in with him. After Ryan died, she slept in Chip's room to help him through nightmares while she, no doubt, had ones of her own. And with his outburst about his dad sending him signs today..."
He was right. Meg answered Alex's tap-tap on the door and brought Spencer out. She had been crying. Her eyes were swollen and red. They hugged over the dog, and Alex went back into the common room where Quinn waited. The sleepy dog perked right up and let Quinn scratch behind his ears while he walked them to their room. How silly, she thought, but she had the overwhelming urge to jokingly say, "Would you like to come in?" Would she be joking? And what would he say? And do?
"See you tomorrow,"
was what he said. She nodded. He bent to kiss her, a brief peck.
"More to come, Alex."
"Aye, aye, Captain." He patted her bottom and headed down the hall, his steps almost jaunty. She could tell by Spencer's squirming that he'd like to go with him. It scared her how much she would, too. Chapter 15. When Alex joined her cousins for an early breakfast the next day, she saw Suze had her nose buried in the book she'd been reading the night before, and it seemed Meg wasn't talking either. Chip was not in sight, but that was not unusual. Even Spencer had gone back to bed after his short walk outside, as if he were another tired 6-year-old, which he very well might be. Suze looked up from her book, her spoon loaded with shredded wheat and cut strawberries halfway to her mouth. "Oh, didn't hear you," she said. "Join us. We're both so tired lately we haven't been talking much." She put her book aside as Alex sat across from them and read the title of it upside down. "Into the Wild," she said. "I've heard of that." "It was a movie, too," Meg put in. "Maybe you saw it. Not much time to read anymore with Chip growing up. Maybe when he goes to school in a couple of weeks." "If I recall," Alex said, "the story takes place in Alaska. The true story of a guy who came here fleeing from civilization. He lived off the land, foraging and hunting." "Right. And he died," Suze said, handing Alex a plate of Danish, though she took the sugarless cereal instead. "It's a sad story, so I wouldn't recommend it to everyone, but it does give a good warning about how the wilds can win. Turns out he made himself sick by eating what they call Eskimo potatoes. The tubers are good, they even grow around here, but the seeds can make you sick fast. He got very weak and couldn't even get out of bed." "Yeah, I've seen pictures of those so-called potatoes in a book at the store," Alex told her. "Quinn says there are good things to eat in the wilds, but you have to know what you're doing." Sue shot back with a smile. "What else does Quinn say?" "Don't give me that look. He said I can join their beginner tracker group at 2 today just to observe, so I hope you won't mind if I close the store a little early." Meg said, "I volunteered Chip to take care of Spencer. Anything to distract him from thinking his father is going to parachute in here. His ghost, at least. But speaking of guilt, Sue said you had something to explain about..." Well, about that. About your feeling guilty for something? For wanting to come here after we hadn't heard from you for so long?
Suze bumped her elbow. I told her not to mention that early in the morning. But we did wonder how you kind of disappeared for years after the three of us had been so close. But we just figured you had another life to live. Alex stopped pouring milk on her cereal and put the pitcher down. Yes, I do have another life to live, in a way. You two were so great together, finishing each other's thoughts, having fun, all of that. Oh, and you were an only child, Meg said. Not in the beginning. You see, I'm a twin, too. That is, I was. They both stared at her. She fought to find the right words. Your mother was pregnant with twins, but miscarried one? Meg asked. The pregnancy, for my sister, didn't even get as far as a miscarriage. I'll bet you've never heard of vanishing twin syndrome. I hadn't either, until I found something my mother had written years before that mentioned her two daughters, Alexandra and Allison, whom Mother nicknamed Alex and Allie. I was 12 when I stumbled on that, and she explained. See, she was pregnant with twins to begin with, but during a later ultrasound, they found only one fetus remaining. Me. Meg gasped. I had a sonogram with Chip. We could even tell early it was a boy. Suze put her hand on her sister's arm. So what happened? How did Allie vanish? It's fairly rare. A phenomenon. My mother was told at the time. They still don't exactly know. Usually in the first trimester, one twin becomes what they call less viable and is absorbed by the placenta, or, more often, by the other twin. The lost twin is kind of flattened by the living twin, who is called the twin survivor. Alex's voice trailed off. Gripping her knee under the table with one hand, she held up her other hand to stop the rush of condolences she saw coming. And being the vanishing twin's survivor, however much my parents tried to comfort me and to explain it was not my fault, I experienced full-blown survivor's guilt. You know, like when someone escapes a tragedy where a sibling or family member they were with dies, or like soldiers in battle who lose their buddies. And so, seeing how great you two were together, I just avoided seeing you for years. Even had some counseling in my teens. I threw myself into my work, focused on loving and helping animals, and I guess threw myself at the first man who showed interest. I suppose I wanted to be loved, forgiven. So, now you know, and I'm glad you do. The three of them held hands across the table. Meg whispered, I understand heartbreak and loss, even of such a different kind. Sometimes, Alex whispered, I think she's still with me. Surely she would look like me, the way you two resemble each other. I guess I took that idea of absorbing my twin to heart. In a way, I feel she is living through me, and I want to do right by her. The two of them looked at each other, and she probably knew what they were both thinking, that she sounded a bit over the edge, that she was making a mistake to care too much for Quinn too fast after what she'd been through with Lyle. Well, Sue said, this book might be called Into the Wild, but life itself is about going into the wilds, one way or the other. Meg had no idea she could lose the love of her life. I figured I'd find Mr. Right and live happily ever after with him and our kids. But where the hell is he? I can't thank you both enough for having me here, for propping me up. Just you be careful in the wilds today, Meg insisted, even though it will be close to the camp and Quinn and his staff will be there. You know, I was never one bit afraid to fly with Ryan, and Chip loved it too. But I never imagined my big, strong man would crash. Sorry to go off the deep end again, she said, and got up from the table. Don't mind me. Just takes time.
Like a lifetime, I bet.
I'm going to see if Chip's up." She hurried away down the hall. Suze loosed Alex's hand, and they sat back in their chairs.
"Is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all?" Suze said with a sigh.
"I don't know," Alex whispered. "I have realized lately that I have not been in love, just in want, and stupid to not get out of a dangerous situation sooner. Suze, I had a dream last night that I made those scratches on the wall in frustration and anger because I screwed up my life. In a way, I'm starting over here in your lovely Alaska, into the wilds, but I plan to come out alive and happy, safe and sane. Right now, that's what my artwork does for me, keeps me sane. Later, let me show you some of my paintings I have stored out in the shed. Josh always hints they're in his way, but I caught him looking at some of the scenic ones of the mountains and Falls Lake, admiring them, I think. I'd love to see them. I was always in awe of your Christmas card art. It helps me to draw and paint. But I want something more. A man, a family. And family is one reason why I'm glad you are here. Even if seeing Meg and me makes you miss your sister, Allie. No wonder you seem to understand Chip's guilt. And maybe relate to Quinn's, too, right? He's tried to help Chip. I guess he could relate to him because he lost his own father and wasn't there to help. Though, of course, he would probably have been killed, too. Alex nodded. But Quinn seemed to be so stable and steady, so strong, and how she envied and wanted that. But she had to be careful she didn't want him too much. Alex only had 2 customers at the shop that morning, so she got busy. Since her product sales were going surprisingly well here, and she had only brought so much stock, she phoned her supplier of jars, tubes, and labels to order more. He agreed to look for the new packaging design she'd email him shortly. He was impressed she had an artist friend to design her labels, since Suze had said she'd be honored to do that. Alex arranged to have her order sent to Suze instead of herself. She also said the checks she'd send him would be with Suzanne's name, not her own. She didn't like all the cloak and dagger stuff, but she didn't want to leave any trail for Lyle or a private detective to find. Then she unpacked a shipment of bear bells that had arrived from Juneau. She read the instructions about wearing them or hanging them from a backpack to warn bears away. She noted that, contrary to beliefs that bears were just waiting to attack human intruders in their area, the animals actually wanted to avoid human contact, hence the bells to alert them to stay away. Unless there were bear cubs in the vicinity, bear bells could help prevent an attack by allowing bears to avoid people. She looked up and jumped as a shadow fell across the floor. Jerking her head around, she saw Val Chambers wearing a sweatshirt over a white-collared blouse. Ironic, but the sweatshirt was emblazoned with a big-headed bear and the words, "Go Bruins." "Oh, hi," Alex greeted her. She gestured to her sweatshirt. "So, a Bruin is a kind of bear?" "You're obviously not a UCLA or LA fan." "Hardly. I've never been to Los Angeles." "Just think the opposite of here. Warm weather, lots of great stores, no offense. Stars, not the kind overhead at night. Great restaurants. I can't stand the ones Riker patronizes in town, and the few I've seen in Anchorage aren't much better. He loves the frontier ambiance, though it doesn't come near some of the awesome places back home. He'd love them if he'd try them. Maybe soon. I've been to Caribou Bill's and thought it was charming in its own way." "Its own way, I guess," she said with a shrug. "So, Riker says you're new around here. Don't you miss wherever you came from? Civilization?" she added with a little laugh as she turned away to look at things on the shelves. Alex was about to deny that when she realized she did miss some things. Getting her hair cut at her favorite salon, which she had been about to do when she left, and, oh, she hadn't called to break that appointment. She missed her gym, her Pilates class. This winter, her workout might just be fighting her way through piles of the white stuff. She also missed not being able to pop into a nearby deli, shopping for clothes. But who needed a new suit or cocktail dress around here? Those were all things worth losing. At least for now. For sanity and safety.
Then why do you stick around here?
Alex asked as Val sauntered farther in. Alex could see she wore tight leather pants that looked painted on and high-heeled boots.
I mean, if you don't like it, even if Riker does.
You just wait, Val said, wagging her finger so hard her diamond tennis bracelet rattled. She kept a tight hold of her big purse, pressing it under her arm as if it would drop to the floor. He'll come around. And come home with me where he can make an awesome living and not tramp through forests and snow, filming a show from Podunk, for heaven's sake. I don't care if you tell Quinn or Riker what I said, because I haven't made my feelings a secret. Riker likes an upfront woman. And I'm it, she added, tapping her chest just above her large breasts. Alex nodded and decided not to say the several things that came to mind. Who was she to preach about relationships? Val picked up one of the newly unpacked bear bells and jingled it. Sleigh bells? You know, this store could be under tons of snow in a couple of months. Anyway, Riker said Quinn invited you for the field trip today. Or is it forest trip? So he dropped me off in front of the lodge, and I hope I can go over with you later. I'd come back with Riker, of course. Sure, you can go with me. I think it's great you're making an effort to learn more about the show and what Riker does. Whatever. I'm not sure I'm going farther than Q-Man's base camp. Sounds like it could be in a war zone or on the moon, doesn't it? Base camp. Might as well be to me. And did you hear that one of the big bosses is coming back again to watch the action today? His name is Brent Bayer, and I actually like him, though he's kind of pushy. It's funny that his name's Bayer, you know, like the aspirin, which I could use some of right now. I don't think you met him at the salmon bake, but believe me, he sees and knows everything. Anyway, he's going to take a thumb drive of Riker's recent footage back on his plane with him. Can you believe the two big sponsors for the show both have their own planes? Which bodes well for the future of the show. They may be putting in money, but it's obviously making money. Not as much as the big Hollywood-type deals. Jeff and Brent are already lining up sponsors for next season. This year is bad enough, but next season? Ugh. Alex was tempted to say that she hoped Val hadn't given such an important backer the idea she hated the show, or that she was trying to lure Riker away. She suddenly saw Val as lonely here, someone like a kid outside a candy store with her nose pressed to the window. She seemed to admire this Brent Bayer, yet disliked his passion for the show that was keeping Riker here. Alex had to admit that though she disapproved of Val's dislike of the show and this area, at least she wanted Riker to succeed. That is, on her terms, in her chosen place. You sure know a lot more of what's going on around here than I do, Alex said. With a sharp nod, Val chattered on. I'm not that enamored of Brent Bayer, though, really. Riker has said he's something like Jeff Baldwin's fixer. Sounds like something mafia-related. Or even high-stakes politics these days, doesn't it? I told Riker to just say Bayer's a man of all trades and be nice to him. Good idea. And glad to have the company on the drive over. Alex lied, grateful their time together in the car would not be long. I'll meet you in the lodge common room at 1:30. I have a few things to do first. Awesome. You know, I think I'll take some of these cute bear bells. Bruins is an old name for brown bears, you know, so my LA and college friends might think these are a hoot. As much time as Riker is in the woods, maybe I can put a couple on his camera. Damn, but that thing cost him $28,000 when he could have some Hollywood producer footing all those expenses. And he spends too much on memorabilia around here. Scrimshaw carvings and even animal teeth like from walruses and bears. He recently bought an antique bear rug with claws and a skull with its ugly teeth intact. Ugh. Can you take a credit card clear out here in the boondocks? Unless a bear roars in and eats my machine that even takes chip cards out here in the boondocks. Alex said, past caring whether her voice betrayed her wishing Val would leave. She bet a few others felt that way, too. She tried not to say more or so much as bat an eye as Val zipped open her leather Gucci bag and plopped it on the counter. Did this woman want to bag Riker because he was so different from her? From the men she must know back home? Or was the guy that good in bed compared to the L.A. Lotharios she must know? But then, once again, who was she to judge another woman's head and heart when she'd made such a mess of her own? Chapter 16. Quinn could tell Alex was excited, but then he was too. He was also nervous because Brent Bayer was going out with them today, and not just visiting the camp to observe lectures. As usual, Quinn felt unsettled by the fact that he could not see Brent's eyes outside because of his light-darkened glasses. That reminded him that the man saw things from two different perspectives, trying to look good for public relations, and from his own financial, bottom-line perspective. At least the guy wore a backpack today, which made him look a bit more prepared for the day. Quinn appreciated the support from this important investor. But was Brent thinking their Q-man was mixing business with pleasure by spending time with Alex and having her around the show? Or was he thinking that about Riker and Val? After all, right now, Brent singled out Val to talk to. Well, maybe she'd made a beeline for him since he was from a big city and she hated it here.
"All right, everybody," Quinn announced to halt the buzz of expectant chatter in the dining hall where they had all gathered. "We're going deep in the woods today, after your prep work around here. No more sample footprints in little soil boxes. As our cameraman Riker here would say, we are going live."
Quinn noted that Alex had edged a bit closer to him around the side of the room. She was dressed for the afternoon trek and activities, but Val looked like a fashion plate and sore thumb at the same time. And, at something Brent had evidently told her, she'd flounced off in a huff straight to Riker again. Quinn went on.
"Mary, Sam, and I have laid out backyard-sized plots in the forest for each of you to explore and evaluate. The area is heavily treed, so although you will be in close proximity to each other, and always to Sam and me, stick to your own cordoned-off area so we know where you are. If you absolutely need help, call out your name and one of us will be there pronto."
"No bear bells needed?" someone at the back asked.
"I think the power of bear bells is a myth. If you encounter a bear, it's better to just shout loudly and carry bear pepper spray. But we won't go armed with that today. You also stand your ground. Lift your arms or backpack over your head to appear bigger than you are. Do not run, because that triggers a chase-prey response in them, and they can run about 30 miles per hour. Although we find bear tracks in this area, most of the bears are a bit farther to the east at this time, where there is more open land and sunlight to ripen strawberries. Though we have some nearby."
"And," one of the Germans called out, "that's why Mary scolded me for not putting the trash can lid on tight. Bears looking for food."
"Exactly. They like a free lunch as much as we do,"
Quinn said. As ever, when lecturing about bears, his gut tightened. He never shared with his students what had happened to his father, but it was always in his head and heart.
"Of course," he went on, "you'll study and report on any unusual flora and fauna you see. Identify and evaluate any animal tracks. Some we have intentionally set up for you. But today, your real focus needs to be on how people, intruders in the wild, reveal themselves in your area." "Yeah, Steve, question?" he asked a guy from Canada who was an eager beaver, which reminded him they had even placed some beaver tracks and old fishing lures in the 3 areas near the stream that cut through the property.
"Is it okay to take notes of what we observe, or do you want us to just use recall and not write the stuff down for discussions?" "You need to train yourself to observe and later recall without notes. The truth is, for now, whatever works for you is what you should do. But stopping to fish out paper and write distracts your awareness and senses you must use in the wilds."
If Riker had this assignment, he'd have his camera ready, though not the one he uses for the show.
Several people turned to look at Riker. He didn't even realize Quinn had just referred to him because he was in deep, and apparently heated, whispered conversation with that woman again. Damn, he wished Val weren't such a distraction. But he didn't want to bar her from the action and upset Riker. And besides, this was a rare appearance for her. And he'd invited Alex.
So, Quinn went on, in other words, to each his own, but pay close attention to your surroundings. Anybody ever read the Sherlock Holmes books? Clues, 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 then, deductions.
It occurred to him that having Alex here today was distracting him in a good way, while Val was just a pain. He'd admitted to himself, and to Sam and Mary, Josh had overheard too, that he wanted Alex to be safe in her new environs. He tried not to frown, recalling the photos she'd given him a few minutes ago of the footprints and scratch marks outside her bedroom window.
So, Riker is filming us for the show today?
Jason, a guy from North Dakota, called out.
He is, but try to ignore him so it doesn't look like you're playing to the camera. There may be individual interview time later, but today, stick to your task. Tonight after dinner, we'll discuss everything you observed and learned.
He went on to explain how they had intentionally left things like candy bar wrappers, snags of cloth, pieces of tissues, and cigarette butts behind to be collected and studied.
In our discussions, he said, I don't want to hear, I found a cigarette butt by the trail. I want to hear if it was filtered, if it had lipstick on it, and if so, what color. Did the smoker grind it out on the ground? Angrily? Carelessly? Do the human tracks look like a woman's? Is she in a hurry? Are her footsteps lagging? Does she limp? What direction did she go?
Like info for possible search and rescue? One of the Denver ladies asked.
Absolutely, Quinn said, turning toward her. I've worked as an advisor on several SAR teams. By the way, Alaskan SAR teams often have a veterinarian tech consultant on board, especially in case the search dogs or sled dogs are injured.
He realized that the vet tech reference was a non sequitur, but no one seemed to notice. Except Alex. He darted a glance at her, which he'd been trying not to do again. Her eyes had widened at that. She smiled, then bit her lower lip. He fought not to smile back, not to keep staring at her.
Well, time to get going, he announced. It will be a busy and intense afternoon.
Alex knew Val didn't like any of this, but she was surprised when she opted to stay behind. Alex could tell Riker was both annoyed and embarrassed. Hadn't that woman ever learned you'd catch more flies with honey than with vinegar? If she wanted Riker, she had to meet him at least part way. And she hardly looked one bit ready for a hike, clutching that big fashion purse like that. Alex saw Riker arguing with Val again, pointing a finger in her face, then turning away and heading out, his camera on one shoulder and a backpack on the other. Even snazzy-looking Brent Bayer had a backpack. Mary and Sam went out with everyone. Alex thought she was looking good today, and Sam had a real spring in his step. Josh, with a knife in a sheath on his belt, was going the wrong way back toward the camp with a huge plastic roll of what looked like yellow police tape, so he'd evidently been cordoning off the individual search areas. She'd seen him grip the roll by its plastic handle, then pull the stuff out with his other hand. He certainly was a jack of all trades around here and at the lodge. Always in the background, somehow. She followed Quinn, but gave him some space, as did Brent Bayer.
So you're not a paying guest?
He asked her with a smile that flaunted teeth so perfect they had to be artificial. He wore glasses that went lighter or darker depending on the sunlight. Just a friend along to observe.
Actually, Ginger mentioned you. Glad you're supportive of the show. The sky's the limit with it if everyone pulls together. It's doing well, and we don't want anyone to rock the boat. Speaking of which, I'd like to go out in a boat on the lake sometime, he said, gesturing in its direction. Take a look at that lethal waterfall that buried the little town years ago. Mary Spruce was telling me about that, and we should work it into a segment on the show, though she doesn't agree.
Then I'd go with her feelings. Losing ones you love is so hard and never really goes away, and that should be honored.
But history is fascinating, and people have a right to know.
She could see her reflection in his dark glasses when he turned to look at her again. He went on,
Mary is very protective of this area and the people. But she and Sam, as secondary characters, are very popular with the show's audience, even though they don't appear as much as Quinn. But the haunted elements, I hear there are ghosts afoot at night, might appeal to a bigger audience too.
She hesitated to tell him about the night cries she and Quinn had heard. Maybe Quinn had told him, but he didn't need to know the two of them had been out all night in the woods. They all stopped as Quinn started directing everyone to their areas. Sam and Mary gestured to people who hesitated, pointing them in the right directions. Individuals started to spread out from this point into wedges of areas like the spokes of a wheel.
Brent Bayer turned to her again and said, Be sure and watch the segments of the programs that show the advanced survival classes. These beginner students always seem like bumblers at first, but our demographics show most of our audience relates more to them. See you later. I'm just going to drop back and observe, too.
Mary suddenly appeared on the trail where Alex followed Quinn. She saw Riker dart off, evidently ready to film in different areas.
That man, she told Alex, rolling her eyes toward the now distant Brent. A lawyer, yes, but Riker and Quinn call him a fixer, too.
So I heard. But here to fix what? Mary shrugged and shook her head. Alex almost asked her if she really did agree on including some of the local lore of the tragic loss of life under the lake, but this wasn't the place or time. Alex noted Mary didn't wear her bear claw necklace, but the deep forest was hardly the place for it.
Wish he could fix how I feel. I'm gonna throw up my lunch, Mary said. Don't know why they call this morning sickness. It's all-day sickness, if you ask me. Baby making and baby growing, a joy, but tough, too. But don't mean to complain about something I've wanted real bad for so long.
See you later, she added, and turned away to disappear down a side path. Keeping about a 20-foot distance from Quinn, Alex watched him work. He was good with people, helpful but firm. He asked more questions, refusing to give them the answers. Sam did the same. Riker reappeared, came and went, occasionally darting down a side path, filming something or someone. When Quinn sometimes looked back at her, her heart thudded, and not from exertion. He nodded and went back to business. She tried to observe, as he had said, but she ended up studying people rather than things on the ground. How different they were. Even among the 3 women from Denver, there was a leader, a tentative person, and someone who really didn't want to be here. Later, Sam came up to her. He looked ahead and saw Quinn was in intense conversation with a student, so maybe he'd actually wanted to talk to him.
You seen Mary lately? He asked. I'm scared if she throws up out here, she'll be too tired to keep going. Josh is back at the lodge, but I haven't seen her and don't want to head all the way back to look. Gotta help keep an eye on our students.
I saw her about 15 minutes ago on the main path, back a ways, she told him. She did say she didn't feel very good before we separated. I know where she cut off. Probably went to help someone in their area. Tell Quinn I'm just going back on this main path to where she cut off to call for her.
He frowned.
Such good news about a baby, but not if it makes her sick and weak. Okay, I'll tell Quinn you're coming right back with or without Mary.
Alex was glad to help. She had the feeling that Sam, even Mary, were wary of her, and she'd like to be in their good graces. Next to Val, she should look pretty good to them, since she'd never caused Quinn any problems about doing his job and living here. Though she'd pulled him away from the program to look for Spencer that one night. Alex backtracked to the spot where she'd seen Mary cut off. Maybe she even headed toward the compound. Alex intended only to call for her, but she wondered if there would be a trail to follow. She took only 10 strides in the direction Mary had gone, cupped her hands around her mouth, and called, "Mary? Mary, are you all right?" She thought she heard a murmur, but then the wind was in the trees, and she'd heard a stream that fed the lake was back this way. They had said the stream was near the only rocky outcrop in the vicinity. Quinn had warned the students to watch their footing near there, since several of the roped-off areas were in that direction. "Mary! It's Alex! Sam's looking for you!" Yes, she did hear a murmur, or maybe even a woman's voice. What if Mary had gotten sick or was too weak and needed help? But then, could that sound have been the wind in the trees or the stream itself? She would just peer around what appeared to be a natural bend in the narrow path ahead. The ground had turned from soil to stone here and was on the rise. If she saw nothing, she'd head back to Quinn or find Sam again. This was the general direction back toward base camp, so perhaps Mary had headed there and then felt even more ill. Certainly, knowing this area as she likely did, Mary Spruce would never lose her way. Alex peered carefully around what she recognized as a massive cedar tree, like the ones Quinn had pointed out to her before. Her feet crushed the brown-blue berries and needles. She spotted that dratted devil's club plant and edged around it, too. Like Mary, it seemed she had found a shortcut back to the camp. She could see the outcrop of rocky footing rising a bit more in this direction. At least if Quinn got upset she'd gone off on her own, she'd tell him she could actually see the top of the stockade fence and part of the dining hall roof from here, so she was almost back to his property. She parted 2 low-hanging cedar boughs and carefully shuffled to the brow of rock about 15 feet above the crooked stream. She looked down and gasped. Though partly screened by foliage below, a woman, it must be Mary, was lying beside the stream, maybe throwing up into it. Or maybe Mary was unconscious. Alex could only see her feet from here, one arm flung out and 2 sprawled legs not moving. What if she was going to miscarry? It was her first trimester. What if she was carrying twins? What if... She had to get to Mary. Help her. Alex called her name, then looked for a way to get down to her. People must use that path below, lined with bushes. As she started carefully down, she held on to their limbs. Some of them batted at her in the breeze, but she kept carefully going, around a turn, down again. There seemed to be natural footholds here, and she could picture Quinn's campers going up or down this way. It seemed like miles, but it wasn't far at all. On the rocky ledge by the stream, Alex rushed the few feet to Mary and bent over her. The stream gurgled, as if it were retching too. Dear God, smears of crimson. Blood? Alex gave a little cry as if she'd been punched in the stomach. It wasn't Mary. The legs, the clothes. The woman lay sprawled at the edge of the water with her neck at an odd angle, which made her head and hair dangle down the bank of the stream, so she hadn't seen this was not a redhead at first. This was not Mary, but Val. Unseeing, the woman stared down at the rushing water. Her kinky blonde hair was mud and blood-streaked. Claw marks had mostly shredded her shirt. Oh, she'd made a crude necklace of the bear bells she'd bought earlier today, and they hung on a string, tipped toward her bloody chin. Her throat and shoulders were deeply scratched like the wall outside Alex's room at the lodge. So Val had decided to come out after all, at least part way. Had she fallen? Or a bear dragged her and mauled her? Had she fought back? Had she screamed for help? Alex knew better than to touch her again. Val? Val! But it was no use. Dead. Definitely dead. Chapter 17. Alex scrambled up the way she'd come down and ran for Quinn, for Sam, Mary, anyone. How could Quinn have been so very wrong about it being safe from bears here? Gasping for breath on the upper level, she flung herself past the massive cedar tree and rushed toward the main path. She saw Riker at the edge of the first cordoned-off area, filming. No, don't tell him yet. He would rush there, see Val like that, and they'd just had an argument, so that was his last memory of her. Mary, where had she disappeared to? Back at the camp, where Josh had gone? She heard Quinn's voice before she saw him. He was talking to one of the Denver women, the one Alex thought didn't want to be here. She knew not to panic everyone, not scream out the nightmare she had seen. Poor Val. City girl not wanting to even come out this far into the forest. Why had she? And alone when she'd clearly said she wasn't leaving the lodge. Alex stopped at the edge of this cordoned-off area and gestured madly to Quinn. He raised his head, said something to the woman, and strode toward Alex, pulling her farther away. For one moment, she was not sure how to say it. Quinn, Val came out of the compound. I think she fell, was pushed, I don't know. Something got her. I think she's dead, by the stream at the bottom of that little cliff.
Take me.
He held her arm tight, almost dragging her down the path. They walked, then ran. It was the direction I saw Mary go, Alex told him. Sam was looking for her, for Mary, and I saw where she went. I said I'd get her. That way, she cried, pointing. I climbed down on a narrow path beyond this big cedar by the stream. He moved ahead of her, carefully descending on the narrow, crooked path, and she followed. She wished this was a nightmare like she'd had again last night. It had felt real, too. That she was the one who had made blurred footprints. She was the one with long fingernails clawing at the lodge to get in, to find herself, to find Allie. He stopped when they reached the scene and threw out an arm to hold her back. Val's sprawled body still lay on the edge of the stream. He bent to feel her neck for a pulse. He had blood on his hand when he stood.
Yes, she's dead. Stay back, he told her. He looked stony-faced, though his eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and a deep frown furrowed his brow. He bent quickly to wash the blood off in the stream. There are probably no footprints on this rock, but we might find some sign later. She could have slipped from above, so we'll look up there, too, when the investigators come.
The police? Clear from Anchorage?
State troopers, and maybe the Alaska Bureau of Investigation. I swear, no bears have been around here lately, he muttered as he bent closer to Val. But then the stream could lure one.
How stoic and brave Quinn was, she thought, for as a child he'd found his father and dog this way, bloody, dead.
His voice broke. But I swear, a bear no more did that than put those claw marks outside your bedroom. She could have decided to come out to join us and, unused to the area, fell. Or someone was with her when she slipped. Or she was pushed. I see her big purse is down by the stream a ways, so she wasn't killed for it.
Yes, that's hers. But things could have been taken out.
We won't touch it, or her, again. Alex, he said, gripping both her arms. I'll stay with her. You carefully climb up again, go get Sam, and tell him we need more of that flagging tape we used to cordon off this scene. Only tell him. Maybe Mary, if you see her, not Riker yet. If you see Brent, tell him, since he's a lawyer. Do you have your cell phone on you? Because I didn't bring mine.
Yes, it's in my backpack.
Let me use it to call the state troopers if it connects from down here. He helped her fish it out of her backpack and tried it, telling her, Good, the call area reaches here. We don't have counties in Alaska and no police, per se, just state troopers.
Alex climbed up to the forest floor, then ran back toward the main path to tell others about Val. She was shocked to see Val had come out into the forest, and Quinn had said a bear attack hadn't happened here. If she hadn't just fallen, that meant some human animal had killed her. Only Quinn kept chaos away, even though he yelled at her not to climb down to the stream again. Sam came, shouting down to confer with Quinn, then went away to tell the students there had been a fatal accident, that it did not concern one of their fellow students nor the staff. They were to return to the camp dining hall because the state troopers were coming from Anchorage to investigate the scene. Josh appeared from somewhere and, like Sam before, frowned down at Quinn guarding the body. Josh called down to him that he'd helped move the curious crowd toward the camp and that Mary had gone back to her house and was resting.
"And Brent Bayer's handling Riker," Josh added, cupping his hands around his mouth again. "The guy's flipping out. Wants to see her now, going nuts to think somebody killed her. He doesn't think she'd come out here on her own to even have a chance to fall. So," Josh said, turning to her and lowering his voice, "you got any ideas who might have pushed her, if that's what happened?"
Talk about Riker losing control. Josh looked and sounded panicked, like a time bomb waiting to go off. "Of course not," Alex said, holding up both hands as if she could calm him. "I'm so sorry this happened. I was looking for Mary and found Val instead. I'm sure they'll let Riker see her, say goodbye when they come."
"He was shaking hard. And crying."
"Poor Val. Like a fish out of water here. But if someone like Riker, however angry he is crying in public..." Her voice broke and she blinked back tears again. Val had meant something to him, even though their lives seemed so different. Likes, dislikes, ideas, plans for the future. Or else he regretted their argument today. Shortly after Josh hurried away, Brent appeared. He nodded to her, patted her on the back. "I'm here if you or Quinn need me during questioning when the troopers arrive," he said, then called that offer down to Quinn before he turned back to her. "Quinn's savvy to stay with the body so no one and nothing tampers with it. With her." "A tragedy. I've seen too damn many of them." He shouted to Quinn again.
"You want me to come down? Why don't you go back to the camp with Sam to wait for the troopers?" "Will do."
He looked back to Alex, his eyes narrowed as if to assess her mood.
"I hope this doesn't change things too much around here," he said, frowning. "Our wilderness ambiance is about to be invaded, and we don't need that. Though I suppose, for some, it will make the area and show more intriguing."
He turned and jogged away. A big city lawyer indeed, Alex thought. Cold-blooded, in a way. The poor woman had been a pain to some, yes, but a deeply unhappy woman. Sad. So sad. She pitied Riker, too. She recalled that more than once today she'd seen him go off into the forest to visit different sites and students. Would the troopers take photos for evidence? Would Riker want to when he came to his senses? Was his shock sincere, or had Val come out to continue her argument with Riker, and then... And something else Brent had said hit her hard. If this was a murder, and not an accidental fall or a bear attack, even though they were miles from a TV station or newspaper, this place could soon be swarming with reporters. Brent had intimated that too. Reporters with questions and cameras of their own. Quinn had asked Riker not to film Alex or any other non-students to keep her location secret in case someone she used to know saw the program. But she was the one who had found the body. If someone was arrested for murder, she'd be one of the witnesses in court. Damn. Her safe and secret spot might soon be public knowledge. It took nearly 2 hours before troopers Reed Hansen and Jim Kurtz arrived with a rescue squad vehicle. Still standing at the brow of the rocky outcrop above Quinn and the body, Alex heard the distant, shrill sirens cut out as the official vehicles came closer and parked at the camp. When she told Quinn they were here, he climbed up to join her. Sam brought both troopers to the scene, and 2 medics followed, carrying a gurney and a tarp. Quinn introduced her, and names were exchanged all around. Trooper Hansen was stocky with red hair that barely showed under his flat-brimmed blue hat. Trooper Kurtz was tall with narrow, sharp eyes, but a kind face. Kurtz seemed to be the spokesman for the two. To Alex's surprise, Quinn knew the troopers.
Kurtz told him, "Good work on that SAR team effort to find the lost kid last fall." Sorry for the tragedy here. We need to go down to the scene, but glad you've been guarding it. You discovered the body?" he asked Quinn. "No, Alex did. She lives and works at the lodge down the road. She was here as an observer today. Was looking for Mary Spruce, who works with us, and stumbled on the body. Since then, we've learned Mary isn't feeling well and is back at our camp." Trooper Kurtz turned to her. "How about you and Quinn come down to the scene with us, Miss Collister? We'll start with learning what you saw and did, then take photos. When the scene's secure, the medics will remove the body to the morgue for an autopsy."
"Yes," Alex said. "Anything I can do. I didn't know her well, but I did give her a ride here from the lodge today. Her friend, Riker, would like to see her before these men take her away."
"Okay, all that in due time. Hopefully he can tell us next of kin information. We want him to know we are deeply sorry for his loss."
Alex dared to wonder if there was any way that Riker could have already seen Val's body. They had been arguing, and not for the first time. Had Val really stayed behind, or had she dared to come out to harass Riker? No, Alex told herself. She had to let these troopers, and poor Quinn, who didn't need this terrible publicity, settle all that. She had enough to worry about with her name and picture perhaps going public. Surely she and Quinn could make a plea with these troopers for her privacy, or was this all now just a matter of public record?
"Let's go," Trooper Kurtz said. "Quinn, lead the way."
Off they went down the path Alex had already traveled twice today. Quinn could not believe this terrible turn of events, this tragedy, and he'd bet everything that a bear had not killed Valerie Chambers, even if she had changed her mind about coming out of the compound. Sadly, it had been long ago seared in his brain what claw marks from a bear mauling looked like, and he was just as sure the marks outside Alex's bedroom were ones not attached to a bear. Not only did Val's gruesome death make him sick to his stomach, but he hated that Alex had found the body. He thought the inevitable autopsy would show broken bones from a fall, but maybe not. Someone could have killed her by the stream, or carried her body there. But she'd seemed so hesitant about being in the woods. And alone? It scared him that Sam had seemed so nervous about protecting Mary. But surely he didn't think she could be involved. He well knew both Sam and Mary fervently wished Val was gone. But he was still convinced a bear had nothing to do with Val's death. So what, or who, did? Chapter 18. Alex trembled as she approached the murder site again. Even though the troopers and 2 EMTs carrying the gurney and tarp were with her, she completely understood why Quinn had refused to leave Val's body. The murderer could have returned, or someone might tamper with evidence. Surely Val could have made the same descent down the crooked path they took now, but had she been killed here? Or thrown from above? Or even hiked in from the compound, since the stream flowed from near there to Falls Lake? The 2 EMTs stayed back as the troopers split up, each going around a different way to converge at the body. They bent over it. Her. Quinn put an arm around Alex's shoulders. Muted daylight flickered as the tree branches shifted and the stream seemed to scold. Trooper Hansen said,
"Looks like a bear attack to me, but an autopsy will be the last word. You say that wasn't the cause of death, Quinn. I believe you."
They came back the long way around again. Quinn removed his arm from her.
"Ms. Collister," Trooper Kurtz said, taking out a small notebook. "I'm sure you're pretty shaky, but let me take a few notes of what you recall seeing when you first found her. You were looking for someone else?"
She explained about Sam looking for Mary, who was pregnant and feeling ill. "So I had just seen where Mary went. I thought so, anyway. Of course, she could have cut off, back to camp, toward their house where she is now, and not come clear out here at all."
"Please, just stick to what happened," the trooper said.
Oh, right. I thought I heard a voice, but I guess it could have been the stream, like a murmur. She realized she had just given an opinion again, but this all seemed so unreal. So I hurried closer to this outcrop and came farther and looked down to the stream. I could only see her legs and feet, or I would have seen that she was blonde and not reddish-haired, but her head was back and drooped down, and foliage partly obscured my view. She knew she was nervous. Was she babbling? I guess I called out Mary's name again, she went on, then knew I had to go down to the stream on that path we just took. I ran to her and saw it was Val, and those horrible bear claw scratches. At least that's what I thought they were. She darted a look at Quinn. She wanted to throw herself in his arms, to have him hold her. I didn't see her bag then, but Quinn did later. Of course, a bear wouldn't take it. She continued, I was horrified, but thought about the scratch marks outside my room at the lodge, too. Oh, sorry, I know you're not asking about that.
Marks like that? Trooper Kurtz asked. He stopped writing and looked at Quinn. He nodded and said, Back at camp, I have photos Alex took and printed for me at my request. I saw that scene, too, but it was at night, and the tracks were too scuffed to ID or follow. And here, with the stream and the stone. Right. Ms. Collister, we'll talk to you more about the victim back at Quinn's camp, where we will question everyone else, so you're dismissed right now. Quinn, you've never been on the payroll, but volunteered on our searches, and that makes you semi-official, so hang around a bit, okay? We'll have you examine the area with us a little more, then we'll let the victim's fiancé see her before we take the body, and... They weren't engaged, Quinn said. They were together, but not engaged. I see, Trooper Hansen said, as if he really saw a possible problem there. Wait until he learned, Alex thought, that Riker and Val had just argued. But for that matter, wait until he heard that not many people here liked Val or wanted her around at all. Her stomach cramped. She would hate for Mary or Sam, even Josh, to be suspected. Before I help you case the area, Quinn said, let me get Alex back to the camp to wait in my office until we're done here. Or she'll be besieged by the students, and she doesn't need that right now. I'm the one who should explain to them. I'll be right back, he added, without giving them a chance to say no. He took her wrist and pulled her gently away. I'm so sorry, she told him as they climbed the now familiar path. For Val, for Riker, for you and your plans today. And I'm sorry you found her like that. Sam should have gone looking for Mary himself, not sent you. I offered, because I haven't been sure I was much more welcome by them than Val was here. Of course you are. They saw Brent Bayer, and Quinn gestured to him. Brent, would you walk Alex to my office where she can rest until we're done here? Brent's been staying in my guest room, he told her. I suggested the lodge, but he wanted to be close. The troopers need me, and I should get back to them, but Alex came first. Sure, I'll walk her there, Brent said. Do you need a lawyer while you or the staff answer their questions? I've seen officers manage to misquote a suspect. Not that I'm calling you or your staff suspects. Alex stiffened and nearly gasped. Quinn, a suspect? No. She knew where he'd been the whole time they'd been out here in the woods. She could vouch for that. But as for Mary, but especially Sam, Josh, even Riker, who knew? And what about this man Quinn was entrusting her to? He was, no doubt, here to take care of any problems. Had he seen Val as someone who might lure away Quinn's videographer? He surely wanted Riker to stay in his job, dedicated, not distracted. And worse, did Val's horrid, bloody scratches, which resembled those outside Alex's bedroom, mean someone saw her as enough of a distraction, too? Not for a cameraman, but for the star of the show? Quinn hurried back to help the troopers check around the body for any tracks besides his, Alex's, and now the two officers. You know,
he told them, standing up straight at last after crouching to study Val's sprawled corpse again. She said she wouldn't leave the compound, but she obviously did. Rather than coming on the paths, maybe she followed the stream from behind the camp property to here. But the obvious deduction is that she fell from the outcrop. Still, those bear claw marks. I'll bet she got scratched up after, or when she was dying, because her hands don't look bloody or messed up. No defensive wounds, he said, frowning. He didn't say so right now, but he hoped no one had forced her out of the compound. She and Riker had been arguing.
"We'll probably need to have you testify in court, my man," Trooper Kurtz told him. "So someone wanted it to look like a bear attack, so they, used an unattached bear's paw to scratch her up?"
Though bears have been in these woods, there are no tracks around here lately. I saw a few almost a week ago. A single old bear, not near here, and not since.
"But," Hansen said, "it would make sense a bear might be here to drink from the stream."
"Of course," Quinn countered, "but they seem to prefer the lake." Trooper Kurtz cut in. "We'd like to see those photos of the scratch marks near where Miss Collister lives. Actually, outside her bedroom window. You can see the real thing if you want, or you can see the photos. We'll be busy here for now, questioning everyone, starting with Valerie Chambers' boyfriend, but yeah, soon. We'll be here late, check things out. Guys, thanks for your patience," he called to the men with the gurney. "Once you get her up to the compound, I'm going to let Mr. Riker have a couple of minutes with her before you take her, but make sure he doesn't touch the body. We'll wait here, too, and we'll bag that purse of hers for forensics." Before he turned away, Quinn told them, "I'll send him in if he's come back out from camp. Or send for him. This won't do my class this week any good. Or my camp, or the Falls Lake area." "Yeah, sorry," Trooper Hansen called after him. "This weird phantom bear attack gets out, you'll get some TV reporters from Anchorage, maybe beyond, behind every bush." To Quinn's surprise, he ran almost immediately into Brent on the path and told him, "I've heard Jeff calls you his fixer. Wish you could fix this. You got Alex back to camp?" "Safe and sound." "Don't I wish." Alex was drained and exhausted, but she couldn't sleep. She sat in Quinn's desk chair for a while, then paced around his office. It was a small area in comparison to the big building that held the dining hall, but his house was compact and neat inside, and it somehow reeked of masculinity. The only touch of domesticity in this room was a leather sofa that definitely looked slept on. It was probably long enough to accommodate his height, sunken a bit to the shape of a body, with a bed pillow at one end. A quilt was tossed on the back of it. His desk, however, was perfectly organized and looked all business. A laptop was open and a yellow legal pad lay there with notes. Perhaps he wrote his tracking books here. The house had 2 bedrooms, probably as small as this room. There was a bathroom, a galley kitchen with 2 stools to eat at a breakfast bar, and a small living room with another fireplace. She'd barely glimpsed a little screened porch outside. She walked over again to the fireplace mantel and studied the covers of the paperback books he'd written. Then the photos he had lined up there. One was of an attractive woman somewhere in her 60s who must be his mother. "Love you always," the neat writing in the bottom corner read, but the photo wasn't signed. No other pictures of adoring women, though she felt she might almost qualify for the role. Next to that, the picture of the man who had surely been, his father, since Quinn resembled him. No photo of Quinn as a boy with his little Scotty dog. Also a photo of Sam and Quinn, both maybe in their late teens or early 20s, and a tall man between them, pointing down a path at something. Trapper Jake was printed below. On the opposite wall of shelves were rows of more books and a few great photos of the area. If she ever wanted to give Quinn a gift to thank him for his kindness, she'd give him one of Suze's paintings. Yes, she'd do that soon. And a large photo between two pictures of Falls Lake with the mountains beyond was of a stream that looked like the site of the murder. Did that place mean something to him? Something happy? Which would surely be ruined now? She jumped when Quinn came in, knocking quietly on his own door.
I should have told you to use the bathroom or the kitchen, he told her.
I did use the first, not the second. I don't think I could eat.
Me neither.
He came straight for her and pulled her into his embrace. She linked her arms around his waist and pressed her cheek against his chest. They stood there, just breathing, just being together for a moment.
Poor Val, he said. And what happened to her makes me even more upset about those claw marks outside your window. When your cousins hear about this, maybe they can switch your room.
All of them have windows, though.
Yeah, well, even if you want fresh air, keep yours closed. And I think we should tell the troopers that your name and face need to be kept as private as possible, even though Falls Lake is a long ways from Chicago.
Thank you. Even the local news isn't local anymore. If there's some terrible event clear across the country, the media reports it like it's right next door.
I'm sorry you found her, sweetheart. Sorry I asked you along today.
Sweetheart? She cherished that, but hardly believed it. Yet it scared her that she wanted to believe it had slipped out because he meant it.
Stay put here for a few minutes, he said, his breath moving her hair. Then I'll follow you home.
Quinn, you don't have to do that.
I'll come right back. It's going to be a long, crazy night here. The German guys already told me they think we should all go out and fine-comb the woods for clues tomorrow, like they were supposed to report on today. So I've got to stop them because a forensic team is due early tomorrow. I've also got to call Jeff back. Brent phoned him, and he's been trying to get me. At least I've managed one good thing, he went on, still holding her tight. The officers have agreed that the camp and adjoining area where you found Val will be off-limits to any press or curious onlookers that show up. They're going to put up a roadblock with a trooper car and cordon off the road. They're sending 2 extra troopers from Anchorage to guard the area until they release it after their forensics team and Kurtz and Hansen are finished there. So that should save us from the invasion for a few days. I don't need this bunch of students giving interviews for something they know nothing about.
I wish we could cordon off the lodge, but Meg and Suze need guests before the winter hits. Quinn? She said, looking up at him as he finally set her back with his hands still on her waist. Let's face it, Val wasn't well liked. She even argued with Riker just before we all went out. The other day, I overheard Mary and Sam say they wanted to get rid of her.
Glad you didn't say that to the troopers, because they surely didn't mean it that way. They'll talk to them. That reminds me, I heard Brent Bayer say he'd like to get Val off Riker's back, and I'll bet if we checked with people she knows in L.A., that she wasn't Miss Charm there either. But let's let this play out legally. Come on, I'll walk you to your car and follow you home, because I need to come back here fast to oversee things.
As they started to leave, he stopped her at his office door. He lifted her chin and kissed her, gently, then firmly, then nearly crushed her in his arms as his lips took hers, and she gave back with a passion she didn't know was there. His lips slanted, giving and taking. One hand cupped her bottom, almost lifting her, pinning her against him, and she loved it. They were both breathless.
"You're amazing," he rasped out. "Needed that. Need you."
They jumped when Sam knocked on the door that stood ajar and called in. "Medic's leaving with the body, Quinn." Feeling flushed and a bit faint, so maybe it was good Quinn was going to follow her home, Alex went outside with him and the staff as the EMTs carried Val's body away on the gurney, encased in a bright blue tarp, which they slid into the back of their vehicle. They placed her Gucci bag in the back, too, wrapped in plastic. It probably had the sales receipt from the gift shop for the bear bells she'd quickly made into a necklace. Had they jingled when she died? Troopers Hansen and Kurtz stood at attention, as if they would salute, but they did not. Next to her truck, Alex saw the state trooper car they had come in. It was a blue and gold SUV with the words Guardians of the 49th on it. She jolted to see what was on the central shield of blue, the big, golden face of a bear staring right at her. Chapter 19. "What happened over there?" Suze asked the moment Alex got out of her truck in the lodge's small parking lot. Right behind her, Quinn killed his engine and stepped out too. Suze looked at him, then back to Alex, and called to them. "Chip saw troopers and the rescue squad go by. He was carrying on that a plane might have crashed. It was all Meg could do to calm him down. I was just going to drive over." As they came closer, Alex told her, "Val Chambers, Riker's girlfriend, who was here today for a while, the one I took over to the camp, she's dead." She looked at Quinn, unsure what more to say. He told the wide-eyed woman, "She's marked up with bear claws, but my bet is she was killed by a human predator." Suze gasped and covered her mouth with one hand for a moment, then gripped Alex's arm with the other. "You mean claw marks, like on the lodge wall? But then, she stammered, looking from one to the other. "Was that a warning? To Alex? The troopers are on the case? Word will spread." "And probably," Quinn said, "bring in hordes of the curious and the media to the camp, which will be off limits. It may mean more business for the lodge, but not good for Alex. She could be a target for reporters since she found the body." "Oh no, you did?" Suze cried. Alex nodded. She couldn't stand to recount it all now, not even to Suze. So how would she ever get through an interview, especially if a reporter learned about, even photographed, the marks outside her bedroom? "I can't believe she's dead," Suze said, gripping her hands so hard together that her fingers went white. "I mean, I met her at the salmon bake the day you got here, Alex. But then, just a couple of days ago, she came to the lodge. I think she went to the gift shop that day, too." "Yes, she did," Alex said, reaching out to steady Suze. "She looked around so much inside and out that I thought she and Riker were going to maybe move here, though she made it really clear she didn't even like our little town." "That's Val." "Was Val," Alex said. "Does that poor girl have a family to bury her?" Quinn said, "Riker told the officers she has a sister she's close to who lives in Mission Viejo, California. She's not married, either, so same last name. Listen, Suzanne, since you may well be housing a horde of reporters soon, here's what I've been thinking. The 2 troopers and their reinforcements will be cordoning off my entire property, parking spaces, the compound, the backyard, and into the woods where the crime occurred. And yes, Alex could be a target for any media who show up. They will. From Anchorage, at least. She doesn't need her face nor her name online or on the air or the printed page, but it may become public record." Alex's stomach flip-flopped. Surely he wasn't going to suggest what she was thinking, what she hoped. She bit her lower lip so hard it hurt. "My New York City guest at the compound," Quinn went on, "is leaving later tomorrow. He even has a cab clear from Anchorage coming to get him. If he tries to stay longer, I'll have him move here to the lodge." "We could use the business right now," Suze admitted, "but I still hope we don't get inundated with the press. However much the right kind of publicity would be nice." "Are you 2 following why I'm going to propose a plan?" he asked, frowning. "For now, Alex needs to come live where the reporters can't get to her, where the area is cordoned off and, at least for a while, we have state trooper protection. Since Brent Bayer is here one more night, I can sleep in my office tonight and Alex can have my room. When Bayer leaves tomorrow, Alex, Spencer too, of course, can move into that guest room because the whole area will be off limits to outsiders of any kind." "But I'd need to come back and forth to oversee the store," Alex put in as her heart beat harder. "It might get busy with all the new guests at the lodge, especially if there were people here to buy things, especially if people learned that the dead woman was my last shopper and bought a bunch of bear bells, no less."
Quinn, I heard what you said, the bells being no good, but I saw she had strung them and wore them around her neck.
Yeah, I saw that too, but didn't know the source. If Mary is feeling up to it, we can ask her to cover the store for a few days until things calm down.
But I can't ask her to do that, learn all that, Alex said.
Sue shook her head.
We used to pay Mary to cover at the store now and then when Meg and I were too busy. She knows the ropes. Why didn't you tell me that before? Alex asked. It would have given me a link to her, since I don't think she likes me very much.
It isn't you, Quinn said. She's wary of outsiders and protective of me. She likes what Sam and I are doing and, of course, feels protective toward the heritage of Falls Lake.
We thought you would worry you were taking Mary's job, Sue said. When she started to get an upset stomach, about the time you called us about coming here, we were filling in for her all the time anyway. Sam was grateful you were here.
Oh, Alex said, as jumbled thoughts bombarded her. What else hadn't they told her? Maybe Mary did not want her here because she still wanted the job, money to help get ready for the baby. And what would Mary, Sam, and Josh say about her moving into the compound, even if it was Quinn's idea, especially if Mary was protective of Quinn? Above all, as kind as it was of Quinn, as desperate as she felt about being identified publicly, was she really ready to sleep tonight in Quinn's bedroom and then move into his guest room right across the hall?
It's a desperate and unusual situation, you know what I mean, she told them. I guess, it does make sense. Just for a little while, I hope.
Alex's heart was beating so hard she could feel it with her hands against her breastbone. Probably nothing would come of publicity over this death in backwoods Alaska. It would be a long shot if Lyle or anyone would learn of this horrid event and trace her here. And to be close, day and night, to a man she was so attracted to was not a good idea. No, she'd be insane to move in with Quinn. That's for sure, because she was coming to care for him so fast. A romantic relationship with him, with anyone now, would be the height of stupidity and recklessness.
Thank you, Quinn, she said. I'll get Spencer and my things together fast so we can get back.
Quinn followed Alex's truck back toward camp. His heart was pounding. This was the smart thing to do, but he knew he had to have the utmost self-control. Meg had given him that slant-eyed, "Really?" look of hers when she was told the whole situation. Chip had been upset he couldn't go, too, and kept repeating that he was glad another plane had not crashed. And that darn little Spencer. Quinn was almost as nervous about having him around as he was Alex. It was all protective growls and barks getting back in her truck, as if he knew what his owner had been through, or thought they were off for a long trek again. Especially in his house, Spencer would remind him of his own lost dog. And other losses. And Alex would be one hell of a temptation. He'd steered pretty clear of women because it just made life easier and less complicated. But now... He swore under his breath as he followed her into the parking lot at the camp. Trooper Hansen had unspooled more yellow police tape when a van with a satellite dish and bright logo on its side drove in ahead of them. Quinn could tell it was from an Anchorage TV station. They must have been monitoring police calls or had an informant to be here this fast. Glad to let Hansen talk to them, he grabbed Alex's single big bag while she lifted out a plastic laundry basket with shoes in it, what looked like a cosmetic bag, and some of Spencer's stuff. He hustled her toward the gate, ignoring the voice yelling, "Hey, Q-Man, can we ask you a few questions about events here today before we get kicked off the grounds? We can talk in the road." Though on a leash, Spencer growled, then barked as if he were a huge mastiff watchdog. Scotties always thought they were bigger than they were, but it made them brave, as well as foolhardy. As if he had not heard the reporter he recognized, he led Alex and Spencer inside and closed the gate behind them, then led them to his house in the corner of the compound. He almost never locked it, but he had now, so he fumbled for his key. For the first time, his familiar, cozy place seemed tiny, dark and plain. He went to his bedroom door, thankful he'd left the room neat enough. He'd even made the double bed and had the quilt pulled up on it. They set the things down on the braided rug, partly covering the pine floor.
"Small, I know," he told her as she stepped in past him.
"Safe and private is what matters."
"Right. Everyone here will do our best to make you two feel at home. I've got to go over to the dining hall now to calm the students, and I should look out front to see if Trooper Hansen got that TV van off the property. I know this sounds strange, Queen Alexandra, but welcome to the Q-Man tracking and survival camp."
Tracking. They needed to track a killer. Survival. Poor Val had not managed that. She hoped Quinn would agree that one of the troopers should go over to the lodge to look at the clawed-up wall rather than just consult the photographs on her phone or in the printouts she'd made. Because although she meant to study those photos again, and though she'd been deeply shaken to see Val's bloody scratches, she had to admit that the claw marks looked absolutely the same. It was a challenge to be in yet another strange room. Hard for Spencer, too. And downright strange. Though Quinn hardly seemed a stranger anymore. From the moment she had heard he'd carried around guilt from childhood, she'd sensed a kindred spirit. His clothes in the closet, where she hung her few things next to them, the blue curtains that covered the 2 windows, the extra forest green towels in a stack on a bathroom shelf. Yes, the quilt and covers on the bed, all exuded that sharp pine, wind-swept outdoors scent that was definitely Quinn Mantell. It all seemed so alien and new, yet so warmly familiar. She sat in the only chair in the room and petted Spencer in her lap as she continued to look around. The wooden walls were not sanded or stained, but raw and natural. The colors in the braided throw rug next to the bed echoed the quilt colors. When she'd slid her emptied suitcase under the bed, she'd seen he had stored there snow skis, as well as webbed snowshoes and several long poles. And a rifle, though he'd said he never carried a gun when he tracked. Should she go out and find something to eat in the kitchen, or should she wait until they fed everyone tonight and go to the dining hall for that? For the first time since Quinn's talk to the group early that afternoon, she felt weak and hungry. She had only grabbed Spencer's food in her hasty exit from the lodge. Meg had hugged her and whispered, "You be careful, in more ways than one." Deciding to venture to the kitchen, she put Spencer on his leash again and went to the door. She opened it to find Mary standing there, close, her hand raised in a fist to knock. "Oh, I didn't hear you coming," Alex said. "When I get big with this baby, maybe I will walk more noisily. Maybe not go out much at all. Quinn explained to Sam and me why you are here. Don't mind Josh if he's upset. Josh is always upset. Come with me. Let's get some food. I crave sour stuff these days, though my appetite is not what it used to be, with all that's going on. I just hope this 3rd generation from the water doesn't experience such bad days," she said, patting her still flat stomach. Alex mulled that over as she followed Mary, wondering if she was counting generations from her grandparents who were killed when the waterfall let loose the deadly flood at Falls Lake. She wanted to study Mary, try to understand and befriend her. "It's good, considering your new condition, that you didn't have to see the worst of things today," Alex told her as they headed into the kitchen, and Mary took 2 apples from the polished wooden counter. She took a sharp knife from the drawer and deftly cut each in half. "That is," Alex went on, "I'm glad you didn't go all the way down that path to see Val's body, but headed for the compound. Even if I didn't see her dead, I see her in my head, though not in my heart," she said, pouring 2 glasses of milk from the small fridge and grabbing some raisin cookies from a plastic jar. "My family's deaths are in my heart every time I see Falls Lake, knowing they are lost beneath." The woman seemed obsessed with the grief of losing her grandparents and their sunken village. But then Alex could understand grieving for lost souls.
Chapter 20. We all share food here. Mostly, I do the grocery shopping, Mary told Alex. Did she feel judged for taking food from Quinn's kitchen? Spencer sat alert on the floor with his head cocked and his one eye watching. Did he, too, sense the tension in the air between Alex and this woman? They sat side by side on stools at the small raised eating bar. Mary chopped her apple half in small pieces with her knife, but Alex ate her halved apple and cookies as they were. Alex noticed she was not wearing the bear claw necklace she'd seen once before. Her pulse began to pound. Someone had scratched Val horribly with bear claws that Quinn insisted did not come from a live bear. She studied Mary's hands and wrists. No bruises or scratches. No blood on her clothing, if those were the garments she'd had on earlier today. She dare not glance down at her shoes right now. And Mary had been on her way back to the compound before Val was killed. Maybe Mary had convinced her to come out into the forest a little way with her, or promised she'd walk Val out to see Riker. She saw Mary was slanting her a sideways look in the sudden silence between them.
I meant to ask you about your bear claw necklace, Alex said. It was so unique, I wanted to see it again.
Broke. I have to restring it.